The following editorial and interviews are presented as empirical fact. This is not by any means sensationalism or an attempt to outdo the Onion. We have no other motive than to state facts and truth, and to bring all the evidence we have to bear, with the mission to rid this country and this planet of an evil scourge that defies all attempts at Mensa-level eloquence to adequately convey. The government-funded domestic Nazi SS organization called Child Protective Services is, in large part, a domestic terrorist cabal that traffics at-risk children as well as those literally kidnapped under color of law from loving, stable, nurturing environments and places them into the hands of strangers who oftentimes abuse them physically and or sexually and sometimes sell them into the child sex trade. And those are the lucky ones. What is not generally known is that foreign-born children, or those who become orphaned because of war, famine, or natural disasters, those children who nobody knows even exist, are often the victims of satanic ritual abuse, and their adrenalized blood is consumed by demons before they are sacrificed to Molech, the biblical god of Abraham's time. You might think this is too far-fetched to believe, but the evidence is undeniable. Your refusal to believe it, because it's too terrible to even think about, is precisely the mass cognitive dissonance these apparencies of human beings rely upon in order to keep getting away with what they've been doing since God told Abraham to get himself and his family out of the city of Ur. Fact: over 800,000 children disappear like a fart in the wind every year in this country. Yes, many are found, but over half of them are never seen or heard from again. This, my friends, is not the work of some random joker, the old Playboy magazine cartoon stereotype Chester the Molester, who, to be fair, never physically harmed his victims. As far as I recall from the few I've seen, Chester was just a dirty old man. The real victims we are talking about in this video should be so fortunate. Make no mistake, those who are displaying this mindless, vehement hatred of Donald Trump are not doing it because they disagree with his politics or because they are butthurt over losing a rigged presidential election. They hate Trump because they are into satanic child abuse and human trafficking up to their fucking eyeballs. They know that he knows, and they know that when the public finds out, there will be no courtrooms, there will be no trials, they will be hunted with extreme prejudice and summarily exterminated. If the people were to rest in the sufficiency of the overwhelming evidence and finally know what they know, it will mean the end of them and their entire satanic bloodline. We are here to disclose that truth, and we are here in the hope of being the last straw, or at least just a few straws behind the final straw that ushers in the final end to these monsters. You can be part of that effort. You can support this channel by using links in the description. I myself am using a 2-year-old ASUS Zenfone AR, and since I've run out of hours in a day, I could get more done if I could get a Zenfone ROG, which is 4 times as fast and has 20 times the memory. The 1 terabyte model cost $1,100 from B&H Photo Video in New York City, and I just cannot afford it since my channel is not monetized. Because I'm a white, born-again Christian Trump supporter, I'm not likely to see monetization until I file our lawsuit, or somebody with access to Tesla's chronovisor gets me the numbers for next week's Mega Millions, or at least the Pick 6. I do all of my videos on my Zenfone AR, which gets the job done, but the ROG has a super fast graphics processor chip designed for gaming, fast HD video, and loads of memory, which rendering videos needs. So if you can help, I would greatly appreciate it. With 4,000 subscribers kicking in 25 cents, it would be possible. I'd have a handheld studio. Seriously, you're going to hear much more than what you are about to hear in this video. and Wil Kinesche, myself, Stoney Stone, Plymouth Fury, Daniel Lee, Annette Cividanes, Weeping Angel, along with a host of others, will only be the start of a massive disclosure. It is easy to dehumanize statistics. Numbers are meaningless. But when you hear these things from real people, from someone who could be your neighbor, or, but for the grace of Almighty God, you, or your child or grandchild, then these statistics begin to have emotional impact. It gets you angry, and it gets you frustrated, and it makes you feel helpless. So helpless that you just want to go get your gun and go duck hunting. So please, after you've watched this video, do your conscience a favor, and don't just sit there saying to yourself, "What a shame, those poor children, I wish I could help." Let me tell you, my friends, the soldiers in the trenches facing the enemy rely upon the quartermaster bringing the ammunition and rations, who in turn needs a convoy to transport those things to the battle, who in turn relies upon the factories and workers who manufacture those goods, and who rely on the people who own the factories to organize the production, and the taxpayers paying them all. You are in that line of supply somewhere. You're in it, whether you like it or believe it or even know about it or not. If any part of that chain fails, the entire thing may as well not exist at all, and the effort of the remainder who try to fight the battles and win the war is for naught. This is a text from Lori, a subscriber who saw my repost of Wil Kinesche's video titled Cash for Kids. Dave, be a bit careful when it comes to this CPS thing, please. They killed Nancy Schaefer here in Georgia, ridiculed and ran off Cynthia McKinney from here too. She now lives out of the country for her safety. As you know, I am an adoptive parent of family members, 4 nieces, 1 nephew, and 2 grandchildren. We had to fight DCFS CPS in Wisconsin to get my nephew back. We won. He's now 17, and we had kept our family together. These people are dangerous. Please be careful. Cynthia McKinney is on Twitter if you want to get in touch with her about what she knows. Just be careful, please. Hugs.
Hello?
Hi, Ramona. This is Dave from Net4 Truth. How are you?
Hey, Dave. How are you?
Do you mind if I put Wil Kinesche on the line with us?
Okay.
Okay? Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Let me get him on the line.
Hello, Dave.
Hey, hi, Will. I got Ramona Harris on the phone with us. Hold on a second. We'll conference you in.
Okay.
Hello, Ramona. This is Dave from Net4 Truth USA, and I have Wil Kinesche on the phone with me. How you doing, my friend?
I'm fine. How are you?
Okay. Say hello to Wil Kinesche. He was on the video I reposted the other day.
Hello, Will. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. And yourself, Ramona?
I'm fair.
Well, I understand.
Go ahead.
Say that again.
Glad to hear from you.
I understand that some of the foster care, CPS foster care videos I put out have struck a nerve, and which I was hoping it would to someone. And you have, evidently, you must have a story of some kind to tell us.
Yes. Forced drug addiction, maiming, child kidnapping, infanticide. I could tell a lot. Carried the name of a pedophile all of my life, Robert Lester Hodge, but my birth father is John Thomas McGrew, and he has since passed. But I'm married now to a domestic violent individual, and my children, half of them have been separated. I've spent all my money to try. I have grandchildren now that I can't see. So they're living a different legacy of somebody else. so they don't know our legacy that dates back to Ireland.
All right,
So,
Ramona, why don't you start from the beginning? Because we're gonna have a viral audience. I got a feeling this video is gonna strike nerves. So why don't you
right.
start from the beginning and lay it out for us what you've experienced with this Gestapo Nazi organization they call CPS. I call them Child Procurement Services.
Child Procurement Services. That's exactly right. And we have to say a prayer for the people, the children that were going to fall victim today during the football game. So that seems to be when they move the most children through whatever evil processes they want to do. But most of my life, I grew up between the first generation of shared parenthood between divorced parents. My parents were brought up in the 50s, I was brought up in the 60s, and there was no such thing as divorce really back then, or single parentage. And so through Nancy Pelosi's son, if you do the research, her son weaponized the child procurement system, which she runs California. Adam Schiff, future-proofs past, as they say. So I grew up between two parents, between Montana and Minnesota. And as I got older, I had children. In 1997, I suffered a brain injury in a car accident that left me in a coma. And I kind of saw all of this coming to fruition in that coma, and it was so frightening, it woke me up. But I still had a brain bleed when I left my husband and came to Texas. And in 1998 to 2001, they began the process of dragging me to court. That was my drug addiction for that many years. Based on risk, they drugged me at the hospital, took my child from the womb, put him in foster care. He can never be adopted because I fought a case and won, and it's Ramona Harris, the Texas Department of Protective and Regulatory Services, and I won for surrounding counties through the 3rd District Court of Appeals. But it didn't change the law of the land because they didn't take it any further, and I didn't have any money to go any further than that. So that child became the bridge to my other children that were adopted. And so those parents have a self-enrichment because I had to pay child support to the state. And my children are grown now, and now they have children. And my son has never seen domestic violence in his lifetime, but they put him in jail, and he just got out this last week from jail down by the border. So, my grandchildren are part Hispanic. So that also plays into the wall. And are they dreamers or are they legal citizens? I don't know, because they've kept me so far from that. And then yet my brother systematically killed my grandmother and took my father's estate that eventually killed him. And so the forgotten veteran that we are celebrating today, John Murphy, my father wasn't given that procession, even though he was known. He was burnt, and he should have been in the Columbia Falls Veterans Cemetery, but his third wife didn't choose that. So I got a 21 gun salute for my birthday around his ashes. So that's kind of the overview of my story. I guess I could go into depth more, but that's kind of an overview. And I still talk to my children, and but they can't replace that relationship that they took. And I have a 17-year-old, and his brother was the subject. They're biological. His brother was the subject of them taking him, and now there's somebody at my door with a phone. Goodness sakes alive, who is it? Oh, it's not for me. Okay, but that's kind of the gist of my story. But I have a 17-year-old son, and his brother is the one that's in foster care that can never be adopted, and he's 19 now. So,
and why is it that he can't be adopted? What kind of horse crap is that?
because I thought and paid for an attorney. I got an attorney. I ran to another state because to have this son that I have now. And so we severed the case because the 3 had been adopted, but they used risk. They took him from the hospital based on risk.
What risk? What risk they alleged?
They served me a paper. Well, they held me with 3 police officers in the nursery, and my husband was in the room. And they handed me a paper, no judge's order, just a CPS worker, and handed me a paper and said risk of neglect and abuse. And they held me with 3 police officers because I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, but on what basis? Didn't they say what basis this risk was alleged to have occurred?
Well, because my other children were in foster care, they tried to lump them all together, and we had to sever him. So I had to start at that point and move backwards. And because of time limits and money, you have 18 months to reunify or sever that relationship. So in that amount of time, the other children were being adopted. And so because I severed and fought for that child and my son that I have now, the court found for me, the jury found for me, and that's why we went to the appeals court, because the judge overturned the jury's decision. He said, child stays with the state. And so we had to appeal. I was in college when I won the appeal, and the foster mom was freaking out. And we said, we're going to give you a durable power of attorney because I would have had to still pay child support. So they were trying to hem me up with years of child support. And at the same time, they were trying to terminate me, which the child never came home. So his brother has never gotten to know his other brother. So how do you replace?
Let me understand. Let me understand if I got this correct. Your previous children were put into foster care, and after they were put into foster care, the court still came back and said you had to pay child support for these children, even though they were receiving funds from the foster care system. And then because of that, when your baby was born, they immediately took your baby and said that you were unfit to have that child. You went to court. The jury ruled in your favor, but the corrupt judge, who was probably on the take, overturned the conviction or overturned the ruling, and you had to go file. You had to go file to the appellate court, and then you ran out of money. Is that pretty much how it all sums up?
That's the long and short of it. And there is a case quoted in the 3rd District Court of Appeals, Ramona Harris v. the Texas Department of Protective and Regulatory Services. It's a dissenting opinion, but I won. And it went all the way down to their allegations of me being a drug addict to being drugged to court. And I lined the jury box with urine tests for 10 years. And I've never committed a crime in my life except minor traffic tickets. And still to this day, I'm going to stand in my truth and my brother is still, go ahead.
Where did they get the idea that you were on drugs?
Because I had a traumatic brain injury, and now there is medical proof. Fast forward through my cancer, when they did a body scan, they found the brain bleed that was neglected from my traumatic brain injury, and nobody knew how to help me. I have to meet with the Mary Lee Foundation this month because my children were taken because of my erratic behavior, because they didn't understand that I had a traumatic brain injury. And thank God for, and please forgive me, thank God for all those soldiers that have went and gotten names, because without them, there would not be a resource for me to know, because I have lived with this for so long, and nobody could understand what traumatic brain injuries do.
So you had the car accident, which gave you a brain injury, and they pumped you full of medical drugs. It was illegal drugs. And after they gave you the medical drugs for your brain injury from your car accident, they turned around and stepped in and said that you were a drug addict and took your children out of the house.
Yes, more or less, yes. Because they didn't understand. And they neglected my brain bleed because I was still having headaches. I went to Breckenridge Hospital in Austin, Texas, and my mother was still alive. She's dead now. They killed her because of not having Obamacare. They cut her open, sent her home, and in 24 hours she had a heart attack. And simultaneously, I was going through cancer treatment in Kalispell, Montana, and they are under federal indictment for kickbacks as of 2018. You can look that up too if you want. And so
that doesn't surprise me a bit, because I'm currently I was in the middle of finishing up my next video, where out in Arkansas you had where they were taking and they were funneling money through various organizations, through churches, and then from there they were taking that money and they were paying off not only they were paying off the state and
and they can write. Here's the thing.
And judges, not only were they paying them off through a lobbyist firm, they were also taking money and giving it directly to the caseworkers for their CPS, social services, child protective services, to take these children. Bonuses. That was their bonuses, to take these children and say, you're an unfit parent for whatever reason they can come up with, to keep these children into the system. Because a lot of states, just like in Arkansas, this Arkansas case, they get a federal grant. And if they don't have enough children in the system to justify that grant, they won't get the grant for the next year. So therefore, and I'm going to do another show on strictly on the state of Arizona, and what Arizona has done is they actually put a blacklist out, and they put people on a blacklist, said you're unfit parent. After they say that you're an unfit parent, then you can't, you don't even know what's happening until it's done happened. Then you can go appeal it. But while you're dubbed an unfit parent, they signed a bill into law in that state where social services doesn't even have to go to a judge to take a child away. And I think Texas has the same one. They will take this person that's just been put on this blacklist, and obviously, and a lot of states have these blacklists. You were on one. Okay, so I'm gonna use that as an example. And you didn't even know that you were on the blacklist, and they immediately went in and took your child away and didn't even have a court order from a judge to do so.
Right. They didn't prove jurisdiction, which is habeas corpus. In addition, Robin Cash and I just couldn't handle it anymore. And the thing that tipped my scale was when the foster parent wrote about a girl, a little African-American girl, that was fined for months. And they found her body in Florida beheaded. And that's when I had to start taking action. Robin and I had went on the public access channel here in Austin, Texas, and started with a county commissioner. The county commissioner lost, but I had put little fingers out, and we had started Parents Get United, and now Robin is fighting for her life in Colorado right now. And when I was in Helena, Montana, they are literally trafficking people through the judicial system, and there is a foundation growing and procuring cancer cells and tissue. And and they're also trafficking people through the jail system. They hit your car, they see if you have anybody important, they put you homeless, and then through their one homeless shelter in Helena, God's Love, they are putting you through. I was arrested and held for 3 days with a felony drug charge. And all I had was my medicine and a legal card and my driver's license on me, and I was on foot, but was arrested and held for 3 days and tormented for 3 days. And some of those women had been in there for 6 months waiting for their hearing to be heard. And so they're making money through the judicial jail system and trafficking those people.
Exactly. So while they have them in the facilities, they're able to pull them out and traffic them, which that's where they're making their big bucks. But
money, right.
But they're getting funded by the state, which is federal money coming in to actually have the person in that particular facility. Okay. And not only do they do that with adults, they also do it for children through the foster care group homes. So they do that. Yep. And the one thing that I was thinking about was you're probably out in Texas, what I found out in the states of Texas and New Mexico and Arizona, all those states out there, you're probably lucky that they ruled that you had to pay that child support. Because if you hadn't ruled to pay that child support, they had illegal.
I was paying my child support. I paid my child support on 9/11 when both buildings were bombed. Isn't that amazing?
The reason why I say you were probably lucky in that, even though it's money out of your pocket, you're still alive. Because what these social service, foster care, CPS system does is when they go in, they try to target women of poor means that can't pay.
Right.
And then once they take the child away and get the child in the system and start getting at $6,000 a month through the system, number one, then they start sex trafficking that child. And when the mother, the poor mother can't pay or tries to raise, they'll have MS-13 gang members go out and kill the mother.
You know what? When I was in Montana, I put all my stuff in a shipping container, and they said that my Mercedes was going to be the next thing to go. And the guy said he was an MS-13 member and forced me to drive up into Columbia Falls. At the same time, Trump was making a speech about a health care thing in 2016, and I'm sitting up in the canyon with this MS-13 member, and he's in the store, and he's talking about MS-13 as the health care coverage because they're bad hombres. This was in 2016. So, and in that same time, they took my gun and they surveilled me, and I have photos. And then they hacked my system and kept stealing my email addresses and locking down my SIM cards. And it was amazing. And that all happened in Montana. And I was like, well, you took all my treasures, so now I'm going to get the fuck out. So all my stuff is sitting in a shipping container, a 2-bedroom house full of stuff.
So you surprised me when you said you had a MS-13 gang member. I didn't know that when I had.
There is more than 3,000 living up in the woods in Montana. Yes, well, there is more than 3,000.
I didn't know that, and when I just threw that out there because that's usually what ends up happening is these poor mothers can't pay they're no good, no more use to them. So probably the only thing that saved your life, all right? So this
was me leaving. I left. I slammed everything in a shipping container and left.
But the one thing that probably saved your life was that ruling that they had that you were required to pay into the system for child support. If that ruling hadn't been in there, that MS-13 gang member probably would have taken you out. You wouldn't be here on this phone conversation talking to us today. That's probably the only thing. I've had a couple of
different encounters where they were very suspicious, and I have my eyes on all the time. I have my binoculars outside. I'm watching because I've returned to the state where they took my children because I just feel like I have to come back here. My children and my grandchildren could be at the border. I don't know about the grandparents of my oldest son's children, but they're of Hispanic descent. So I am really torn. So I just left everything there and came here. And my son was in jail. And I was like, that would be just great if they deport all of these people and then my grandchild is stuck at the border. And some of these people that are foster parents are of Hispanic descent. The woman who took my child was Leslie Ontiveros, Judge Sullivan. After this case was over, he fired her, and she could no longer, and her husband is a police officer in Hays County. And through the missionary church where I began when I first got here with the brain injury. So I believe the church had something to do with it.
Well, being the fact that you said that, a lot of this money that comes from the government into the states, and when this fraudulent activity is taking place, what it is the money's put into the Medicaid system. People don't associate that. From Medicaid, that's when it goes into the social services, the foster care for the adults, right, and trying to find jobs.
And the thing is, these are people that make 6 figures, and they get full Medicaid, they get full food stamps, while I'm sitting here starving on $15 a month with a terminal illness that I took all their drugs, and I'm still terminal. So I told all of my family, I said, I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. You can call me crazy if you want to, You can say this brain injury is affecting me, but if God giveth and God taketh away, he took away something from me to give me something else. And my voice will not, I can't be quiet anymore. Because when they're still allowing through welfare to work initiatives, through Hillary Clinton, it takes a village to steal our children and then give somebody else our children to dement and still keep their income and unlimited funds through the government. That's corruption, in my opinion.
That's a hell of a lot more than corruption. That's evil for evil's sake. I mean, a lot of people don't believe this stuff because it sounds so fantastic. But
Right.
when you talk to people like I do all day long, I'm on the phone. If I'm not doing a video, I'm talking to people like you, and I'm getting these stories, and I'm saying, well, either we have mass hysteria, or what they're telling me has a common denominator. And that common denominator is this organization called Child Procurement Services. That's what I call it. And that's what they've been doing. They're worse than the SS Nazis. They're worse than the people who stood trial at Nuremberg. These people have complete autonomy. They're protected by the system, that you can't sue them, you can't criminally charge them. They're a bunch of legal thugs. They're like the mafia who the FBI won't go after. I just don't, I cannot even today fathom this, and I've been doing this shit for 25 years.
They've weaponized our children because in maritime law, we are beached ships, and we are now in common law of the land, and constitutional law. And that's what Trump is trying to do. And I voted for Trump because I was going to vote for Jill Stein, but when I thought about the Electoral College, I voted for Trump because I voted for which of two evils. Trump doesn't come from money, but he made his money, and he's giving up his money to do this job. And so, hail Trump, because if we trace it back, it goes back to the Queen of England, that we have never, ever truly been patriotized from, if you do your research, and she's of German descent. They changed their name. So it traces back to the Queen of England. We've never, ever been free. And the Vatican. If we had to hide something most important, where would the best place be to hide it? Under the Vatican Church. So my brother was right, and that the church is the white mafia. And if we think that all of the Germans were killed, they were not. They did MK Ultra, Project Paperclip, Crossfire Hurricane, Oliver North, and Mr. Bush with the Iran-Contra affair, running drugs into the country through the military. And I listened to this growing up through my parents. And now my parents are gone, so I can't even go to that source anymore. And that makes me sad, because if anything was spoken from my father, it was always truth. No matter how ugly or hurtful, it was always truth. And so this is the year of 2020 vision. Perfect vision. They're going to pull the veil back, I hope, so we can see it all. So
wow, that's, and that goes hand in hand with that 3.5 hour video that I rebroadcast called JFK to 9/11, and that lays it out. If anybody hasn't seen that video, definitely watch that video. That is a real eye opener.
I've watched you for a couple years. I've watched Mark Taylor, Trey Smith, Field McConnell, and I've been watching for a long time. But they took my computer and all my access, so that's when I just shoved everything in a shipping container and just ran. And I've been running and in hiding when I can, and just trying to recuperate from all the trauma, because, I allowed them to maim me, I allowed them to groom me, I've allowed them to lie on me, and I can't be quiet anymore because it's coming out. And I'm so grateful that it's coming out.
Well, you and your entire family, because you've had children taken away, you're no longer, disassociated with your grandkids. There's a CPS human traffic agenda Okay, I'm going to mention a lady probably nobody's ever heard of before. Her name was Dr. Mary Jo Bain. Dr. Mary Jo Bain was Bill Clinton's Secretary of Administration for Children and Families in the Department of Health and Human Services, exactly what we're talking about. And this was her philosophy. In order to raise children in equality, we must take them away from their families and raise them communally.
Right.
So
well, my daughter I only have one daughter out of all my 5 children, and she was the one put into a, I think I had a dream one Christmas, and when I went to call about her welfare, she had been moved to a residential treatment center because my brother had told me that somebody touched her between the nose zone, between the knees and the elbows. And every time I would have a problem, I would call the ombudsman, who, matter of factly, now the ombudsman is the governor, Mr. Cornyn. And I went to see her in a facility, and they were drugging her. And so when she had her baby, she had 1 miscarriage, and this last baby she had body parts outside of her body. They had to put them back in and graft skin. But I told her that I said, you have to recognize that you might have children with birth defects because of these things that they've done to you. You have a lawsuit because you had no choice in it. That was their best interest. They said they had your best interest, and now this has happened. I said, so you have a case against them, but only you. I can't do it for you. And so we've had that conversation. So I said, if you have babies, you have to recognize that you might have to take care of a disabled baby the rest of their life.
See, here's another one that they do, and a lot of times people don't think about it. Once they procure a female and they put them into one of these foster care homes,
they're breeders.
And they start pumping them with drugs. They send them out and sex traffic them, but they don't give them any type of birth control. So when they start having children, number one, sometimes those children are born without birth certificates, and they sweep them away to these underground facilities or underground homes and raise that child up for nothing more than to serve as a sex slave to bring in their money. The other thing is, if a child's born with the birth defects, like that, with the potential, you had said potential with your granddaughter, these children are born with birth defects. That means that eventually people don't have the money to take care of a special needs child. So therefore they have to do what? They have to come to the system. And when they come to the system, the system can go and apply for more funds, but they don't give all those funds to the parent with the special needs child. They only give just enough to make it look good. And therefore they once again put money into the system and padded their pockets. So they create.
I worked in the healthcare field, and I took care of autistic adults that used to be housed in the 30s and 40s. And these are grown people. And those parents, they still see their adult children that are aging, but because they warehouse them, they learned bad behaviors. But still, they gave them a choice. You sign away the right to your child, and we'll give them treatment, but we can't give you both.
Right.
So it forces the parent to give their rights away.
Exactly. So the child will get the treatment that they have. And it was the reason why they have to have a treatment is because it's an issue that they created to start with. So once you sign that paper and you sign that child away, they're now wards of the state. And then once again, more money comes in because there's no chance or in the future for that child to be taken out of the system and put back in the home. It's now awarded, that child is now awarded the state, and they get even more money for that. And then when these children run away, now in some cases, if they're not sex trafficking them out of these facilities or out of the foster care homes, when these children run away, they still report them children being there. Now, there's one facility up in Pennsylvania gets $300 a day. So that's roughly, just to do easier math, that's roughly $10,000 a month. And I've seen some facilities where children had been run away for 3 years. Okay, 3 years. Well, That you're talking about well over $250,000 of money coming into that facility for the one child.
That's not there.
That's not there. Exactly. And then what they'll also do is, if they're not doing the actual sex trafficking, the guards and the staff and the employees, what they'll do is they'll set a pimp, put up a straw man pimp outside of the foster care facility, let the girl run away, and then let the pimp catch up with the girl, and then the pimp takes and turns her out and puts her out, and then he takes some of his money that he makes and gives it to the girl, gives it to them for allowing her to escape and run away and be in the system. And if you don't think that they don't make any money, or one girl can bring in $250,000 a year. If they're having sex 8 and 10 times a day at $200 a pop, you start doing the math, and that's the going rate is $200, and that's for a 14 or 15-year-old. You get down to the 10 and 12-year-olds, you're talking about $500 to $1,000, and if you get down to the 6, 7, and 8-year-olds, you're talking $3,000 to $5,000.
Right. Well, and it's also been said that Steven Spielberg killed that little girl that was in Poltergeist movie. It's been said, but because of anal hemorrhage. Anyway, so I don't know. It's just even the abortion thing. It goes even into the abortion. They make more money in trafficking and body tissue and parts than they do peddling any drugs.
That's right.
Well, they're bleeding our children.
They had Project Veritas catch them on tape a number of times about selling baby body parts and stuff like that. That's been going on like forever. And now you got the governor of Virginia, the guy who wants to kill babies after they're born. Why do you think everybody's standing up there cheering for this crap? Because that's their source of adrenaline. That's their the source for their satanic sacrifices that nobody wants to believe in because it's too terrible to even think about. Well, you know what? You know what, people? Everybody listening to this, just because it's too terrible to think about and you don't want to think about it, doesn't make it any less of a fact. That's the truth, pure and simple.
That plays into the infanticide.
Back into going back to the 1700s, you had a guy, and his name was Juan Ponce de Leon, and he's the one who discovered Florida and puts Florida on the maps for the Spanish, and he was looking for the fountain of youth. Well, the fountain of youth is this adrenochrome that is harvested from children after you torture them and get the adrenaline up, that it literally can turn back the clock on you 15 years. It can buy you 15 years of life on this adrenochrome. And look, I'm not going to get into weeds on this. I've seen the pictures years ago.
Yes.
Okay. And I started telling people 15 years ago about it, and they told me I was crazy. So when I started my Pizzagate series, and right now I'm into the foster care, what I'm having to do is establish the fact that there's actual sex trafficking going on through the foster care, and the majority of it's coming from the foster care system in the United States. I'm eventually going to work my way down to the satanic rituals. When I do the sex trafficking in your backyard, there were some preachers that were actually caught. Okay, preachers that were actually caught doing satanic rituals in the church with sex trafficked kids. That not only was it documented, they were convicted of it.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And you know what? I'll tell you what. Listen to this. I used to work on Wall Street, and one of my accounts was One Police Plaza. I have a friend that's been working there going on 38 years. He was one of the people who saw the so-called non-existent tape of Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton torturing a 6-year-old girl to death. I have it on first-hand information that tape exists. And the corroboration for that is, if you remember, about 1.5 years ago, the CIA chased this guy named Peter Doglish or something over to Nepal because he had a copy of the tape and he uploaded it to the dark web. And when Stoney Stone was here 2.5 years ago, we talk to the Anons on an encrypted line, and they say they have multiple copies of that video on USB drives ready to drop. And my question is, what the hell are you waiting for?
Well,
what the hell are you waiting for? They're gonna call it deep fakes, and Obama was in Germany last year talking to a conference talking about deep fakes, just pulled it out of his ass during the middle of this conference talking about deep fakes. Why do you think they're talking about deep fakes? Because they're trying to get ahead of this eventual, inevitable snuff tape drop. That's what they're trying to get ahead of it, but it's not going to work because you can tell if a video has been manipulated. There's experts with the machines and the tools and the software to determine right there on the spot whether the tape was faked or not. So your argument that it's a deep fake when you're sitting there tearing the face off a little girl and putting it on your own face and scaring her to death and drinking her blood ain't going to wash, pal.
Well, you see, the problem that we have is, and they're slowly bringing it out. So here's the first part. The first part was the Me Too movement, where they got Harvey Weinstein, and then they got Bill Cosby, and they got the state senator Al Franken, and they paraded them across news, getting people used to the fact that there's sexual misconduct taking place. So that they got everybody warmed up to that. Now this is Jeffrey Epstein. And they're bringing out Jeffrey Epstein, and they're getting people warmed up to the fact that there's a sex traffic. That's why I got started doing what I'm doing, because there's a lot of people out there that still have no idea and don't even want to believe that there's sex trafficking going on. Well, after I get done, I'm going to establish that there's sex trafficking going on, where it's coming from. So you can't say it doesn't take place, it doesn't happen. So once you get people warmed up to that, more sex trafficking issues and people are going to start coming out, and then that's when they're going to lower the bomb about the satanic rituals and about the adrenochrome and about the children being used for these satanic rituals, and the reason why all these hundreds of thousands and in some cases millions of kids throughout the world are disappearing, and you can't find them, you can't trace them down, because that's what they've been used for. That's where a lot of them, for the over 3,000 of them from Haiti after the earthquake in Haiti, got disappeared, and that's what they were used for. A lot of them found their demise over at Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita Island down there in Little St. James, and he has a crematorium on that island. Okay, now there are different versions of not incinerator. All right, there are different versions of incinerator. An incinerator that you use to burn normal trash, being the fact it's an island, you only need to have it to be 700 degrees. There was an expert that took a look at the drone footage from that incinerator on Jeffrey Epstein's island, and that is a 2,000 degree incinerator. That's the amount of heat that you have to cremate a human body, is 2,000 degrees.
If you look up the Standard Hotel and Adam Schiff, they have barrels of acid wash baths on top of the Standard Hotel in California. That's just another little piece of information.
Well, with Adam Schiff, what happened with him was, because that's right there in his district, I did a podcast on that. He woke up one morning with a dead hooker in his bed, and that's where they got him. And they also paid him $7 million. So now he's their little bitch, number one.
Along with that, the camping, Hunter camping, he was seen on Twitter with that camping guy, and through that Big Brothers and Big Sisters program.
Correct.
And my go ahead.
Also at the Standard Hotel, underneath the Standard Hotel is a tram or a subway that runs. And from the Standard Hotel, they had dumped chemicals into the sewer system, which fumigated that system, and they had to pull people out and do biohazard and everything else out there. And the Standard Hotel said they were just draining their swimming pool, and it was just too much chlorine. Well, I can tell you that if you got a swimming pool where you're draining chlorine out and you got it where somebody can get in and swim, it's not going to hurt you as far as stagnating the air and having to breathe. And what they were doing was they were dumping those vats of acid that they had, where they had been dropping people in them or children, that they were trafficking the back of the Standard Hotel, and they had dumped it down into the sewer system. And the reason why you had a helicopter crash several years ago, whereas the general manager of the Standard Hotel was getting cold feet, the child sex trafficking that was going on in the hotel, and they had to get her out of the picture, and they crashed her helicopter for it. So old Shifty Shift is right behind all that. I call him Short Hair Shifty because they got the piece of shit by the short hairs, and his asshole's puckered. His asshole's puckering because they have taken and they've served 3 warrants and raided 3 houses out there. Number one, they went in and they closed down the port of LA where they found over $1 million worth of illegal drugs. And they also shut down, they were stealing cars and putting cars in containers and shipping them over to China. And they locked that down. On top of when the military special forces went in and they raided it was the house of, I forget the name, it was a house of something. They've since tore it down and they pulled a box out. That box had biological weapons in it.
Right. Yep. And that's the coronavirus, the Wuhan virus. And they're blaming it on bat soup, and that's bull. It's not bat soup. I went and got myself some masks the other day. They're saying that all the masks are sold out too. So if anybody can makeshift, you can look it up on YouTube. You can makeshift your own gas mask if you want to, with activated charcoal and cosmetic pads and a soda can and a 2-liter bottle. And it will be a spit guard too.
You had mentioned the Standard Hotel, and it all ties. I was going to tie all this in later, but I'll mention it now. There's 4 Standard Hotels. That is not just the one in California.
And they're all owned by the same person.
Well, now they all own, but if you go into the Standard Hotel and you give them a certain account number, all you got to do is give them that account number.
Backstage access.
And to this day, nobody knows who that account number goes to, and there are 2 or 3 suites that are reserved for anybody that comes in and gives that account number. And when they get these children out of the foster care group homes, or they allow them to run away from the foster care homes, some of these children have actually ended up in the Standard Hotel performing sex acts for people of the elite in the Standard Hotels. And the Standard Hotel is just one. There's a lot more of them out there, but that's one that's been put out and profiled because of Short Hair Shifty out in California.
Well, he's not called Shifty Shit for nothing.
Yeah, and another thing, Will, that if you remember when they had that thing down in Haiti where Laura Silsby was caught, tried, and convicted by the Haitian court of trying to take 33 children out of Haiti that were not orphans and were not separated from their parents. Who went down to try to, to bail her out? The Clintons. And then she gets back to the States, she gets married and changes her name, and now who is she working for? She's working for the company that does Amber Alerts. And I don't know about you or anybody else listening to this, but I haven't had an Amber Alert on my phone for over a year. And I can't believe that there's nobody around here that I should be, looking for that's missing, with 800,000 children missing in the United States. Those two things just don't jive. They just don't make sense. And you have to put 2 and 2 together, and the only way this shit makes sense is that all of these people are involved, and all of this protective services crap is just a bunch of smoke that they're blowing up the people's asses. And everybody's listening to the mainstream media is falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. But it ain't working no more because we took them over. We destroyed the credibility of the mainstream media, and they're doing it to themselves now. They have no choice.
It's not possible. In the state of Texas, 62% of the children are in foster care. It is not possible that there are 62% of bad parents out there. I can't believe that.
It all depends on what you classify as a bad parent. Today, you're a bad parent if you tap your kid on the ass for stealing cookies out of the cookie jar. They can make things out of anything. And I tell you what else they do. They'll go back to I don't remember where I saw this from. It was one of the documentary programs. It was either 60 Minutes or one of those programs. They had a girl they put undercover, a little girl. She was about 8 or 9. They took her to a doctor's office, and they told the doctor that she may have been abused. And the doctor, all he did was, this is on tape, so there was no doubt about what happened. Took a Q-tip out of a glass of water and rubbed out her belly button with it. And then they took that little girl to a social worker. And by the time that social worker finished asking her the questions, kept answering the same question over and over. And then the girl said, "You know what? The hell with it. I'm going to tell her what she wants to hear." If what that little girl said ever went into a courtroom, that guy would have been in jail for the rest of his life.
Yep.
And that's what they do. They brainwash kids. They give them this Ritalin drug, which makes them, susceptible to suggestion. And they keep on asking the same question, keep on making these allegations and suggestions. And then the kid fills it in with his or her own imagination. And what you got after that is you got a case of a kid who really believes this should happen.
If you're told something, a lie, over and over and over again, through mind control, you will eventually believe the lie.
I mean, I have experience in this. I was a scoutmaster for 5 years. I had 2 assistant scoutmasters. We used to take 20 or 30 kids up in the Adirondacks camping. And I had a little box. It was like an electrical outlet with an outlet on it and a 9-volt battery inside. And I used to strap it to a tree with some Velcro and had 2 wires with pins on the end that I would stick into the bark of a tree, plug my electric shaver in, and shave. And then at night I put a little modified night light with a grain of wheat light. We didn't have LEDs back then. A little grain of wheat light that would run on 9 volts, and I put it in there. And the kids used to think that because the tree was black on top, it got hit by lightning and therefore it was electrified, and I could pull electricity out of it by simply plugging the fucking wires into the tree. And these are 12-year-old, 13, 14-year-old kids that, you would think have just a little bit of critical thinking skills. But we had more than 3/4 of them brainwashed and thinking that, this tree was producing the electricity.
When it comes down to social services and child protective services and the foster care caseworkers, they are not qualified to investigate crimes. Okay, when a child comes in and says, "I've been sexually assaulted or physically abused," they are not qualified to investigate that. And their ultimate goal is not to investigate the crime to get to the truth, as you said, to keep repeating the lie until it becomes a truth so they can get that child out of the system. Because I'm ex-law enforcement. It took me several years to be a good law enforcement officer as far as doing interviews and interrogations, to know the questions to ask, to know whether or not somebody's telling you the truth or somebody's lying to you. And that goes along with the experience. And I got a couple thousand hours of law enforcement training in my repertoire. So one of my shows that I just put out, a social service, the last one I put out, actual social service, ex-social service caseworker was sitting in Congress stating, "We're not trained for this." Number one, we are not trained for this. And getting back to, you had mentioned, I hadn't had a chance to say, get back to Laura Silsby. Laura Silsby, when she was going through the courts down in Haiti, she had to go get a second lawyer. So her first lawyer, his name was Jorge Puello. And he was arrested. He was arrested and eventually put in jail for 3 years. No, I'm sorry. He was arrested and convicted of sex trafficking children, okay, through, I'm going to read this. He was arrested for involvement in human sex trafficking of minors and women led by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and Homeland Security investigations in connection with the ring. He was wanted in the United States, El Salvador, and Costa Rica for his involvement with network sex trafficking in Central America and Haiti. His wife was currently serving 3 years prison sentence in El Salvador for the same thing. So,
wow.
With that being, so with that being said, you take Laura Silsby and you put her over where you have the folks that put out the Amber Alerts. Well, just because they get the alert doesn't mean that they have to put the Amber Alert out, and it lets them know that there's a child missing, and they got their own. I'm just going to tell you, okay, They got their own people out there looking for the child, but when they find the child, they don't report the child as being found, if you know what I'm getting to.
Right.
Okay.
That's true.
So,
the CPS workers also use cops for intimidation purposes, because while they were drugging me and stealing my child less than 24 hours out of the hospital, I was held by 3 police officers, and I even asked to call my room because my husband then was in the room waiting for me to come back from the nursery. They were reaching for the baby saying, oh, we need to do a hearing test. And that baby was, when I went to the nursery, was sitting in the corner away from everybody else waiting for the CPS worker to come. And that same CPS worker that handed me the paper that took my son also took my other children with her husband cop at the door of my home.
When these CPS social service people go to take a child out of a household, I'm not saying for all of them. There's some good ones out there, a lot of good ones out there. There's also a lot of corrupt ones. They get kickbacks for that because that's $6,000 going into the system, and some of that money goes into their pocket. Now, I know of a situation. I know of several situations that I've come across because I'd be looking for one thing and I'd stumble across. I got over 250 reference sources right now of what I started out with 3 pages. I got 40 pages of stuff that I found on all this child protective services in the foster care system. And what I was telling Dave the other day, one of 2 things happens. If you have a child in the in a house and they're pimping that child out, which happens on a regular basis, to keep everything looking good as far as the system's concerned, the pimp, he's making $250,000 with one child a year. Okay.
That's crazy.
He can get, the average social service caseworker has about 30 cases. If they got 5 kids out there that's being pimped out, if they're one of the corrupt ones,
that's a lot of money.
And they're one of the corrupt ones, and this pimp is giving them $20,000 a kid, they're making $100,000 tax-free money, and that's twice as much and then some of what they're paying taxes on through their paycheck. So you think they care? No, because it enhances their lifestyle. Police officers, same thing. When I do in your backyard, I got a whole ton of police officers, deputy sheriffs, police chiefs that were actually sex trafficking children while they were on the job. So you can't tell me it doesn't go in, not only from foster care, but it also goes into the law enforcement. And a lot of these people were being facilitated by the lawmakers of that area, whether it be, let's say, a small town where you got the mayor and the folks on the town council, all the way down to the new guy that just came on the force, been there 3 or 4 months. They're all on the take as far as sex trafficking these kids. And one of the best places they get them is getting the foster care people, the social service CPS caseworkers, to pull these kids out of the houses and stick them into a foster care household where they already have it set up, where they know they're going to sex traffic that kid as soon as it gets in that house.
When I first became homeless, I called the city council of Flathead County in Kalispell, Montana. And their statistics was they had 22,000 livable homes with a population, due to the census of 2015, of 42,000 people. So 22,000 livable homes to 42,000 people. And when I called the city council to ask them if they were going to table the fact that there's lack of housing for people and the growing homeless population, they said no. And still to this day, they're trying to make homes, but that's where MS-13 members were staying in the woods, because as Montana residents were trying to go camping for the summer, there was no place for them to camp because all the MS-13 members were camped out in all the camping spots. There's no camping spots because they're living up in the woods, waiting and migrating to Canada. And if you look at the DUMS list on the Department of Defense, you can see that Montana, John Tester, the senator for Montana, and Steve Daines, and I've contacted both of those. That's the honeypot. And underground is where their genetics underground facility is.
Well,
so if you look at the Department of Defense map, it shows, and it's Trump, when he came to Montana, he went to Missoula and he went to Billings. He did not go to the state capital of Helena because that's where the honeypot is. And that's where they're trafficking through the law enforcement. I have pictures where law enforcement was stalking me because I went and bought a police interceptor car to get out of there to make sure, because I know they're maintained on a quarterly basis. So I said, I'll just get me an interceptor that's like a Mad Max car and get out of here. Because they took my car, they took my guns, they took everything, they took my treasures. It's a treasure state. They took my treasures and told me to get out, more or less.
Huh. Well, you had mentioned about, you know, as I had just mentioned about the local police and so forth. I watched this documentary about 10 or 12 years ago, and I haven't been able to find it since. I don't know if it's just been archived or they actually scrubbed it off the internet, but it was a documentary of this detective in a small town up in Oregon. And this detective went out and investigated a child sex molestation case that a girl was in a foster care home. All right. So he takes her out of the home, and he felt so sorry for her. He actually filed the paperwork and became a foster care facility and let the girl live with him. Well, as he goes through his investigation, to make a long story short, this is what he found out. He found out that the mayor, a couple of boards on the city council, several preachers in the area of the churches, police, and several other police officers and prominent business people were all involved in sex trafficking children out of the foster care system in the area, and they saw fit to fire this guy. Well, you wind the clock up 12, 15 years later, and I'm looking at these arrests that they've been making all over the country that nobody talks about. I mean, there's thousands of people have been arrested, and thousands of children have been rescued on these FBI raids. And one of them caught my eye. It was a small town up in Oregon where they had arrested 20-some people in a small town, including the mayor and city councilmen and law enforcement people, sex trafficking children out of the foster care homes throughout the area. And guess what? It was that same town that this investigator had broke the lid on 12, 15 years ago, and they fired him for it.
Wow. Well, I have a friend that stays up in Colorado now, and she was the one that helped help get the Parents Get United and Public Access channel through Austin, Texas, about the children, because her children were taken too while she was in jail, and she asked a pastor to watch her children. And she still doesn't have them, and she's terribly sick, just as I am. But she gets so upset about it that she can't even talk about it anymore. So, and God bless her soul. So, but at the same time, they're also making us homeless, because I guess we don't have the right to have homes either. Because after my dad died, it was like I felt like my guardian protector was gone. And after that, they threw me into the street and refused to give me housing. And I was on the HUD list and they worked harder to get me off the list than to help me.
Yeah, you see, because you were no longer good to them due to the fact that they had gotten your kids. Once they got your kids, you were no longer an asset to them. You were a liability, and they cut you loose. That's
right.
The way they
well,
work.
not only that, but then when I went to Montana, they maimed my body. They took my ability to have children away through the cancer treatment. So if somebody is sitting in the hospital and needs a kidney, and I have one and I'm a match, I can't give it to them because they've radiated my body.
Right.
I can't give it to them. So I am no longer a use. So I'm on the blacklist still. And if it comes to a FEMA camp, I will be the first one. And I'm technically a ward of the state because my mother and father are both dead now. And the pedophile still lives, that I carried his name. Since the time I was a little girl, I was conditioned. From the time before I went to school, I was assaulted. And my sister, to this day, is paying my rent for me to hide because I saved her. Because it was always get in the shower time. And because I dunked her under the water, washed her really fast and got her out, I saved her from that. And so she feels a duty to help. And that's how she can help. And so that's why I can't be quiet anymore. She said, Mona, you can't stay in your car anymore. You're sick. So she's helping behind the scenes. And God bless her, because if not, I would have been in Montana, frozen my car. And I told them, you can peel my dead, frozen body out of this car because you're refusing me access, and that's abuse against a disabled and elder person. Shame on you. I will pray for our role models.
Well, God bless you, Ramona, because they say, the born-again Christians have a saying, you can't have a testimony without the test. And hopefully this testimony goes viral and somebody will pay attention, and what you went through would not have been in vain.
Well, hurt people hurt people. So that means that we need to pray for our role models, because obviously they've been hurt at some point in their process. But they shouldn't have to carry on that hurt. We should be better.
And Dave said he's had 3 people call him with stories. You were one of them. I know there are thousands of stories out, hundreds of thousands of stories out there. I know there are hundreds of people that are listening.
Somebody has to step up.
To my show or Dave's show that has a story, and I urge those people to give Dave a call and come forth, and we will bring. I have no problem taking my time here, with Dave, with you, Ramona, and listening to your story and giving my 2 cents worth of what I'm not an expert on the subject, but I know a whole lot more about it now than I did 3 weeks ago when I started researching all this. And I just hope and pray that other people will come forth and bring their story. And because
I think that they're afraid, because when you don't know the size of your enemy, silence is your best friend.
Look, let me tell you, they've tried to shut me up and shut me down. They've tried to foreclose on my house. Okay, the Andrew McCabe, the ex assistant FBI director, I was harping on his wife for taking money from the Clintons for running for Senate out here. Next thing I know, I get a foreclosure notice on my house, said that I hadn't paid my mortgage in 7 years from the McCabe law firm, which was his wife's law firm. Then to turn around and I got that out of the way. I got that out of the way. Then they turned around and sent another one from Deutsche Bank. Well, I put the word out on Deutsche Bank about them laundering over $2 billion and getting fined for it of drug money from the Mexican cartel.
They've stolen from the IMF, and they were caught. That's why we haven't had that's why we haven't had the IMF yet, because they've been caught and they're trying to figure it out. And so we're waiting for that reset. Everybody is. I'm
going to post it on one of my shows. I was able to catch it the other night. I was able to catch it last night, because sometimes it doesn't show up. It's a hidden network. I have a CIA safe house within internet connection distance of my house.
Right.
And I also went out on the internet just to check my profile, because you can go out there and you can check people's background checks and so forth. And I found out something that I didn't even know. I'm on the no-fly list of the United States. I can't fly out of the United States without getting permission. Yeah, I didn't know.
Well, my great-great-grandmother came from Ireland, and they came from Scotland because of the religious wars between Catholic and Protestant. So they ran to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland, then they had the plight, which was a mold, which was the potato famine. We came over on coffin ships, half dead. And still to this day, that after 200 years of treaties because we do have some Indian in our blood. And after 200 years of treaties, there's only one, and it specifically excludes the Irish race. And if I came from Ireland and I have a coat of arms under the name of McGrew, then I must be somebody. So tell it, or let me find it.
Yeah, I'm related to Pope Pius the third, I think. Pope Pius the third or something. Somebody sent me a genealogy thing and says, I don't know whether that's good or bad.
My dad was very Nazi as far as our lineage. And I saw that book when I was 16 in high school. And somebody has it. It's probably one of my ugly stepsisters, because I have 5 of them. And I saw that book because I had a history lesson that had to deal with lineage. And we were studying presidents. And I saw that book. And since my dad's death, I cannot find it. And I've asked everybody.
My aunt in Italy, before she passed away, sent me a genealogy chart that traces all of my ancestors back to 1501 to some guy named Rocco that came out of Stenico in Italy.
And if I trace mine back, it's to Scotland, and that's part of the Commonwealth. So the Queen of England was technically from German, and they renamed themselves Windsor after the castle. But their name wasn't originally Windsor. There is a documentary out about it if you go back to the Nazi Nuremberg trials. Because I've studied that.
They're all a bunch of Nazis, and they got all their minions all involved in all the governments here, and they've been doing this for at least 100 years, since at least the Federal Reserve took over, and definitely since John F. Kennedy was shot, because we know the mainstream media was involved, or was in their pocket back then, and back then there was only like 6 companies that ran 90% of the media in this country. And when you control what people think, you can control how they act, how they react, and what they believe in. I mean, you know, these people are on the TV, on CNN every day, constantly bashing Trump. Why? Because Trump is an outsider. Trump is not a member of their club. I believe that the military recruited him to run for president, and God bless him for what he did. I am just in awe of what this man has given up to try to save this country, because he's a billionaire. He could have said, you know what, I'll fucking go with the one. I'm gonna go buy an island somewhere down in the Bahamas and live out my retirement, and then, you know, whatever you guys want to do, you just go ahead and do it. But, you know, he put himself and his family in the crosshairs to do what he's doing, and a lot of people says, well, he's not what you think he is. Really? I mean, who do you think he is? Who in your fantasy libtardosis infected world do you think he is? I think he's somebody who's going to take this whole cabal down, and God bless him for that. God bless my president. God bless him.
Well,
if you study Trump and Hillary Clinton, because I've watched both of their lives, Trump went to a military school, so Trump knows. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, watched Martin Luther King be assassinated and got involved with Bill Clinton. And it's also said that she is Hilarion at Hell's Gate and Aleister Crowley and the 1,000 Points of Light with George W. Bush. And so it's said that they're all related.
I got my own version of the 1,000 Points of Light. You want to hear my version? My version of the 1,000 Points of Light are tracer rounds coming at them.
Well, that's a good theory. But it said that Hilarion is Hillary. And at the gates of hell, this was just on Behind the Headlines with Linda Paris and I forget what the other guy's name is. But they talked about, and it fits in the timeline of JFK and the gold cube, and L. Ron Hubbard was there, and Aleister Crowley, and they opened some gate, and it's sex magic, and Hillary Clinton was formed, and it was called Hilarion. And eventually the guy that was there with him blew himself up trying to create that boom, and L. Ron Hubbard was there. But Hillary was supposed to have been the product of that open gate of Hell's Gate, and you have to close the gate, and they never closed it. So we have invisible so-called entities that are here amongst us.
Yep.
So,
and let me tell you something. You mentioned L. Ron Hubbard. He wrote a bestseller back in the 60s and 70s called Dianetics, and that's the science that actually works to help people to overcome their mental situations. And then you got the branch of Dianetics that they turned into a religion because L. Ron Hubbard mathematically proved the existence of a human soul back in the 50s. And they formed a thing called Scientology. And Scientology is anti-psychiatry. Scientology is another valid science, but the Hollywood crowd had given it a bad name. They formed their own little cult within the Church of Scientology. And I forget what it's called. It's called the something club or something, and they gave it a bad name. So L. Ron Hubbard, what he tried to do during his life is study all the religions and trying to gain a knowledge of what the common denominator was for all of these different beliefs. And he did massive. I mean, this guy wrote so many books on a freaking typewriter that I couldn't write on a computer with speech to text. I mean, amazing. But anyway, the obverse of Dianetics is called Black Dianetics, which is is the technology they use, pain drug hypnosis, otherwise known as MK Ultra.
Yes, exactly, and Project Paperclip.
Yep.
Well, getting back, and by mentioning MK Ultra and Project Paperclip, the CIA was snatching up kids, putting them in that program, and
the CIA has taken all of our heat signature and night vision goggles. They have bought them all out. We can't even find them to be able to see in the dark.
Well, what they did was after they put these children through the MK Ultra experiment, they were able to give them their code word or their code phrase to turn them over to their alternate personality, just so they could sex traffic. Now, I had on my very first Pizzagate podcast I put out, there was a guy on there. His name was Robert Steele, Robert David Steele. And he's an ex-CIA agent. He had been to 66 countries. He trained over 8,000 law enforcement people in 66 countries. He also was the co-founder of the Marine Intelligence Service. And he says that the CIA offices throughout the world are mainly there to sex traffic children. And the 1,000 military bases that we have throughout the world, all they're used for, their lily pads for running gold, guns, drugs, money, and young children. Now, if you think about it, you go to Jeffrey Epstein, the tail number on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane comes back to a classified military jet. That means that when that airplane landed in any military base throughout the world,
no customs. They can't.
There was no customs. Yep. And he walked. Whoever was on that plane, either coming on or getting off or getting on, didn't have to go through any kind of customs or nothing. And Jeffrey Epstein, with the help of the CIA and the Mossad and the U.S. military, some of the swamp rats and the deep staters in the military are the ones who gave him that tail number so he could go around the world and transport these young girls for sex trafficking. So Trump, you mentioned Trump. Trump has put his daughter Ivanka. The reason why the news media went after Ivanka on several occasions is because if you go back and if you look, and when they started harping on Ivanka Trump trying to trash her, it was right after a big sex ring had been taken down somewhere in the United States, because that's what she's been doing for the last 3 years. She's behind the scenes, and she's been the one that's been facilitating and having the federal agents set up these sting operations and arrest these sex ring traffickers and rescuing all these tens of thousands of children. And I'll just give you some statistics. When it came down to Obama becoming the president, that's when it was put throughout the world that the United States was the number one place to sex traffic kids. He only in 8 years had around 900 sex trafficking arrests. Trump in 3 months had over 10,000. But you don't hear that in the mainstream news media.
You can search it out. You can search it out, and Adam Schiff has 3 sealed cases against aggravated rape against a minor. Adam Schiff, California.
Well,
maybe that explains why his eyes look like a freaking Volkswagen.
He's on that adrenochrome.
2 things about that. Number one, after Obama came into office, the United States was rated, the statistics came out, as the number one country for sex trafficking in the world. California was the number one state, and guess where the number one area was? Right there in Los Angeles County, in Los Angeles city of Los Angeles, right in the middle of Adam Schiff's district. That is the number one hotspot bed of sex trafficking throughout the entire world, was there in Adam Schiff's domain.
District. Right. Well, God help us all. I hope and pray. Trump didn't come for money, but I watched him raise his daughter. And I'm a little older than his daughter, but still, God bless him for putting off his life and their lives to help us.
And God bless Ivanka, because Ivanka is doing yeoman's work on this. I mean, she's not out there with guns or anything, but I'm the type of person, as if you're trying to traffic my kid, or you come here and try to take my nephew out of my house, you're going to leave in a body bag. Sorry, but that's the way it works.
Well,
Ivanka Trump is breaking the glass ceiling.
On my series here of the Pizzagate, and once again, as I research more, I find more. That's why have done so many on the foster care system. But as I move down and I hit Hollywood, and I hit I'll hit Hollywood and Nickelodeon and Disney, all the pedophiles that are in those 3 arenas that have been arrested, okay, and documentaries have been put out on them. And once I get down to the very end and it started out, I thought it was going to be 3. Now it looks like it's going to be close to 30 with all the information that I have to get it, in a 15 or 20 minute at a whack. I'm going to do a very full-fledged show on the executive orders that Trump has put out as far as violations against human and sex trafficking. And basically, if you get found guilty of that, you forfeit all your assets, period.
Assets, property, anything.
Assets, money, whatever you got, whatever is yours, you forfeit it. And the reason why...
This is going to be the biggest...
Well, the reason why, number one, you have all these, it's thousands of them. It's well over 10 or 12,000 executives that are either resigning or getting fired from these corporations, because these executives, somewhere along the line, there's a skeleton in their closet. Most of them, they have them on tape having sex with one of these young traffic girls, and 60-some% of them obviously come from the foster care system. And then these executives are the ones that are laundering their money. Well, one of the biggest places that they get the money from, other than the sex trafficking, is when they send all these billions of dollars of aid to all these various countries, and then they have their straw men set up. It's the reason why they're letting this thing with Ukraine run as much as they're letting it run. showing where the United States gave money to the Ukrainian government, who gave it to a corrupt company, who gave it to one of our politicians.
Yeah,
kids,
that was the quote. That was the quote. That was the quote of the part of the quid part. That was part of the quote that they're not talking about with Joe Biden and his son. See,
right.
he was on the board. He was on the board of a gas company, the same way that they will launder money through these art galleries. You know, they charge $40,000 for an 8x10 picture of the 125th copy of a Picasso that looked like a monkey painted it. You ain't buying a painting, pal.
No.
And the book deals.
So,
yeah, and the book deals. Yeah, and the book deals.
You got the book deals. So you see, Trump is cutting their sources of
funding.
income off
right.
on that end first, because as long as they have that money coming in, when it comes down to nailing their asses for all the shit that they've done, they don't have any money coming in, because he's cut all their money. He's cutting their money off out of the foreign countries, and he's cutting off the sex trafficking here in the United States. And that's the majority of where Nancy Pelosi, she's worth $150 million. She'd have to be getting paid $172,000 a year in Congress. She'd have to be in Congress for 400, and I think I ran the numbers like 469 years to be serving Congress to make that much money before taxes. So that's where the money's coming from. So he's cutting the money off out from the offshore, what I call the offshore money that they got coming in, which is literally our tax money being shuffled around in their worked around in their bank accounts, and he's cutting them off here in the United States. The majority of their money in the United States is coming from either, as I'm saying in Arkansas, where they're taking the illegal funds, illegally taking the funds through the Medicare system. He's cutting that off, and then he's cutting off the child sex trafficking, and then they have no money sources of income coming in. Then once he gets that cut off, gets the money cut off, that's when he's going to take. I was just talking to Dave earlier today. It was 120, but now it's 145,000 indictments sitting in the federal courts. And when they start unsealing those things, number one, they ain't gonna have a leg to stand on. Number two, when the real truth comes out of all the stuff they've been doing, people keep saying it's going to get to the point where they're not going to be able to walk down the street. Well, it's kind of getting to that point now, because you had Nancy Pelosi was out in California, and the Dreamers were hammered. A couple weeks before that, you had Maxine Waters, and they were hammering her at her little, and then you had the short hair Shifty, and they were hammering him. So you see, just on the political end of the political bullshit that they're pulling with all this Trump impeachment, is pissing people off. And you wait until they start getting tied into the sex trafficking, and then when they get tied into the sex trafficking, and it goes a step further into the satanic rituals using these children that they're sex trafficked, because a child only lasts 7 years on the high end. After that, they're used up. So if it's an older child that's been used up, that's when they put them through the sex trafficking. That is overall. The average child only lasts 2 years. After 2 years, they're wore out, and they use them and they get rid of them through these. That's why they're all disappearing, and that's why you don't see them, because you got Laura Silsby sitting up there just deciding who's going to get put out on the Amber Alert and who's not. And pretty much before they put the quote unquote Amber Alert out, they send their network out to go find them. No, we don't need to send that out anymore. So that's what's happening, and that's what's coming down. And when I get to the end of this Pizzagate series, I'm going to get into depth on all of that and these 2 executive orders that Trump has put in, that he's going to use those laws to take all their money, all their property, before he puts their asses in jail. And he also put an executive order in and changed how the military tribunals are handled.
Exactly.
And you got military tribunals going on right now down in South Carolina. You got them going on down in Gitmo, and you got them going on Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and you got them going on over in Fort Leavenworth. There's in 3 places they got these military tribunals, and on these 140, just so you can get the grasp of what it means to have 145,000 sealed indictments in the federal court system, you got, counting D.C., you got 12 circuits. Out of those 12 circuits, they're broken down into 94 districts. In the 94 districts, on a busy year, on the average, 800 to 1,000 sealed indictments is an extremely busy year. So when I first start following these indictments, and I saw the one report, it was 50 some or 60,000 indictments. I about fell out. Being I'm ex-law enforcement, I said, you got to be shitting me. 60,000 sealed indictments, holy Jesus. Well, now it's up to 145,000. So when the shit hits the fan, I'm going to tell you now, but the bottom line is when it hits the fan, when it comes out, when Trump lowers the boom, these people are already going to be way beyond screwed because of the information. People are going to be going, hey, there'll be people standing in line wanting to put the noose around their necks. Okay, so
there was a statement that was called Castle Clean, and in a chess game, that's where you protect your king. And granted, he's not a king, but he's got to be a chess master, because chess and the military, if you look that up, Castle Clean is very important.
Well, both Trump and his son Barron are both chess masters.
Exactly.
And don't underestimate Barron. He's, what, 12, 13 now? I've worked with a lot of kids in my day. I ran a troop of 150 kids at one point, and I can tell you, I can look in a kid's eyes and I can tell what's there or not. That kid has got something. I mean, they say he's autistic. Bullshit. This kid is a freaking genius. He's Mensa material. Trust me on this one. Trust me on this one. I wouldn't be surprised if Barron Trump is Q.
If he is autistic, it's because of their vaccinations, forced vaccinations. But that opens a whole nother realm. But in the end, what I want to know is, where did they send those 2 pallets of money? What country, and how many hot dogs does Obama need to order? And hot dogs in a pedophile realm is for little boys.
Well, the story behind that, the real story, the underlying story behind that is that Obama was involved in that terrorism crap a long time ago, and the Iraqis got him, Iranians got him on tape, and they said, well, now if you don't send us this $1.5 billion, we're going to release this tape. And he had no choice at that point but to put that money on that C-130 and airlift it to Iran to pay off the mullahs. That's the story I heard.
Hard at work.
And Benghazi, check this out.
There
was a story here in one of the local papers. It was written by a ex-military guy. I'll leave a link in the description. That the real story behind Benghazi is Ambassador was a go-between between Hillary and the Taliban, and they were sending surface-to-air missiles, Stinger missiles, to the Taliban on the down low. And one of these camel jockeys fired that missile at a helicopter and forgot to arm the missile. So the missile did hit the helicopter and brought it down, but it didn't explode. And when they went in to get the helicopter out to retrieve what was left of it, they found the missile and the serial number, which went back to the CIA and a weapons cache that was supposed to have been in Lebanon. And that's why she had to cover that shit up and had all those people killed in that thing and blame it on a YouTube video, which was total bullshit, because she had to get rid of the ambassadors and his staff. But guess what? The SEAL teams were told to stand down. They were going to go in there and rescue them as the embassy was being surrounded. But one of the SEAL teams said, the hell with this, we're going in. They got there a little bit too late to save the people that were in there. But guess what they got? They got the server. They got the
Nice.
Benghazi server with the 600 emails requesting help and increased security that the Hildebeest just slept through on purpose.
Well, there's a second part to that. There's a second part to that story too. In Judicial Watch, Tom Fenton on Judicial Watch does an awesome job on exposing this, where they also used Libya as the staging ground to put the military weapons so they could forward them up to Syria. And Tom Fenton, through Judicial Watch, filed a FOIA, which is a Freedom of Information Act, and got the actual defense documents and read off the defense documents of the actual ships that they put the weapons on, the type of weapons and how many, what ports these ships landed in to fund, quote unquote, the rebels, which ended up being ISIS. So Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are the ones who facilitated ISIS up in Syria. And the reason why they created that, and this goes to my other podcast, the 16-year plan for Obama and Clinton to destroy America, they had to create a scare in the world so Obama could go in and try to get these laws passed where he took over all control of the natural resources of the United States. And when I say natural resources and all resources, over the water, the food, the distribution, the electrical grids,
minerals,
the whole ball of wax. Then he put in a executive order called prolonged detention, because we have these terrorists and we need to be able to arrest these people before they commit a crime. And not only should we be able to arrest people on United States soil before they commit a crime, but we can hold them for indefinite. Therefore, that's when they were building the 136 internment camps throughout the country, and they were trying to keep quiet because they were going to go around and start snatching people up and throwing them in the internment camps. And Jesse Ventura did an hour TV program, which they banned off TV, where he went around and to the internment camps, and in one internment camp they had thousands of
children.
No, they had thousands of plastic coffins set out in a field lined up, because once they got people in internment camps, they were going to intern them. They were going to terminate people, and they were the coffins that they were going to bury folks in, but they were getting arrested because they were suspected that they were going to commit a crime in the future. Because Obama, his ultimate goal was to declare martial law in the United States, which would have suspended any elections and kept him as president, and creating turmoil inside the United States to keep the martial law going. Hell, they had a whole facility up in Hagerstown, Maryland, right outside of D.C. with a shitload of UN vehicles up there, waiting for all this to happen. I mean, he tried to put he also tried to have Congress pass a law. They give him authority to declare war anywhere in the United States without congressional approval. So he was setting all that up to literally become a dictator in the United States. And then once eventually people would start getting pissed off, so he'd have to step down, and Clinton was supposed to come in and pick up where he left off. That's why think about it, when Trump came in to office, he ended up over a 3-year period dumping $2 trillion into the United States military, because the military had been so depleted by Obama, to the point where when his first weekend, he sat down and talked to a general, and the general told him, says, we can't fight a war right now because we don't have the bullets to fight the war. We didn't actually have the ammunition to go out and fight a war. That's how bad Obama had gotten. So when it comes down to Benghazi,
4 years ago, there was in the paper a semi that had crashed on the east side of Montana, on the other side of the mountains. And in that semi truck was portable guillotines. So can you imagine a semi-load of portable guillotines? And where were they going? Because there's Malmstrom Air Force Base, and then they have a FEMA camp up in the Swan. Just saying. I have to cut this short, though, because my son is going to be getting up soon. So I encourage you to call me again, though. And I enjoy talking to both you guys. That's a lot of informative information.
Well, Ramona, we covered a lot of ground here,
again?
and yes, absolutely. We covered a lot of ground here, and we went from CPS into the military, and it's all related because
all the way.
They're stirring the turd, so to speak, and all this chaos creates the environment for which these crimes can happen with impunity. They got kids running around, they got drugs being trafficked on military transports, free from customs and not detected. And how do you think all of this happens? It's all related. There's no such thing as a coincidence, no such thing. These people are evil, they need to be taken out. Ramona,
exactly.
Thank you very much.
Keep my number and keep me in the loop.
Will.
If you guys need to do something online, I can probably do a video chat too. I don't know where this is going to go, but Godspeed, and let's just keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Ramona. God bless you, man. God bless you, bro.
Thank both of you.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
It was a pleasure talking to you, too.
It was great to talk to you guys.
Take care, Ramona. Bye-bye.
You too.
Well, Will, I think we knocked it out of the park with that one.
Wow, I think we did too, man.
Man,
Holy
we
shit.
got 2 more to go.
Hey, and you go through and edit that. Some of the stuff you might want to take out, but for the most part, it was all pretty good. And with her telling her story as far as the kids being taken away from, and then she basically was put on that state's blacklist, and they came and snatched her kid when she had the child in the hospital. That right there is everything I've been talking about, as far as the foster care system, the CPS, the social service people, how ruthless they are, and they think they're above the law, and they can come and do anything that you want to do. And the one thing that I picked up on was when the social service worker came in to file the paper, she brought her husband, who was the police officer, with her. So
right.
My hunch would be to investigate those two, because I bet you those two are knee-deep up to their necks in it.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Will. Hey, thanks, brother. We knocked it out of the park, man, for real.
All right, call me on the next. I'm going to charge my phone up and get ready if another one calls.
Okay, absolutely.
All right, buddy.
Take care, my friend. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
How you doing, Elizabeth?
Hi, Dave. We're sorry we missed your call, but we had to go to Allen, and we still never made it. Yeah, we have a newborn baby. My daughter-in-law.
Oh, congratulations.
21st.
Congratulations.
Yep, she was born January 21st. She is 12.5 inches long and 1 pound 7 ounces.
1 pound 7 ounces. That's a little small for a baby. Was she? I see. What they got her in an incubator?
No.
She's supreme.
We had to go find her, and we couldn't find the place.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they had to take the baby early. My daughter-in-law's blood pressure just like blue sky high, and the sugar went way down. They had no choice but to take the baby.
Wow. She gonna be all right?
It's all crazy.
The baby's going to be okay, though, right?
Huh?
The baby's going to be okay.
Oh, yeah, she's doing good. She's doing really, really good.
Oh, man.
So she's definitely a little tiny fighter.
Wow, well, congratulations on that. That's always
Papa
good.
Bird over here, he's going to be a grandpa, a real one.
Well, I just did a knock it out of the park telephone call with another lady and Wil Kinesche. And if you got time, we'll do one right now with you.
Okay.
I'll get him on the line.
No,
I'll call him and conference him in, and then we'll go from there. And you can tell your story. Hold on 1 second. I'm in the middle of making cigarettes here.
That's I make my cigarettes too.
Yeah, I roll them with the machine, so it's a lot cheaper and it's a lot.
Roller.
Yep.
I don't use a machine. I just use a little roller, and I have one of them cigarette shoot-like looking things. It's a metal thing, and I use that for my cigarette, so that way I'm not spitting tobacco.
Well, I got the cigarettes already with the filter on them. The tubes with the filter already on in a box. They cost $2.50. Yeah, and they come out just as good as store-bought cigarettes, if not better. All right, let me see if I can get Wil Kinesche on the phone. And okay, hold on.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Hey, Dave.
How you doing, Will? Ready for round number 2?
Let's do it.
Okay, hold on.
Huh?
Okay, everybody's online. We got Wil Kinesche on one line, and we got Elizabeth LaFlante on the other side. Say hello to each other.
Hello, Elizabeth. This is Will. It is nice to meet you for the first time on this, and I assume that something that we have posted, either myself or Dave, has brought you out to tell us a story that you've been wronged by one way or another through the foster care system.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's an ongoing thing.
So I'm curious and anxious to hear what you have to say.
Well, CPS, in my area, they are Child and Youth Service, or Children and Youth Service, whichever you prefer. I got headlines for both. Took my 2 grandsons, totally illegally, claiming that they got an anonymous call, and they took the boys May 2nd, 2016, and denied me rights to see the boys. Then the next thing I know, a year later, I'm being slapped with burning the kids when the kids were in trouble for playing with fire. They were 6 and 7 years old when this happened.
Now, what state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
And what county are you in Pennsylvania?
Wayne. Wayne County, honey.
Well, I just did I don't know if it was the one that you saw, but I just did one of my shows on Kids for Cash.
We know about that.
Yeah, up in Pennsylvania, where those judges were, making millions of dollars by sending in kids. Well, as I had said earlier, you're the second person that's come forth to tell their story, and as I had said earlier, as I'm digging through this information and I'm finding out that states, not only the way the states fund the foster care system, it's through the Medicaid program, okay? So when you hear Medicaid, Medicaid is for Health and Human Services, for the elderly, for the children, for even looking at finding jobs for the disabled. And the foster care system is part of that. Well, for them to get their part of the grant, it's considered to be a grant into the Medicaid system for the foster care portion, for the social services, child protective services. They have to have so many children in the foster care program or they don't get their money.
Well, actually, this way, Mr. Will. We got 165 kids out of this county.
Well, that doesn't surprise me none. My next podcast or my next video I'm going to put out is going to be on the state of Arizona. And in the state of Arizona, they had 17,000.
Of American children into foster care?
Yep, 17,000 in one state. And I hadn't gone to look to see what the population of the state is, but that's a huge number. I don't care how you cut it.
You know
And what I found out, and I'm working on right now, is I'm talking about 3 state senators that were actually murdered for being critics and bringing out the corruption in the foster care system.
Yep.
And this one senator in Arkansas stumbled across where they had $27 million, and they were investing the money. They were taking investments, and that's what they used to bribe people with, was the investments to get more money in. And part of that bribery was through lobbying firms, and the lobbyists would go out and bribe the lawmakers, which were the senators and the congressmen. Then they would go bribe the judges who interpreted the law. Then they would go and bribe the law enforcement and the social service caseworkers to go get the kids and drag them in to get them in the system. Once they got the kids into the system, they got more. Not only did they get the grant, but they got even more money. And that's the money that they used because it wasn't going towards the children, that they were funneling through. They were trying to money launder the money through various schools, churches, and nonprofit organizations. And as this money is going through, everybody's taking their piece and their cut off of it. And 20 or 25 people were actually convicted, arrested and indicted and convicted on various bribery charges and so forth and so on. And most of this money was funneled through to youth agencies in that state, which is basically your foster care group homes. You can call it whatever you want, but that's what it was, a foster care group home. So therefore, they couldn't get the money unless they had the resource, and the resource was the children. So what I'm finding out, excuse me, is all states have to have a certain amount of children in the foster care system, or they don't get that federal money, which out of $6,000 a month per child, only $600 goes to the actual family that has the foster care child. The rest of the other over $5,000 goes into the system. Now, that's if you have a child in a foster care family. If you have in a foster care facility, that facility can get $300-400 a month. $300 or $400 a day. We're talking $9,000 to $10,000 a month for one child in the one facility. So it sounds like to me that the state of Pennsylvania is trying to keep up their quota. Okay, they all these states have a quota because the federal government puts out over $40 billion a year just into the Medicare program for the foster care system. And they go around and they try to find any kind of reason to take kids out of homes to fill that quota so they'll get that money.
That means you're targeted.
You're targeted. Now, I don't know if I haven't seen it in Pennsylvania. I just found out on the last interview we did. A lady was telling me it was either the state of Texas or Oklahoma. I'm sorry, Texas or Missouri. She was in back and forth between the two states. They have, sounds like to me, the blacklist, just like I'm finding out in the state of Arizona. And what the state of Arizona does is they will go out and randomly pull people and dub them unfit parents to be around children. And people don't know it until they get the letter in the mail. So it's not like you can go
anyway.
It's not like you can go into the hearing and say, okay, let me dispute what's being said. No, you get dubbed as a unfit parent, then you can go and appeal it. Well, they just put a law on the books in Arizona just a couple of years ago where social service and law enforcement people do not have to go through a judge to take a child out of a household. So as soon as people get put on this blacklist in Arizona, they walk right up to the house, open the door, walk into the home, pull the child out, and put them into the foster care system.
Yeah, that's unreal.
That's exactly what they do. And what I found out in what this lady Ramona had said earlier was when the CPS foster care lady showed up, the caseworker, she showed up with her police officer husband. So that tells me right then and there that those two are working together, and I wouldn't be surprised. There's no evidence of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were on the take. Because over in Arkansas, what they were doing was when they invested this money, they took the dividends and in the interest, and that's what they were using to grease all the politicians and grease the judges and pay off the social service people putting money in their pockets. And I'm trying to get an individual to give me the authorization to put out the story, but I'm gonna put it out anyway. I got over 200 references right now. I started out with 3 pages. I got 40 pages of references and stories on Pizzagate, and I've ended up getting 15 on just foster care and 20 on foster care. And what this story was, and I kind of alluded with Dave, but I'm going to go ahead and put out, there was a CPS worker. She had 32 kids in her care, cases. They're considered to be cases, which a CPS worker should only have 12 to 15.
Right.
There were 4 of the kids that she had put into foster care homes that she knew that those foster care parents were pimping out these girls. 4 of them. Now,
I ain't in prison. She's an accomplice to prostitution.
Well, here's what happened.
They're not in prison because the law enforcement is in bed with these people. They're doing the same crimes as the criminals. So it's like asking John Gotti to arrest his capo da tutti, his henchman. The capo da tutti capi is in with them.
So this is what happened. This pimp is bringing in close to $250,000 a year per girl. He had $1 million tax-free money coming in, over $1 million. He was paying the social service lady $20,000 to keep her mouth shut. Then he was going over and he was paying some other people.
Get out their bank book.
He was going out and paying another about $15,000 to different people per child. Okay, so you got the social service person that's not even making $50,000 a year. She's bringing in $80,000 tax-free money by looking the other way on 4 of her kids out of her 32 cases. Okay. And then it didn't get into the weeds as far as the other people. So this guy's bringing in $250,000 per child. He's paying out $35,000 to grease everybody. He's putting $220,000 in his pocket per child. That's over $800,000 a year tax-free money. And that's one social service worker, caseworker, and that's one instance. So when it comes down to taking your kids away, your grandkids away, they look for a reason to blame you for being. I got 6 kids. I know what kids are capable of. I know what they do. Okay. Yeah. And the bottom line is, if they want your kids bad enough, all they have to do is get a little sniffle or a cold, and they'll come along and say, "Oh, your house is not a conducive environment for your children to live in. We're taking them." If they need to fill that quota. Yep.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? This is part of my case. You're not on probation. You're not on parole. You ain't been in any trouble. You haven't had nothing. And yet a CPS worker can come to your house and ask you to drop for a piss test?
By law, they're not, because I'm ex-law enforcement. By law, they have to go. To do that, they need to go to a judge and get a court order because if they try to do that outside of that, it's a legal search and seizure.
It doesn't matter, they did it.
Well, then I would have told them you go get a warrant.
House without knocking. My daughter was giving the baby a bath. Neither one of us heard her. She just walked into the house. All right, the screen door is closed, but the front door is open. This is in the summertime. No, the babies weren't even born yet. This was when Day Day and I-Man and Kenny were at the trailer. Okay? And Jamie and I are in the bathroom, and this woman just walked into Jamie's house. No knocking, no nothing, and demanded a piss test from her. And I said to her, you got a fucking warrant for that? I said, first of all, Jamie's not on probation, nor is she on parole.
Right.
She has to give me a piss test for what? She's not on probation. She's not on parole. What the hell?
Right.
And how does she know to come to your house to begin with? Who the hell is she that she comes just walking in? If somebody walked into my house, first of all, the dogs would eat them. And whatever was left of them, you'd get the whole damn clip.
Okay, that's one episode that happened. And then Jamie and her boyfriend broke up, and she met Michael and married Michael. And they had children together. And Damien and Isaac are still with Jamie, but they're being sprung back and forth because of CPS. They're going back between the kid's father and the kid's mother, and they're being lied to by CPS. I had a cop. She's a dirty cop, but she was a cop. She still is. Told my grandsons that she was raped, and so she would promise they would never go back to their dad's house. Okay? 2 weeks later, she made my daughter tell them that they had to go back, so that the kids thought it was Jamie's fault. And we've been playing hell, and then on May 2nd, 2016, now the kids have been playing with fire because after that had happened, when they made them go back to their dad. I don't know what got into them, but they were playing with fire. Nothing major, and they wouldn't set the woods on fire or the house on fire, almost, but they didn't. And that was 3 times. The third time is I got called, and I went up to my daughter's house. I had dinner in my oven, by the way. I couldn't stick around. So she went up there, and the kid said to me, but we put it out, Grandma, we put it out. And it was just a bunch of little papers that were underneath the window, by the wall there. They had started a paper fire, and they did put it out. And the thing is I yelled at them for even starting fires. Didn't you learn your lesson? Give me your hands. I slapped their hands. Now, if that's cruelty, well, then I'm going to be cruel because that's what was needed.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I slapped their hands 3 times. Never play with fire. Each hand got slapped 3 times on both boys. I said, now, did you learn your lesson? And they said, yes. I said, you going to play with fire anymore? And he said, no. I said, you want to go to my house? They said, yes. I said, grab your jackets, get in the car. And that was April 22nd. I had the kids, and then I brought them home that Sunday night because they had to go to school on Monday. Next thing I know, my daughter's calling me frantic, saying they just took Damien and Isaac, claiming that I burned my grandchildren.
All right, let me ask, that was a question that I was going to ask you. Did the children get burned in any way, have to go to any kind of medical facility at any time?
No, and you said I burned them. They never took them to a doctor. They never took them to a medical facility. They never took them to the hospital. They didn't take them anywhere except to my daughter's in-laws' home.
So there's no medical evidence there that proves that your grandkids were ever hurt or burned. Right. So being an ex-law enforcement officer, I was in law enforcement for quite a few years. That is a law enforcement case. That's not a social service case. Now, if law enforcement wants to come in and say,
they called Barbara up, my daughter's mother-in-law. They called Barb up and asked Barb to come get the kids. And they brought the kids to Barbara's house. And Barbara says, well, don't you want to come in and check the house? They said, no, we know, it's okay.
Well, when it comes down to that situation, law enforcement would be the ones to investigate that, not social services, because the children were not harmed or put in harm in any way. And
you're breaking up, Will.
They weren't harmed or harmed in any way. At the most, they would investigate the fact that the children were setting fires and could possibly charge, depends on how the state laws were, they could charge your daughter for allowing them to set the fires of whatever laws they could have on there.
No, she did not know they even did this.
Social services shouldn't even been involved because the children did get harmed. Now, if the children were, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, if the children were on multiple occasions being allowed to play with fire from not being supervised, because this is the way they think, and the children got hurt or burned every time that happened.
No. We have testimony, and I have documents of this. Okay. Jamie, I, or any of the family members would never let the boys play with fire or lighters. They know that they're the grown-ups and you're not to touch them or smush your hands.
Right.
Yeah, they never played with fire. They never, ever did. And then their father, now he got away with a lot of shit. I'm going to tell you this. Their father put gasoline in a balloon, okay? Put my grandson, Damien, up on top of the car, lit the bottom of the freaking balloon and told him to throw it.
You got to be kidding me.
I am not kidding you, and CYS is allowing it.
Holy shit.
They wanted to know how, and then he put cigarettes out on Isaac. We bring Isaac to the hospital because the kid's coming home with these burns, and we have that medical records. But the judge, who is Hamill, will not allow our evidence. Our evidence are getting blocked by the courts somehow. And Duffy, which is the kid's father, he gets away with a lot of shit, man. That boy can have hot piss tests and never go to jail.
But somewhere along the lines, the children had gotten burned with the cigarette.
Yeah, Duffy put it out on Isaac.
Now, that's a case for social services to come in, and that's also a case for the law enforcement.
Social services gave Duffy a pat on the back and let him have the boys.
See, he's the one that shouldn't have the children, and he's the one that should be separated from the children, not your daughter or not you.
Not to mention that the father raped the person. It seems to me that everything that Duffy did in his life, they took that record and put it on my daughter.
Here's I'm just playing devil's advocate here, okay? Being the fact that she's associated with him and allowing him to be around the children.
She wasn't allowing him. She didn't have a choice. CPS told her to do it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying she made the conscious effort to have him somewhere in around the children.
Get him, what do they call it there? We tried to get his rights taken away so that Jamie would have the boys and Duffy could go on his merry way.
Right. That's what should have happened.
Well, it wouldn't because the courts wouldn't grant it.
Well, that's when. See, now I'm not. Pennsylvania is a commonwealth. Most Commonwealth states like Virginia have a two-tier court system. You have your lower courts, which is your general district court, and your family court. I can't get anybody to pull our case out of this court system. Which is a family court where.
This court system. 30 years. We're not allowed to take it out of the court system. Nobody will give us an open case out of the system.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. You have like up in New York. New York just has a superior court. There's just one court, and if you don't like what you got to go to the Court of Appeals. In Pennsylvania, I have to double check, but I think Pennsylvania has a lower two court system like Virginia does, where you have juvenile. You have your they call it G&D court, juvenile and domestic relations, and then you have your criminal court or your general court. Okay, your general court's the one where you go for your traffic tickets. One that you go if you get charged with a criminal crime, then you have your family court. Okay, well if you don't get the ruling that you think you should have gotten, then you can appeal it to what you call the circuit court.
Well, my judge is a circuit judge.
So that to me, what I would have told you if I would have been your lawyer is I would have appealed the lower court's decision to the higher court, to the circuit court, and had the case reheard. So you can't get it out of the court system. It's going to be there. But
I went in for my custody for my boys. My grandbabies, they're my boys. I don't care what anybody says, they're still my boys. Okay, I went in for custody, and we had a hearing in August, and that hearing, the judge had said that adoption was off the table, and I was supposed to go back to court on August 18th. That would have been the 45 days, and it didn't happen until December 20th. I just went to court. and now all of a sudden, I'm not getting custody. I got a foster care family going to adopt my grandson. And this is getting to be a little ridiculous. Okay, now I'm supposed to get visitation. I was going for custody for the rights of my grandchildren. And they have nothing on me. When they tried to declare that I burned the babies, I didn't burn the babies. I had to go to a federal court and get that appealed. I did. It's expunged. I got an expungement on that, and that's when I went back to court. But it took my attorney a whole year to get me in to file paperwork. I brought the paperwork in 2 or 3 times before he finally filed it.
You need to fire that guy, whoever it is. That's my opinion. And then number 2.
I'm not the easiest person to be a client to, okay? I mean, you know, I'm not an easy client. I'm going to tell you straight up. I'm not an easy client.
Number 2, the other thing I can say is the longer that these cases get drug out, the longer the children stay in the foster care system,
exactly.
the more money.
Calling for help.
The more money they get. Okay, I'm not saying that in your case that was the motivation. I'm just saying that the longer, the only thing I can say is, because I'm not 100% on your case, but just by what you're telling me. However, the longer, every month a child stays into the foster care system, that's another $6,000 that comes into the state from the government. Okay, so the longer they can stretch these cases out, the more money they bring in. So once you get into
something I want to stop, which is why I called to try to get help for my boys to come home, because I'm being railroaded through this court system. I mean railroaded.
Well, let me, sounds like to me you need to get a lawyer, but I got my computer sitting here. I'm going to pull it up real quick.
We had an attorney, a real good attorney, okay? My daughter had it. And she was licensed in 2 states, Pennsylvania and New York. Okay, now she's fighting to get the custody of the boys to Jamie from the dad. Just try to get him off the record altogether,
Right.
The judge said, and I will quote this to exact words, and it was Robert J. Conway that said this. It wasn't him, it was in front of Conway. He said, that's not the way we do things in Wayne County. So she stood up and started mumbling off these verses here. And he goes, well, do you have children? Needless to say, she gave up her Pennsylvania bar.
Huh.
That's unusual.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody's getting something under the table to me. I mean, it sounds a little bit nefarious.
The last time, now this is for Jamie's trial where they tried to slap her with this, they did slap her with it, this child rape charge. The 2 boys involved saying that my daughter did these things to her, they had already raped a 6-year-old kid before they even knew my kid. Okay? And the records, when our attorney tried to get the records from the school on this, records were sealed. And they used the terminology of, what was that? What did they say about the kids? Because we said, well, what about Damien and Isaac? What
juveniles, but they won't let the record loose or some bullshit that people might discriminate against. They should go to jail.
The tendencies. What is it, child tendency or something like that? Anyway, I'm sitting there thinking, well, what about Damien and Isaac? What about that 6-year-old girl? What about her tendency?
Man.
Okay, what about this? And the DA at the time, she is now a judge. Her father was a superintendent of that school district. He's the one that locked it down. Wouldn't let the records be subpoenaed.
All right, I'm looking up here on the internet, and in Pennsylvania, I think I was correct. It says that there are the minor courts, which are basically your district courts, your municipal court, traffic court. Okay, so that would be in Virginia, like the juvenile district and relations court and your criminal traffic courts. Well, then you have a common pleas court. So the common pleas courts, that would be where if you don't like your decision in the minor courts, you can go to the common pleas courts in the jurisdiction that you live in. Now, these are all county courts, is what it looks like to me, and because it was 60 judicial districts, so that sounds about right.
They did this to me with no due process. They kept me from the grandchildren without any due process. Nothing. I even got a brief from my attorney on that one, that they did not give me due process. I'm telling you, I'm starting to feel like Donald Trump.
Yeah, I can see that. That's
yeah.
Yep.
Wouldn't let the boys have contact with me, and mind you, me and the boys are very close.
Yeah, you got to prove your innocence, and you can't have any witnesses. That's par for the course.
Right.
No, it's not the way it's supposed to be. We're going to put our judicial system back on track. You're innocent until you prove me guilty.
So what I would do is I'd go into the lower court and file, and if...
And the whole problem here is we can't use all these judges that are around me because these judges have been involved for the last 30 years.
Possible. It's very possible. But,
conflict of interest. Everybody they bring up, well, you can't use them because that's conflict of interest.
So
you can't use that one because that one's a conflict of interest. And they had to go and get another judge from, where was he from? Strasbourg. Yeah, he's from Strasbourg, and I didn't know him. And I don't know.
Yeah, I would go and file the paperwork for the custody, and if the lower courts give you any grief, then I would just let them rule whatever it is, then take it to the next higher court and state your case there. I think you would get more of a just decision. Usually, you get more of a just decision in your higher courts. But if that doesn't happen, then it sounds like to me that somebody is either not telling all the story, and I'm not saying you, but somebody on the other end over on your daughter's
now
end.
We're going through all these court cases every time we pulled into court. Every time. I mean, we were in court 1 month there 7 times. I have it on calendar, so I have all this stuff. And that's even happened when I went in for my expungement. Christine Rechner, oh, by the way, I know the dirt on her, too, who happens to be the attorney for CYS. She had asked me, how do I know that day I saw the boys? I said, because it's on the calendar. This is how I have to do things. She goes, oh, do you have that calendar with you? And I go, oh, yes, I do. And
right.
I asked the judge if I could get my husband to go out to the car and get it. Because I have all the paperwork with me. And she goes, oh, no, that won't be necessary.
Huh.
You know why she didn't want it? Because she'll know how many freaking times they had us in a courtroom.
Right. So where we stand now is, as far as your case is concerned, see if I can kind of recap this a little bit. Your daughter has these 2 boys. The 2 boys went and...
Yeah, they took her rights away.
They went and started a couple fires, being kids playing. Did not get hurt.
No,
did not get hurt through the fires. However, she has a male in her family, a male in her life, either she's married to him or dating him, who put a cigarette out on one of the boys.
That was the boy's father.
Okay. And how long ago? And how long ago was that?
I think that was in 2014.
So after the, you see that Of your story that you've told me, the only concern that I have for as Child Protective Services should be interested in was the fact of the cigarette being put out. And if that individual, if your daughter chooses to keep that individual in the house.
No, he's long since gone.
Okay, well, since he's gone, then even if they took the children out because of that reason, if he's no longer around, then the children.
You're missing it. The father of the boys and Jamie were dating, and they became parents with these two boys.
Okay.
They were never married.
Okay.
They broke up, and Jamie met her husband.
Okay.
Okay? And CYS was the one that was forcing the visitation with the father.
Okay.
Okay? And the boys didn't want to go, but they forced us to make the boys go. By keep threatening, they're going to take the kids and give them to Duffy.
And Duffy's the one who put the cigarette out on one of the boys.
And the one that taught Damien how to throw a gasoline balloon in the air.
Now, that right there, just from being a parent and being an ex-law enforcement, me personally, I would have gone into court myself if that had been the case. Like I said, I got 6 kids. If one of my children had one of my grandkids, when I have some, if one of their significant others was doing that, I would take the case in the court myself to have that individual taken out away from my child.
They had hospital records.
We had the hospital records.
We had the hospital records because they were taken to the hospital by their mother. Okay. And they had the hospital records showing they're burned. There was a cop there.
Yep.
That also was there, because of the incident. He got into court and they threw it the hell out. And the cops sit there on the goddamn witness stand saying that, well, I don't know whether that's my signature or not. Well, how many kids do you take to the hospital with a cigarette burn a year that you wouldn't remember something like that?
He should have been, the Duffy, I guess.
The papers of the doctor that signed them.
Duffy, that's the guy who put the cigarette, his ass should have been in jail.
Yeah, that's assault and endangering the welfare is what that is.
Right.
This boy runs drugs for these bastards up here, and he does other things too.
Okay, well, so earlier your wife was telling me that he does all this stuff and doesn't get in trouble. So by doing that, that tells me he's got connections in the law enforcement, and they're covering for him. They're covering for him. And
well, said that he was a confidential informant, but who knows? We don't know.
That's the point. I've put more confidential informants in jail than you shake a stick at.
Yeah, well, this one should have been there.
And here's another thing. The second mommy, he's got another woman pregnant. She's a nice girl, too. He tried to get her kid, and they gave him her kid. Meanwhile, my grandson Isaac is telling me he's locking Jacob up in the closet, and he's staying there all day. Isaac unlocks the closet and goes in and hangs out with him. This is all when this was all going down, but CYS, Duffy couldn't do no wrong.
Huh.
Well,
yes.
Duffy's their drug delivery. He's their male prostitute. He's their confidential informant, very valuable confidential informant, so they say. And he too lost his rights to the boys.
Yeah, a lot of these cops use confidential informants to get rid of their competition.
I understand that.
My suggestion to you would be
involved with these people since he's been 14 years old.
My suggestion to you would be to call the Pennsylvania State Police
They
on
ain't
that.
gonna do me no good because 98% of them are bad cops.
I would still give it a shot and call the Pennsylvania State Police and tell them.
Christmas.
Listen, 2 years ago, or maybe 2.5 or 3 years ago, it could have been. Betsy's daughter, oldest daughter, lives in Philadelphia. It was on the news that they were getting rid of 50 cops out of Philadelphia because of corruption.
And they sent them here.
Where did they go to? Pocono Mountains, right here. So just so there's a little information there for you, too. If you want to move in this area, you got to look at what you're doing.
And they moved. Now these corrupt cops, were they with the Philadelphia State Police, or were they with local Philadelphia Police Department?
They were state policemen.
So they took them off.
Local cops here, just town cops, because it's all small towns.
So they took the corrupt cops and stuck them out there with you guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they're on the union.
And fire them because they're unionized, so they brought them in up there. But I know there's a lot of corruption in this area. It's just filthy with it.
And it has been for a very, very long time.
And that's how they do it, through these crooked policemen.
It's just getting worse. But
And
stealing kids for the
sounds like to me.
shit, that's not cool.
Sounds like to me that there's a lot of payoff from everything.
Yeah, they're trying to steal my house right now for the damn gas line.
Everything that you're telling me, it sounds like to me that there's somebody getting paid off somewhere along the line, and
that's why we want the big wigs to find out.
No, they're probably undertaking it.
Yeah, it sounds like to me.
The White House, so hey, maybe things will go our way.
Because this Duffy, number one, should have been in jail.
A long time ago.
Confidential informant or not. And then number two, since he's out of the picture, then there's no reason for them to keep the children away from your daughter. And keep the children away from you.
That's another ticket we're at now. I'm glad you brought that up. Jamie goes in to get her custody all established so that she is the permanent parent of the children. Okay? Well, they came up with so many damn excuses on her why she couldn't have the kids, why she couldn't have this. And one of them was me. I was supposedly burn the kids, but I got my expungement, so they can't use that no more. So they told Jamie the boys suffered from PTSD, which if they did, they're the ones that caused it. So Jamie went out and got herself all certified, and I mean certified, to handle people with PTSD. All right, so she's certified. She can even help our military boys that suffer from this. Well, when they found that out, the next charge was a child rape charge, and they put her in prison for 40 years.
Who'd they put in prison?
My daughter.
For 40 years for raping a child. Now, what child did she supposedly rape?
Her husband's two nephews. It was Michael, too, apparently. Michael and Jamie were supposed to have raped these kids. But in the very beginning of that trial, the stories were so freaking conflicting, they had to call a timeout. And Pat Robinson gave Jessica a half of a Alka-Seltzer pill to make it look like she was having a seizure outside.
Huh.
How old were the kids when this supposedly happened?
13 and something else, I don't remember.
And she got 40 years for that?
Yes.
Because rape in the first degree, I don't know about Pennsylvania, but in New York, it's a maximum of 18 to 25. So
Well,
unless they ran it back to back.
We're trying to get an appeal on her because it's being appealed. Just don't know when the Superior Court's going to kick their ass in and get it going.
Yeah, that goes from that would go from your local jurisdictional court to your state court at that point, Superior Court. So yeah.
She has an attorney that is working on this for her. They even tried to say, now Dave, you know that I raised my granddaughter, my granddaughter. She's now 20. I got her when she was 4 months old, and they tried to sit there and say that she was involved in this. Well, I put her up on the witness stand, and she told them straight up that didn't happen. And they asked her if she had talked with anybody about this. Well, after we had heard the news, of course we're going to talk about it. What the hell? Right? So she said, yeah, she talked with Jamie, but she didn't talk with Michael about it. My granddaughter does not like Jamie's husband anyway. So she doesn't never go to him for anything. So, and they just said, oh, to that note, and then they asked her to step down. And she did that.
Where are the kids now? Where are they doing okay?
They're in foster care now, but remember, Dave, they told me that Damien was supposed to be hospitalized permanently. And after I called you and I was buku crazy about that, all of a sudden Damien doesn't need to be hospitalized anymore.
Well, hospitalized for what?
They wouldn't tell me for what. That's what was driving me crazy. They wouldn't tell me for what.
It was just a lie. There ain't nothing wrong with the kid.
No.
We saw him here the last time we were in court.
Yeah, they let us see him for 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes, we got visitation with him through Child and Youth.
And how old's the boy now?
Data, he's 11, and he's going to be 12 on April 5th, and Isaac's going to be 11 on July 29th.
Well, it sounds to me like they ruined these kids' lives, and they need to pay.
Exactly, David. I'm trying to get them home, and that's why I'm calling and getting on these lines and posting as far as I can post on the internet there with all these sites that touch on this to try to get help, to do an investigation into this county. This county is sick.
But you know what? Who's going to do the investigation? This is like the FBI. This is like Jim Comey looking into Hillary Clinton's emails. You know, he gives a 13-minute speech about all the shit that she did, and then at the end he said no reasonable prosecutor would prosecute such a case. Yeah, because the minute somebody goes after the bitch, they end up dead.
Exactly. That's why I said to you, you know, I'm not afraid to die.
I'm not afraid to die either. I'll tell you what. You come into my house and try to touch my family, you're going out in a body bag. I don't give a fuck about the law. What you say, I don't give a shit. I will cap your ass. I don't care. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm a 1,000-yard stare-looking motherfucker, and I will blow your fucking brains out. You touch my family. Fuck you.
And every time they see us in the courthouse, you know, when we got to go up there to the 4th floor, they'll sit there as I walk by, and they'll be bringing somebody new into their little cornucopia thing there. And I go, oh, well, she don't like us. Well, I caught wind of that, and I said, you're damn right I don't. You're corrupt. My husband pulled me into a waiting room because he was afraid I was going to smack one of them.
You know, the whole crux of this whole problem is we let the government do what the community should be doing for ourselves. You know, it used to be that, you know, your neighbors were your friends and, you know, we helped each other out and all that stuff. Now the government wants to step in and do all of this crap. So I don't have to do it anymore. And besides the point that they're taking all my money, so I don't have the resources to do what I should be doing for my neighbors and for my, you know, and for my friends around the community. So now they take it over, and every way you could possibly think of, they're skimming off the top, and abusing and hurting people. And creating trauma that's needless trauma. But you know what? These people have no conscience. They have no sense of guilt. They don't, and they lie to you with a straight face. And you have to believe that they believe their own bullshit because look at Schiff. Look at Schiff. He's standing up there lying his ass off. Why don't they throw him in jail? And another thing is that this thing about judicial and prosecutorial immunity. Hey, listen, you accuse me of a crime, you prove beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty that I'm guilty. And if I find, and if I during my discovery, I find you did some nefarious shit like holding back exculpatory information, guess what? You would do 3 times the time that I would have did had you convicted me. And you give up all your resources and your job, and you end up in jail. That's how it should work. But now, since we got the courts with these American flags with the fringe around them, they got unless you catch a judge out of his official capacity doing some egregious shit, you got him on video, you ain't gonna touch this guy. You're not going to touch him because as long as he's sitting... That's why they caught that judge. I don't forget where it was. They caught this judge raping kids in his chambers. In his chambers.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that.
And he had video of it. What happened to this guy? Nobody knows.
when they took Damien and Isaac was placed in foster care and Damien was placed in placement. Damien was abused in this placement. There are many hotline calls to the hotline in Harrisburg about damages done to Day-Day, okay? And the reason why we know about it is because Jamie got a notification saying that Damien had been harmed, so she called Harrisburg, and she gave all her credentials and this and that and the other thing that was needed, and Harrisburg gave Jamie more information about the numerous times they've had calls for this little boy, okay? And what can we do? CYS gets to investigate. So what am I going to tell you? Nothing happened. The same way we got told that Isaac, because he's in a new foster care, Isaac was removed from the foster care he was in because he got broken ribs.
Broken ribs from what? From who?
That whoever in that home did that to that little boy.
Well, you know, I'll tell you what. When I was a scoutmaster, I had a kid.
I called you because I want help getting these kids. I want help getting an investigation on this sick.
Well, we're gonna do our damnedest to do that. But I tell you what, there's only one language these people understand. And when I was a scoutmaster back in the mid '70s, I had a kid. Used to be one of my best patrol leaders, and he didn't come to the meeting for about 2 or 3 weeks, and I was wondering what was going on. And one of the other kids on the way into the meeting saw him riding his bicycle, and the kid had a black eye. So he brought him in, and I asked him who did that to you. He got into a fight, and then he finally told me that his father beat him up. So I said, really? So I got out. I went out to my truck, and I got my 357, and I I went to the kid's house. I knocked on the door, and his father answers the door. He says, "Who are you?" He says, "You see, I'm dressed in a scout uniform. I'm your kid's scoutmaster. You didn't even know that because you never been to a meeting." I says, "I understand you're beating up on your kid, and look at his face." And he looked at me like he couldn't say anything because he knew I knew. And I put the gun to his head, and I pulled the hammer back, and I said, "You touch this kid one more time, and it'd be the last time." And I walked away, and he didn't say shit to me. Because he knew I had him dead to rights, and he knew that kid never was touched after that. That's the language they understand. That the imminent threat of death is the only thing that these people understand. And I don't care what anybody says. Not anybody says, "Oh, be civil, go through the legal system." The legal system is corrupt. The legal system is tainted beyond anybody's possible comprehension. So this is what it comes to. That's why the founders put the Second Amendment in the Constitution. When you redress of grievances doesn't work, it's time to lock and load and pass the ammunition, buddy, because that's the only way it's going to end. It's the only way it's going to end. I've been saying it for years.
Well, I just want to get my boys out of their hands and bring them home. They know that the grandbabies, and I have 14 grandbabies.
Oh.
4 of which I really don't ever see. 2 I do, and the rest are local. They're the ones I take care of. Okay? And they have their own room here at my house. There's no reason for them not to let me have the boys and bring them home.
That was a question that I was getting ready to ask you after you said you had so many grandkids and you're around a lot of them most of the time, and you've never had any issues with any of the other grandkids.
No.
Okay. Well, being the fact that there's proof in the pudding as far as if there's a single isolated incident with one child, and that's basically what it was, the cigarette being put out by this Duffy, but you don't have any other incidences with any of your other children when they were coming up, or any of your grandkids, then they don't have a leg to stand on to keep you away from your grandkids.
Well, they're doing it.
And there's I try to look at everything as subjective as I can, being the fact I'm ex-law enforcement. One side says there may be more to the story than that you even know, okay? But on the other hand, knowing what I know about the foster care system and the court system and how corrupt that can get, it sounds like to me, and I'm leaning more towards this avenue, that it's not so much that there's something else out there that's not being, that you're not even being told, that the fact that there's some corruption here going on, and basically your grandkids have been put into the system and they're figuring out ways and trying to have ways to keep them into the system so they can get that money.
Yep.
That's the only thing I can figure, because they were talking about permanently putting.
Yep, it's exactly what Trump is going through. We get another allegation. Shoot, my little granddaughter who went to school here. Okay, I raised her. I told you that. All right, she was targeted in school. All right, if it wasn't the boss, it was at the cafeteria. And finally, I had enough of this shit. I went down, and this was what, middle school or grade school, I don't remember. Anyway, they kept saying that she owed $5. I don't do free lunch. I don't do nothing with the fucking government. Sorry. Okay? We always gave Ivy her lunch money, and she'd go and have her lunch. And if like if she wanted to have an ice cream or something, she would let us know that she got ice cream, so we'd give her the money to make sure that got paid off. Okay? And they kept saying she owed $5. Well, I said, well, send home the transcript of this. Where's this money? Right? Let me see what she's been doing. So they did, and lo and behold, they owed Ivory $5. Not the other way around. So I took it down to the principal, which was Amanda Sitek at the time, and I said to her, you do the math. I go, let me tell you something. Your computer is only as smart as the person putting the buttons.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
She goes, no, and I says, I want an apology letter to my granddaughter, okay, for making a mockery out of her at this school. And I want an apology set over the loudspeaker so that the whole damn school knows that Ivy was not wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath.
Okay, and here's another one. Here's another one that happened, and they targeted Ivy. Okay? I was in 7th grade. This happened during 8th grade period lunch. Somebody in middle school wound up writing in blood in one of the bathrooms. Blood. B-L-O-O-D. Blood. Saying, I love blood. And they tried to finger my little girl for that. And I said, well, look at your cameras. Who's going in and out? Because no kid would do that. That's a faculty, son of a bitch.
Well, now that they got DNA, they can prove whose blood it is.
And I asked them, I said, were the cops called? And they said, no. I go, well, why weren't the cops called? You got blood in the fucking bathroom, you don't call the cops? And they go, no, the janitor's already cleaned it up. I go, well, why'd you do that? That's evidence.
Yeah, that's obstruction. That's 20 years right there. That's obstruction of justice.
Something like that. And then they said to me, oh, that's right. I was in 7th grade lunch. You wouldn't even be on this side of the building.
That's tampering with evidence and obstruction of justice. You get 20 years for that, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And I got a cop on the other line. He can tell me if I'm bullshitting. Tell me if I'm misinformed.
When you destroy evidence, destruction of evidence, your obstruction of justice.
That's at the William Paulpack Area School District, right here in Hawley.
You can get a lot of years in jail for that, based on what the crime is. So, if you're talking about a murder and you're trying to cover up a murder, you could get 10, 15, maybe 20, it depends on what the state laws are. You could get that much.
Why target? How old was Ivory? Fucking 10? Why target a kid like that? Why target her? Why even bring her name up in something sick as that?
they're constantly looking and picking. For example,
they're targeting children.
On one of my, I'm gotten so many of them now. One of my CPS foster care videos, I was talking about up in Chicago. The Chicago Tribune did a study, and it was over 500 kids over a 10-year period was sexually molested by the school principal, teachers, custodians, various staff, by social service, CPS.
We've never made it.
People that were the actual caseworkers.
They wouldn't be breathing today. My husband and I both went into the school and killed them all.
In the system, and what they would do is they would. I didn't put this in the podcast. What they would do is they would molest the kids, and they turn around and say the kids came to them and said they were molested by their parents, and then they would go in and get CPS, take them out the house.
Right, and then CPS would brainwash them to think that their parents were doing it instead of the people who were actually doing it. I run into so many of those cases, it's not even funny.
Yep.
Well, here's another one. When Jamie was in high school, I guess there was a drug deal and some kind of I don't know, some kind of a phone thing or a recorder thing or something, and a bunch of money. Now, I sent Jamie to school with $20, okay, for her lunch and anything extra she wanted to have. Well, apparently, now you got 3 items there, okay, but now you have 4 people, okay, because they took Jamie. And she wasn't even there. She was in the bathroom, but she wasn't at the locker. Anyway, they took Jamie. Now, I want you to understand, Jamie is a well-built, well-stacked girl, if you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Okay? And they said that she was part of this drug deal. Well, first of all, Jamie didn't do drugs. Or, she tampered with a little bit of weed here and there, but she didn't do drugs. Okay? They took her and they put their hands down her pants. And this is a male. It wasn't a cop. Put their hands down her pants, felt her crotch, her ass, her breasts, everything. Okay? Now, what do? Do I slap the shit down for doing that? Or what do I do? So I did what I did. I didn't do anything. We went to court. And the other attorney told one of the girls, this was in earshot of all of us, say she was involved and we'll go easier on you. Jamie wasn't involved. And then the judge down in Pike County, because the school's in Pike County, judge down in Pike County wanted her to admit that she was involved. And I always told my kids, if you never did it, don't say you did. But if you did do it, be man enough to own up to it and take your consequences.
Right.
That's the way I raised all my kids. That's the way it was supposed to be. That's the way God wants it to be. So she said she wasn't involved. Well, the freaking judge got pissed off, slammed his chair back to the wall because he was in one of them roller things, and threw his hands up in the air. And I can't remember what happened there.
He says, we'll sit here until you plead guilty, is what he said.
And Jamie goes, I guess we're going to be sitting for a long time because I'm not guilty.
Exactly.
With that matter, I think we just came home. I don't think she didn't get anything.
But as far as somebody a male putting their hands all over her.
Yes, that was at the school, and it wasn't a police officer.
Yeah, but even
wouldn't matter if it was a police officer without any probable cause. She's got no damn business touching her.
Right. Regardless if it was a police officer or not, nobody had any right to put their hands on her in that magnitude because of the fact that a male law enforcement officer has the right to touch a female in and around, I guess you could say in and around a waist or in a pocket, to make sure there's no drugs there. But as far as going under clothes, and it almost sounds like to me it was just shy of a damn cavity search. That right there is a criminal offense. Whoever did that needs to be brought up on criminal charges.
Yeah, well, we ain't got anybody around this area to do anything that's of the righteous.
And see, let me ask you something. Do you have a TV news station that goes out and?
Yeah, 16. I don't watch it.
Okay, so they'll go out and profile different issues and cases that take place and happen.
No, they propaganda. It's all propaganda. When Jenny was going to trial for that rape charge, Ivory was a minor, and Jim Hamilton, Ray Hamilton's son, who is also married to the mayor, who got into a big old fight, but that's beside the point, sat there and deliberately put Ivory on film, and she was a minor. And he was told not to film her because she's not of age. My husband and I both told Jim Hamill not to film her, and when I saw that on the internet, that they had posted that, because of course it was my daughter, they had Ivory's picture on the internet, on their web thing.
Well, if she's out in public, they have a right to take her picture and put it out there. Now, if they're talking about her in a criminal aspect or any kind of aspect where in other words, if she was just out in public and a picture was taken, that's one thing. But if they put her name on there, okay, if they put her name on there and name her for any reason, regardless of what the circumstances are, they need to get parental permission from the parents to do that. If not, they got to blot her face out. So if they didn't do that, hey, look, if they didn't do it, you got another charge. But what I was going to tell you, and this is a story. I told Dave this the other day.
Charges, my friend, I do. But you know what? I can't do nothing about it because there's nobody in the area to do anything about it. And every time we get an outsider, they get threatened. Like I told Dave, and we're now beyond $100,000 in attorneys.
Yeah, I know how that works. I've been down that road myself once, a long time ago.
This is now 4 years, and we didn't even start counting stuff that was prior.
Well, if you can...
Damien and Isaac should be home with their grandma while we work on their mommy's case. They don't need to be in foster care. They don't need to be on the welfare system, and they don't need welfare in their freaking ass.
See, the one thing I don't know, if there's some type of federal organization that's supported by the federal government that investigates this. I don't know if there is or not, but if there is, Google it and see if you can find and state your case and see if that organization exists or if there's a division of the FBI or a division of one of the agencies through the federal government.
And they said, and when we called the FBI in Scranton and spoke about this, they said, we can't help you. Quote,
okay.
unquote.
Well, that's the FBI, but there may be other agencies out there that handle that, and the FBI agent that you happened to talk to that day didn't know that it existed. So I know a lot of agencies have popped up in recent years that the FBI, to them, it's too much of a minor case to handle unless you can prove there's unless you can go in with probable cause that there's corruption. It sounds like there's corruption there, but you need to have evidence. You can gather the evidence.
How am I going to get that?
Yeah, see, that's the whole thing. And basically, one of the only ways that I can see that you could get evidence on any kind of corruption, regardless of who it is, especially if it's a law enforcement agency, is find a whistleblower that's willing to provide testimony and or documents.
Either that or get Project Veritas involved.
Yeah, call them up. That would actually be a pretty good idea. Call somebody like Project Veritas and get them to go undercover. And it might take them 6 months, might take them a year, who knows? But get them to go and see if they can get some undercover people in and see, because it's based on some of the things that you've told me, things just are not 2 and 2 is not adding up to being 4.
I know.
Does that make sense? The 2 and 2 is not adding up to be 4. And when you were talking about the social services just walking into your house, your daughter's house, asking for a piss test, I had kind of a situation like that with my mother, and it didn't have anything to do with the foster care system, but it has to do with social services, which regardless of a social service person, they may be working an elderly adult case 1 minute and a foster care the next, because they're all the same.
Right.
And what happened with me was my mom was bedridden. She was 280 pounds. And me and my other half was taking care of her 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Right.
And it was diapers and bedpans, 14 medications 4 times a day. She was on oxygen 24/7. She was diabetic. She had to have special meals. Well, I couldn't, because of the thousands of dollars I was putting out every month taking care of her. I couldn't keep up 2 houses. I had her house and my house.
Right.
So I called the bank and told the bank to go ahead and foreclose on her house. Well, next thing I know, this bitch from social services shows up, walks into my house as I'm pulling in the driveway, goes into my mother's bedroom and tells her that she's not being properly taken care of, and social services is coming in and taking her out and putting her into a state facility, which got my mom upset. Social service lady comes around the corner, I heard my mom in there crying. I went in, Mama, what's going on? She says, that lady just told me that they're taking me out of here. I said, the hell they are. And I went in and I said, what the hell did you tell my mom that you're taking her out of here? Well, we got reports that she's not being properly cared for, and we're taking her out. I said, no, you're not. She said, well, so she gets better care here than she would ever get anywhere else. The 2 of us, neither one of us are working. Me and my other half are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, shuffling diapers and bedpans. And I said, she says, well, you're going to have to prove to us that you have the financial capabilities of taking care of your mother. I said, I don't have to prove to you jack shit nothing. I said, I went to college at age 40. I was in the process of getting my 3rd college degree in 4 years from a university here, Virginia Commonwealth University, when I stepped out of the classroom and went to diapers and bedpans. And I said, the money that I had set aside for my 5th year of school, which I had planned on getting 4 college degrees in 5 years, because I were educated. The problem is, if it wasn't for spell check, you wouldn't think I made it past the 3rd grade. And so yeah, seriously, yeah. So I told her, she says, so you've been gone out and borrowed all this money and got these college degrees. How's that working for you? I said, it's none of your damn business. So I said, look, lady, let me tell you something. She goes, well, you're going to give me that finance. I said, no, I'm not. I said, get your ass the fuck out of my house. She says, what? I said, get your ass out of my house. And she gave me her card, and you're going to give me that. I said, no, I'm not. Get your ass off my property. And I said, and if I have to tell you again, I'm going to personally arrest you for trespassing and get the hell off. So she got off and she left. First thing I did was I called the sheriff's office and came over and gave them her name and phone number. And I said, I want a stay off notice issued through the sheriff's office that the bitch doesn't come back on my property unless she's got a warrant. I went in on my computer. I wrote up my own stay off notice, mailed it to social services here in Hanover County, one out to the city of Richmond, and sent another one to the sheriff's office. Then I got on the phone to social services up in Richmond, the director up there. Well, she already knew my name because I had some issues with child custody on my end. It wasn't through foster care, but social services was jerking my chain, and I finally had enough of the shit. And the individual that kept jerking my chain, 2 months later, after everything settled down, he was looking for another job. So they knew my name. So when I called up, the lady goes, well, I'll have her call you back. I said, no, you tell her it's Wil Kinesche on the phone. And next thing I know, the phone picks up, Mr. Kinesche, what can I do for you? I said, look, one of your social service people out here in Hanover County can walk into my house, threaten to take my mom out of this household, then demanded for me to give my financial statements, my bank accounts, and everything else to prove that I can financially take care of my mother. And I says, look, I borrowed money to go to college, but I didn't know I had to come down to social services and get my financial plan approved from you folks. I said, look, let me tell you something. My mom, this is 2 hours now. My mom is still, my 82-year-old mother is bedridden in the house, in her bed. She's in there crying from this lady coming in here. And I said, I've already called the sheriff's office. I have a stay off notice on here. If she comes back on my property, I will personally arrest her myself. I will put the handcuffs on because it's my property and I have every right to do it. And I'll drag her ass down in front of the magistrate and swear out the criminal complaint, and I'll convict her ass in court. And I said, furthermore, out here in Richmond, we have a TV station, it's Channel 12. It's called 12 on Your Side. And whenever you get screwed over by somebody or an agency or someone, you call them up, man, they'll come out with the video, with the cameras and the news reporter, and they'll do a report on you. And I told the lady, I says, let me tell you something. This was on a Tuesday. I said, if that lady is not fired for coming up in here and upsetting my 82-year-old mother, by Friday at noon, I'm gonna call Channel 12 on Your Side, and I'm gonna take her card that she gave me, and I'm gonna go blow it up for 8x10, and I'm gonna stand there with her card in my hand as I'm talking of what she did when she came in here and upset my mom. So the thing that I'm asking you is there a news station out there that would be willing to profile your case?
No. I can answer you that, no.
We had a news guy in here and he got arrested.
No, yeah. We had a dude that used to work for the News Eagle, but he came from California directly, and he had a pistol on him, okay? And his wife had one too. And, well, I was giving him the story that was going on with me and the kids and everything, and he was bound and determined because he went after CYS. He was going after CYS because CYS went after his kid. So he was an investigative reporter. Now all of a sudden, this man is completely missing. If it's not for the old card he gave me, you would never know that man existed.
What do you mean missing? You can't get a hold of him?
He's gone, Dave. He's gone. He just disappeared. Once he left my house, and I called him at the News Eagle, and he said he wanted to get a little bit more information. I gave it to him. He wound up missing. He wound up supposedly being arrested for trying to shoot his wife.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't shoot his wife. He didn't. That's not the case. That was their official story. Okay? And that was Josh Wengler. Wengler.
Oh, my God.
And he's gone.
Nobody knows where he is. I mean, you know.
Nope. My guess is he's at Dharma.
I mean, the lengths that these people go through to cover up their corruption, some of the cover-ups is worse than the crimes they're trying to cover up. I mean, you know.
Hey, let me tell you this one. Now, before they arrested my daughter, this is like June 2nd, I guess. June 2nd of 2016. They took the boys May 2nd. June 1st, they came after Jamie. But Jamie and Mike went down to see my ex-husband so that her father would be able to see her children and he would get to know his grandchildren, which is all proper and good, right? Problem is, her dad lives in Delaware. Now, you ready for this?
Go ahead.
Veronica Gibbons and Bob Newman, two county social workers, child and youth workers, went from our county, crossed the state lines into Delaware. 3 o'clock in the morning, and they stole all the babies. Jamie was pregnant for the little one.
They crossed state lines to take the kids?
Yeah, they went over to my ex-husband's property and took the kids.
That's the Mann Act.
Okay? Now, that was done at 3 o'clock in the morning, so they took these 3 sleeping babies. It was Ethan, Mikey, and Nevy. Okay? They took those, and Nevaeh only turned a year. She just turned a year old. Okay? They took those babies at 3 o'clock in the morning, sound asleep. These babies woke up not knowing nothing, not knowing anybody, nothing. It scared the holy shit out of them. Now, Nevaeh, she was a very quiet, very good baby. She never whimpered. She never cried. The only time she ever went is when her diaper was dirty. She was a real good baby, real quiet baby. Okay? We got her back July 1st. They had the kids for a month. You couldn't change Nevy's diapers. You got to change her diaper. The first thing she starts screaming, ow, 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 ow. I'm going, Nevy, what's the matter? You know, even Grandma Barbara was going through it. We did not know what was going on with this little girl, why she wouldn't let you change her diaper. She kept screaming, ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, my great niece's niece is like that. She's sitting. I babysat her for like 2 hours one day. This is about 4 years ago, and she's sitting on the couch watching cartoons. Well, all of a sudden the cartoons go off, and it changes to some other news program or something, and she screamed. You would think that you would be using thumb screws on this kid. I mean, I got videos of it. But she had problems being born because her mother was addicted to crack when she was born. So she's a crack baby. And man, the way she screamed, I said, "Jesus, shut the fuck up! You're gonna get the cops here." You know, I think I'm trying to murder you or something. You know. So I tried to appease her, and I finally got her to play with some little toys, and the dogs are around her and licking her face and all that. But my God, the screams that came out of this little girl, 6 years old, what a set of lungs, maron. That's unbelievable. I mean, and they would come to your house in a heartbeat and take the kid out and think you're abusing the kid.
Yeah.
It's none of their goddamn business.
Yeah, and I still have no idea. And you know, Nevy never had nightmares, and this child to this day has nightmares.
Yeah, they messed with that kid.
They did something to that little girl. I'm telling you, Dave, they did something to that baby.
They were afraid if they were out of our sight,
or
Barbara, which is the other grandmother, and her husband, Tom. If somebody strange come around, they didn't want to be around them.
Yeah, no, they clung to you like lint on a jacket.
Yeah, somebody's done something to those children to be scared of strangers like that.
Yep, and not only that, you know, that's why I've got 14 cameras in my house, because I don't want to hear no bullshit about what happens in the house. This whole house is every inch of this house is under surveillance. So you start coming at me with some bullshit, and when I file for discovery and I put down that thing, I'm going to prove to you that we're going to prove to the court that you're bullshit and making shit up, and you don't want to go in jail, not me. And it's a shame that you have to be your own fucking George Orwell these days to escape this kind of shit. But even that, they probably wouldn't allow it in court. I had a case where I had videotape proving nothing happened. They didn't allow it in court.
Okay.
Proving nothing happened. Nothing happened. Here's a fucking tape from beginning to end. Tell me what the problem was here. Oh, not admissible. Yeah, but a forged document with a name forged on it by the cops, that's admissible.
Yeah, we got that too. When they took the babies from Delaware, their paperwork said they took it from that trailer that Jamie and Michael were living in. They weren't taken from that trailer. They were taken from Delaware.
And they only did that to get Jamie and Michael back.
Yeah, and if you can prove that they were taken from Delaware and something happened to them, you know, so, especially a sex crime or something happened to them, that's the Mann Act. Am I right, Will?
When you go across state lines and you're not a law enforcement officer, regardless of what you, unless the laws have changed, if you're not a law enforcement officer and if you go across state lines for any reason and transport a child across state lines, that is a federal offense.
Yes, it wouldn't have nothing on Jamie and Michael for her not to be able to go to her father's house.
In that instance right there, I'd have been on the phone to the FBI and said, look, social services went across state lines and got my kids and came over, and they don't have any court. Now, if they had a court order to do so, what they would have had to have done was go to the jurisdiction that the children were in, get the local law enforcement to go with them to go over, and then local law enforcement say, okay, they have a court order here out of another state to take these children out of this environment.
Yeah, in order to get a court order, they have to have probable cause, and they never do.
Exactly.
Not if the judge is a tainted judge, which he is.
But you see, here's the thing. From what you told me, they left, they went over without a court order, took the kids, and brought them across state lines. That's a federal offense. You should have called the FBI and said, look, I want to report the illegal transportation of juveniles across state lines, and given the names of social service people, and had the FBI go and investigate it. And then that would have completely cut out, you got corruption out there in that area of Pennsylvania, that would have cut out all of that, because that immediately would have been on a federal level. You cannot do that. You cannot, and the thing of it is, being a law enforcement officer, if I'm a law enforcement officer in a state, okay, if I let's say, for example, I used to work for the city of Richmond Police Department, and I used to work for the Essex County Sheriff's Office. All right, so let's say I'm representing the Essex County Sheriff's Office. If I have a paper where somebody has been arrested, juvenile or adult, and I got a legalized paper that says I have the right to go pick them and extradite them across state lines, then I can do that. But just being a law enforcement officer, if I'd have left Essex County and gone over into another state and picked somebody up and brought them without the proper paperwork, I'm just as guilty as far as transporting a juvenile across state lines as the next guy, regardless of me being a law enforcement officer. So if a law enforcement officer can't do that, where does social services, child protective services, foster care people think that they have the right to go across state lines and transport a juvenile?
Well, obviously, Delaware Police Department didn't know nothing about it unless they pulled a fancy trick, which they do.
So,
I'll tell you something else that happened to us. August 19, 2017.
Yeah, the thing they rely on is the people that they're abusing and the people that they're violating rights for don't know their rights and don't know the law.
Right.
They don't know this, and so it goes by, and then by the time it's discovered, and by the time you learn the law, enough of the law to realize how you got fucked, the statute of limitations runs out or some stupid shit happens.
Okay.
See, what I do is I say, for example, somebody arrests you and they convict you on some bullshit crime that you never did, and you spent time in prison for it, right? All right, and then you come. That's a continuing injury because now you have a criminal record, and if you can go back and prove that they convicted you or they forced you to take a plea of some shit you didn't do, you can still sue them because they're involved in obstruction of justice, covering up their crime, which stops the tolling on the statute of limitations. It's called continuing injury.
That's right.
Mr. Will, I got one for you. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Like I said, August 19, 2017, Isaac, my second out of the two boys, Isaac was going to come home. He's being taken out of placement. Okay, being taken out of foster care and coming home. Jamie, Michael, my husband, everybody went to court. Everybody. As a matter of fact, this is the day I'm talking about. I'm going to court. If they don't give Isaac back to Jamie, then they have no choice but to give him to me because I don't have a record of any kind. Well, I go to court. I'm pulling into the courthouse. They're swishing a car out from where I would normally park. So I parked there. What the fuck was I thinking? I don't know. Anyway, we parked there. I get out of the car. Now, let me explain to you what the picture is. You got the whole, and I'm talking the entire judge's chambers outside on the front porch of the courthouse. You got the sheriff's department outside behind the car, and you got Channel 16 sitting in there in the park across from the courthouse, and you have Veronica Gibbons and Christine Mitchner, 4th floor, top of the windows, with their cell phones taking pictures, okay, videoing, okay? Officer Palmer got my daughter, who's very pregnant, and this is when she got slammed with this rape charge, okay? And she grabs her, because I'm pulling in, she grabs her, and they're pulling Jamie across the courthouse yard. Now, where we parked, there's 2 bushes, and the whole entire judge's chambers are out on the front porch, along with the sheriff's department. Well, Officer Palmer, I go, Jamie, what happened? What is going on? And they said that. I go, but you were already questioned about that. This is double jeopardy. And Officer Palmer stands there and starts screaming, stand back, stand back, she's yelling, you know. And I mean, she's screaming at the tops of her lungs. She's horrible, like a little 2-year-old, okay? And I said, well, I'm going in to get Isaac. That woman let go of my daughter and stabbed me in the neck with a pen, and I went to fucking jail.
So
He said I assaulted her. I went to fucking jail. I never had a record.
That's some fucking shit.
Okay, I went to jail for 9 fucking days. And I'm sorry for blowing the F-bomb out there, but it pretty pissed me off.
Now,
that's what I'm getting to. Now, we're all in jail, right? We're sitting in the jailhouse waiting to be booked, which didn't happen till almost 8:30 at night. Now, mind you, we were there at the jailhouse from 1:45 to 2 in the afternoon to 8:30, 9 o'clock at night when we finally got put wherever we were put. And they have Jamie. Now, she's sitting in jail, but Jamie's at the courthouse making statements. Yeah. She's sitting on a witness bench making statements.
And how she stated how she stabbed you in the neck with a pen?
The state trooper did, yeah.
Nobody want to know nothing. We're bullshit.
Okay, she's not only a state trooper, and I'm telling you, this girl ain't got the brains to pull piss out of her boot. She's not only a state trooper, she's also a sheriff, and she's also a detective. Now, my question is, if you got one cop that can be all 3 of them, why do we have an overloaded police force?
Good question.
Well, here's the thing. On the stabbing you in the neck with the pin,
that's assault, first degree.
That's first degree assault.
But she said I assaulted her.
Yep. And all them people outside lied like a fucking wet rug.
Yes, they did.
Huh. See,
well, if she don't have any marks on her body, if she don't have any wounds or any scratches or anything, how is it that you assaulted her and her pen ends up sticking in your neck?
Yeah, because they believed her, they didn't believe us. I still watched it.
Now, I have...
He told us, go to your car and leave. Okay?
They wouldn't let us go
to the car. I got to the car, and I turned to the driver's door. I went to pull it open. My wife was on the other side of the car, and that bitch stabbed her.
Grabbed me and stabbed me, and I pushed her off me.
Grabbed her by the arm, swung her around, stabbed her with an ink pen, okay? And she got her right on the goddamn collarbone. How far is that from your fucking jugular vein?
Damn.
Right.
Okay, but I'm the one that went to jail.
She went to jail, and we got to go through all this fucking hearing bullshit and all this other crap.
Because
also they could keep those kids longer and get more money.
Yeah, there's people in jail that stab other inmates in the neck with pens and shit, and they go down for an outside charge for attempted murder.
Yeah.
now
Well,
look at that. And I have statements. In a statement, I have my arrest record. I have that. I have it all. Where McMurrow sits there and says, now, I'm talking 2 pieces of paper that this man wrote out. One piece of paper says that Officer Palmer told him what happened, and the next statement says that he saw what happened. I have all this paperwork.
Let me ask you this question. Since it's at this point in time, you got these other folks that's going to back her up, and she's saying that you assaulted her. Does the courthouse, most courthouses have cameras, video cameras?
Oh, here's the good one.
Yeah.
Seems to be they weren't working. Kind of like an Epstein case.
And nobody around had a video camera taking picture of that?
Apparently not, but meanwhile he had Channel 16 out there though, right? His camera wasn't working?
Was he filming?
Yeah, he was filming because it was an arrest, but this was all set up on my kid.
Should be able to subpoena that footage.
Then
I mean, they probably erased it.
and what you need to do, what you need to do is...
16 was the Ray Hamill, the judge's son, okay? This fucking place is so fucking crooked, it smells of shit, all right? You don't want to get me going because I'll fucking flip off the fucking edge of the fucking reality and tell you more and more and more. The judge's brother caught with $2 million up at the Red Maples in Waymart. $2 million worth of cocaine, heroin. And you never heard a fucking thing after you heard you rest on the fucking radio. Never heard nothing more of it.
Or like our new circuit judge, Janine Edwards, her brother was busted with coke, and now her boyfriend.
Wow.
God.
All right, let's get it out on the table here.
Oh, you want to know something else, Dave? Here's another little incidental. Some of these bastards are related to Hillary Clinton because Hillary Clinton is from Scranton.
Oh, yeah, Robert J. Comrie is. Robert J. Comrie, our former circuit judge, was married to Hillary Clinton's first cousin, and those two were like sisters.
That bitch has got her shadow everywhere, don't she?
I'm telling you, I need help to get my boys home. I'm not getting nowhere, and I'm getting tired of this, and I really don't want to do what I want to do. I want to do what God's will is, not mine. And I really don't think he wants me to start shedding blood around.
Yeah, well, you know...
I just need somebody to get down here and take a look at the Illuminati County that I live in, because that's where I live, in Illuminati County.
Man. I mean, I can't tell you over the last 25, 26 years how many stories come from different people who don't know each other, never talk to each other, never heard of such a thing, tell almost the exact same scenarios, the exact same, abuses of power, the same exact violation of constitutional rights, the same abuses that go on and on and on and on and on, and nobody does nothing about it. We got more people in prison per capita than fucking China. And China, they say, well, this is communist, and they got all these people in jail for nothing. And with all the people that China's got in jail for nothing, we got 16 times more per capita than they do. What does that tell you?
Oh, I know what it tells you. Half of these jails are owned by private entities.
Yep.
Just like that judges and them bullshit that you were talking about there. Half of these jails is from fucking private entities. They're owned by citizens. Well,
right, and the judges are getting kickbacks for corroborating with these people, and you can tell. I mean, how many people? I'll give you an example. Vincent Jenkins spent 18 years in prison on a coerced testimony from a rape victim that he never met.
Right.
And then when DNA came out, the Innocence Project said, test the DNA. And lo and behold, the DNA that was on the, in the person that he was supposed to have raped wasn't his. And then he gets out of jail and he says, I forgive them. Fuck that. Fuck that. If I can prove that I'm innocent and you railroaded me, you're going down, Jack.
Fuck, Jack.
You're going down. I don't care if it's 50 years later. You know, the Arabs have a saying, the best revenge is served on a cold plate. You think you got away with it, but you didn't get away with it. You're just waiting for the hammer to fall. That's just what's exactly going to happen with this Pizzagate and this Pedalgate and this Pedalwood and all this shit that's going on. The hammer's going to fall because too many of us people know what's going on. Too many people like us have been weaned off the mainstream bullshit propaganda Operation Mockingbird media that's been telling us lies at least since Kennedy. We're done. And somebody's going to pay the price, believe me.
You know, Dave, outside of the boy's mother, I am the only one, my husband and I, shouldn't say I am the only one, but nobody loves those boys more than I do. They're my baby and they're my I-man. And David, when he was born here at the house, well, not at the house, he was at the hospital, but he was living here with us when he was born. And I just want to try to get these boys home. I got to get them out of their clutches. I have got to do this.
Well, Linda, we're doing the best we can here. If this gets out there and it goes as viral as I think it will, I'm just happy that me and Will could help you get to that point. But it's not going to stop unless something drastic happens.
Yeah,
it's not going. Something drastic has got to happen because this cannot continue. We can, and there's no way to compensate somebody. I mean, look, I'm just talking to you, and you sound like you've been victimized, and you are the victim. But the kids are the real victims because they were robbed of their childhood, growing up in their own families and being nurtured the way that the family was supposed to be, taking care of their kids. These people have no way to compensate. Death by slow torture is too good for these people.
Chaz, what were you going to say?
Well, because of the money that comes in to the system takes a life of its own and it gets corrupt.
Petition the White House. We're going to have to put out a petition to the White House to stop all funding for CPS and CPS alike.
Well, that's not going to stop it. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because their money comes from internal corruption. It's like cutting off funds to the CIA. First of all, you don't know how much money the CIA is making, and they got their own fucking military. They fund their shit by drug trafficking, human trafficking. The government cutting off funds for them is just like your parents cutting off your 5-hour allowance when you're out there selling drugs on the street and making $500 a day.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, they've got their own. They've got their own internal way of making money. The government funding is just icing on a cake for them. Government funding for them is a cover, because where they're really making the money is by doing all this illicit, illegal, and evil shit that they do. That's where they're making the real money. So if the government cuts them off, ain't going to affect them. Just like when they throw a drug dealer in prison they arrest a drug dealer. I have a friend of mine works for narcotics. He's a captain of narcotics in Camden, New Jersey, and he arrests some guy. He's got 4 pounds of drugs, $20,000, and 8 guns, and the motherfucker's on the street next week. He's on the street doing the same shit he was doing before. To them, it's the cost of doing business.
Goddamn crooked judges.
Yeah. Duffy was one of them.
Duffy was one of them motherfuckers.
Yeah, he would do. They call him up because he was their male prostitute too. Strings in the courthouse would call him up because he was a flip-flopper. And here's the deal, Dave. He did a call for somebody at the courthouse, okay? And the man wound up dead. In his house, because I got this from his ex-girlfriend, right after my daughter, he had a baby with another girl. Had told me that she was still at the house with them. Apparently, my 2 boys were with him when he would do this too. Well, anyway, he wound up dead. Now, they got him for murder. I have that paperwork. But they didn't get him for murder. They didn't get him for anything.
Yeah.
Okay? And the safe that was in the house, which the ex-girlfriend told me about, that there was a safe in that man's house, but there was a safe down in Pike County Woods that had the door blown off and all contents gone. Nobody seems to know what happened to it. But I can guarantee you that safe, which had VCR tapes and records and shit like that, was from that house.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
You know, these people are unbelievable. I mean, the way they cover up the crimes that are committed, and like I say, they're protected on so many levels. They're protected by judicial and prosecutorial immunity, which you have to catch them on tape with 1,000 witnesses to even bring a case to trial. Never mind convict the son of a bitch. And they're all in bed with each other. They're all buddies together. They're all in the same club. That's what they call the Bar Association, the British Admiralty Registry. They're not working for us. They're working for the Crown of England. They got their own rules, and nobody seems to know that. Everybody thinks that you go to trial and you can prove your case. Don't mean shit. That's all decided way before you even get there.
Yes, we know. Jamie's court case was decided before we even had a trial.
So how do you win in a system like that? Especially when you know what you're dealing with.
I know what I'm dealing with.
You know what you're dealing with. You know, sometimes you just got to take the hit and come back fighting some other day when you got a little bit more knowledge about what the hell you're fighting.
Master in your county. I want to know this. How would you like to have a master in your county be a drug delivery? Okay, and do things. He protected Duffy man left and right. Dropped PFA orders. I mean, even CYS helped us get a 2-year PFA order against Duffy. Okay, that was done on December 13th. January 7th, it was dropped. Now, we were made to visit him again.
Oh, fucking real.
So,
okay, so it's enough. It's enough.
Just because he is a confidential informant, I don't give a shit how good of a confidential informant they are.
He was more than that, though.
When you go and you start... When you go start burning kids with cigarettes and having them lighting balloons with gasoline in them, that piece of shit needs to be in jail, number one. I don't give it. That piece of shit is walking the street. Okay, very well protected. And Warren Slosher also happens to be the one that's protecting that boy, and I have no idea why, but I know that he had mentioned something when he was dating my daughter about being a butt buddy. And I think it went over my head at the time. And, well, as time went on and Isaac came around, then I realized, oh, boy, what the hell are you doing with a flip-flopper? I chewed her in the butt. You never would. Unbelievable.
You got to watch that. That's hate speech on their tube.
Yeah, I don't care. You're a flip-flopper. Don't tell somebody you're straight.
Yeah. You know, what I always say, for example, when I put my podcast out about Michelle Obama being a man and Obama being gay, I don't have any problem with her being a transgender. I don't have any problem with him being gay. The problem that I have is they lied about it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, they lied about it. And
they lied about it to the people. Because I really don't think America was going to do that. That's why the lie.
So that's the reason. That's the issue that I had with the whole thing. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with a person being gay or a person being a transgender. Doesn't have anything to do with how well that they can do a job, whatever the job is. But it tells a lot about your character when you go and you start lying about it. So if you lie about that, what the hell else are you lying about? You know, that's
well, a lot of that has to do with social stigma too. Because when I was in the Air Force, if you were gay, you were not getting in the service, first of all. And if you did manage to squeak by, and you needed a security clearance, like I had a top secret crypto SSIR clearance, as they found out that you were gay, you were automatically a risk because you could be blackmailed.
Yeah.
You know, right. And the same thing with somebody who's working for a foreign government or has relations like Uma Abedin had with the ISIS newspaper. Her mother was the editor of the ISIS newspaper. How come she got a security clearance to work right next to the Secretary of State? How does that happen?
Who knows?
I mean, you know, in the day when I was in the service, I worked in a. They used to call it a comm center. Now they call it a SCIF, Secure Communication Information Facility. If I would have walked out of that SCIF with a paper chat on the bottom of my boot from one of the teletype machines, I would have been in Leavenworth today. There was, there was no margin for error here. If I was, if I was a little bit limp-wristed and they found out about it, I would be immediately stripped of my security clearance, and I would have been dishonorably discharged from the service.
Hell yeah!
No questions asked.
Stupid little story like Burger King. Okay, you're canned from the job. You got to turn everything in. You don't get nothing.
No.
No, I mean, every job is like that. Every job. I worked security. When I left that security job, I had to hand in everything, including clearances.
Yeah, now you, like you say, you can't even get a job at Burger King if you don't pass a drug test.
Well, you shouldn't.
And you know, Nancy Pelosi's got at least two-fifths of Jim Beam in her when she gets up and starts spouting her bullshit. You know that for a fact. I mean, you can that one video I did with her left eye had like a.
Oh my God! I saw
that thing was like, what the hell was that? That's some lizard shit. I mean, you can't tell me that's a photographic error or some glitch in the camera. Bullshit. I've owned every kind of camera you could think of, from SLRs to digital cameras, and I never had a red eye like that.
I saw that in real life about 45 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I'm speculating.
Somebody, and his eye went. It was quick though, and I thought I was seeing things. But you ever try to get like a cat hair out of your cat's eye?
Yeah, you can't, because you got to wash it out with water. You ain't gonna pick it out.
Little shield comes across their eye. They have that little like shield that comes across their eye.
Right.
When you're taking cat hair out of your cat's eye. Well, I saw that on a person, but I thought maybe I was seeing things because it happened so quickly, And then, just recently, a couple of years ago, my oldest daughter said she ran into somebody. So she goes, Mom, his eye went like a lizard. Was I seeing things? I said, I don't know, but I think maybe it is possible.
Listen, they know a lot of shit that they ain't telling us. They make up bullshit stories and people believe it. Why? Because it comes from authoritative sources. Like a cop gets up on the stand and he lies, and they even have a name for it. They call it test-lying. And there's a book that's almost it's almost required reading for any new cop. It's called "We Get Confessions: by author Al Joseph. And Will might be, familiar with that because he was ex-law enforcement. I don't know if you ever heard of it, Will, but this thing tells you how to circumvent Miranda.
No, I'm not familiar with that. And if any law enforcement agency that I ever worked for would have ever come to me and said that I needed to circumvent any of the 10 amendments, which is the Bill of Rights, specifically the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment, which are your Miranda and legal search and seizure, I would have told them to stick it up their ass because this puppy ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, well, see, that's the other thing. Cops that come with CPS, they're not clean cops.
I can believe that.
Wouldn't even give CPS the honor.
Yeah, I can believe that.
There's a cop that comes, not CPS.
They're all involved with each other. They're all involved in it. Child trafficking is more lucrative than drug trafficking, than weapons trafficking, because if you got a kid that you're controlling, and the kid goes out and is raped 5-6 times a day, that's $1 million a year, and you don't have to risk going out and doing drug deals and taking shit across the border anymore. You're done. You're set. As long as you don't get caught. And as long as you don't get caught by the wrong people, if you know what I mean.
Right.
If you get caught by the right people, they give you a slap on the wrist. In fact, they charge the victim with prostitution and let you go.
Yeah.
And you're the one that's, and they're the ones that are making the profit off of this, and the victim is the one that's actually suffering for it.
That's right. And and California did one thing right, that they're not charging prostitutes with prostitution anymore. If they're underage, they get shuffled off into somewhere, and they're treated as victims, which is what the whole country should be doing. But as for anything else California has done, I think back in the 60s they smoked too much of that wacky tobacco, and they got fucked up in the head somehow, because I don't know, San Francisco used to be a beautiful city. I was there in '97 and went to the zoo down there and went shark fishing out in the bay, and it was gorgeous. You could eat off the street. And now today they actually have an app on a phone, on a cell phone, that tells you where the shit turds are.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I remember the word I was looking for when I was trying to tell you that they were talking about those 2 children that accused my daughter of harming them.
Yeah.
The word is tendency.
Pendant?
Tender years, yeah, they're tender years.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. We can't do that. It's their tender years. What about Damien and Isaac's tender years? What about that little 6-year-old girl's tender years? Did you all think about that before you started slapping this crazy shit up? No. No, we're your target. You have us in your target. You are locked in on this family. We know what you're doing, and I know why, and I'm not going to shut up. And
they have a demographics of kids they're actively looking for, because there's an overseas market. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids are premium over in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, well,
and I don't know why this government has anything to do with those goat fuckers and camel jockeys over there. We got our own oil. We could call up the president or the king of Saudi Arabia and say, you know what? You know those 50 million gallons of oil you pump out of the ground every year? Well, take those 50 million barrels of oil and turn them into Vaseline and rub it on your camel's ass, because we don't need it anymore. Go fucking suck a dick. Fuck you. Straight like that.
Well, after they've been out screwing a goat, then they go home and fuck their wives, right?
Yeah, I mean, you wonder why they're after the boys, because their wives are running around in 116-degree heat with all this black shit. They're all covered up. They never take a bath. They can't do nothing. They're all sitting there sweating, and and you go to take that thing off, and she smells like enough to knock a buzzard off a shit wagon, and she's not going to be too attractive anymore.
And goats, you don't smell much better.
Yeah, well, you know what? A 17-year-old boy would smell better than that.
It's just disgusting.
I mean, you know, I'll just tell it like it is. I mean, you know, it is. How do you get past that?
I don't know. How do I fight this county to get them boys home? What happened?
My phone battery ran out. Hold on, let me put Will back on the line. Okay, we're both here again? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I didn't know what happened, like a lot.
No, the battery went dead on my phone. I wasn't watching. I was doing other things here.
Well, at least you got an extra one, because I don't.
You know, I just got battery packs. I got 20 battery packs here. I got enough to run my phone for a year. But anyway, this is what this country has come to, because to tell you the truth, we let it. We little and little, as Plutarch once said, they took over the whole goddamn country. They
We were all busy working, and they took over the fucking country.
Yeah, and I know, and it's really kind of, you know, the mainstream media is complicit in this, because those are the people who are supposed to be, you know, keeping an eye on this shit. That's their job. That's what they do.
Yeah, they're supposed to keep an eye on all the.
But now that's what we do, and we're going to keep doing it, and they're not going to get it back. And that's why they tried all this censorship with social media, because they know they're like Cuffle and Ness are making slide rules when you got digital calculators going for $25. They're obsolete, and they don't even know it. Give it up already. New York Times sold seven floors of their buildings because nobody's reading their paper anymore. Nobody's even going on their website anymore. CNN, the only reason that CNN's still in existence is because they got the contracts with the airports that are just about to run out, and then when that runs out, their 500,000 viewers are going to go down to maybe 100,000. I got more views on my videos right now than CNN has.
Oh, I know. I watched that too.
And nobody's paying me to do this shit. I'm doing it because if I don't do it, who's going to do it?
Yeah.
And what you have to do is just keep telling the story, keep telling the story, keep telling the story, because people will start to wake up now.
So I asked my attorney, I said, well, why can't I have custody? We're going to do visitation. No, I want custody. I want my boys home. Well, we can't do that. Well, why can't we? They took him for no reason. You yourself made out the damn brief saying I didn't have any due process.
Right.
Well, maybe it's going to come down to the point where you have to kidnap one of them and do a prisoner exchange. That's what it's going to come to. Hey, you give me my nephew back, and I'll give you your CPS worker back. You know, if that's the way you want to, if that's the way it's going to come, if that's the way you were going to get justice, well, I'm down. Sign me up.
It's just that they've been in these boys' lives since Day was a year old, and they have screwed their little minds so bad. The only solid foundation they really ever had was Pops and I.
Man,
on the last call, I had read out a lady's name that was this secretary of the youth services through the government when Slick Willie was president. And basically,
it's Slick Willie's fault, by the way. He's the one that said we're going to have welfare reform, no rules found. And that was the same time Hillary Clinton gave him a pen to sign something, and then he put the pen down and didn't want to sign it, and she said, well, you're not politically correct. And he turned around to her and said, politically correct? What is that? And that was said in 1995. Late 95, because it was that winter.
This secretary that he had in this very important position basically said that children should be raised communally, in a communal setting, not in the family setting.
Our country was stronger in a family setting.
Yeah, well, didn't she write a book about that? So, I forget the title of it. Didn't the Hilda Beast write a book about that? About It Takes a Village or some shit like that?
Yeah. Yep, and that's exactly what it was all about, was children, everybody should get together and live in a big open commune type thing instead of having your close-knit family members.
Well, they tried that in California in the 60s. See where it got them?
It didn't work too well.
It didn't work too good, did it?
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds good on paper. So does Acts chapter 1, where everybody's living together and sharing. That sharing shit don't work. Sorry, that don't work.
My husband was out there in his military years.
Because people are more prone to say, what's mine is mine. And these people in government, they take it a step further and say, what's mine is mine and what's yours is mine.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly what they're doing.
And that includes your kids, your property, your house, your car, and anything else you got to value. They want to run the planet. I have enough trouble doing me. The last thing I want to do is run somebody else's life. I don't know where they get this mentality from. I don't know where they and it's not even a goal that you can achieve in your. This is what I don't understand. How the hell are you so involved and so obsessed with this thing that you will never achieve in your lifetime, has never been achieved since Abraham walked out of the land of Ur, had never happened on this planet, never even came close to happening on this planet? What gives these people the delusion that they could come up and create this utopia?
They don't even know what a utopia is.
They don't even know. First of all, utopia is a Greek word, and it means a place that does not exist. That's the literal meaning of the word utopia in Greek. Look it up. And it can't possibly exist. And all of this stuff that they're talking about, the Green New Deal, you want to be without cows? I'll tell you what, why don't you start with the fucking termites? Because there's 10 times more biomass in termites that fart. Why don't you give them all Beano? That'll solve the green gas problem. I mean, the stupidity of these they can't be that stupid. They can't be that stupid. They can't. Nobody is that fucking stupid.
Listen, Chad says there, he said, you solved that problem? Tell the city to turn their lights off at night. We will be conserving a lot. How many?
Well, why don't you release the technology they've had for 100 years that does away with all this fossil fuel bullshit that they've had a monopoly on? And they say, it's fossil fuels. No, it's not fossil fuels. Ain't that many dinosaurs that died and croaked and decomposed under the earth in Saudi Arabia to have all that oil. I'm sorry. Oil percolates up from the center of the earth. It has nothing to do with biomass. It has nothing to do with fossil fuels. It percolates up from the center of the earth. This way, when you pump a well dry, and you say, the fucking well is dry. There's no more oil in this well. Let's go dig another hole somewhere else. And you dig another hole somewhere else, and then you come back to the old hole 10 years later, and God, you know what? It's full again. Where the fuck did it? More fucking dinosaurs died under there?
That's pockets of oil. Now check this one out. Here's another one we found out by one of the workers. Everybody's changing all their oil heaters over to gas, right, for this natural gas bullshit. Underneath that gas pocket is oil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're going to make a changeover again all the way back to oil.
And look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has had a coal mine fire for about 55 years. Centralia has been burning for 55 years. They can't even put the shit out.
Yeah, no, and they also had one there where they dug too close to the river, and the river went into the fucking tunnel.
Unbelievable.
Right in Scranton.
Right in Scranton, they did that one. And the girls' fire.
I kept seeing fucking. They would bring in old boxcars from the railroad, and they were dumping them in there by the dozens, and this hole was just sucking them right the hell up, and never did stop the river from going down into the mines.
Well, I don't know why don't they flood the mines in Centralia? Get some ocean water and pump it in and put the damn fires out.
Yeah.
I don't understand why hasn't anybody done that? Why hasn't anybody killed two birds with one stone and pump in water from the Atlantic Ocean or from wherever closest could be?
Rivers around here.
And do centrifugal force to desalinate the water. And you got sea salt as a byproduct that you can sell in the grocery store, and you got fresh water that you could water all these forests that nobody's allowed to camp in, and therefore all the leaves and clutter, build up 3-4 feet high, and then all of a sudden you got spontaneous combustion. Then you wonder why.
Well, most of it isn't from that. Even is people burning garbage, and then it gets into the coal on the ground and goes down a vein right into the mines underneath.
Unreal.
That's what happens.
Burn garbage in Carbondale or in Scranton.
Because if fucking people would burn garbage in their yard, well, there's coal slag all over in Carbondale and Scranton, and the slag would catch on fire and it'd burn down into a vein of fucking coal in the ground, and it just kept going.
Well, from what I heard from the documentary that I watched on that thing, that was started because they dumped a bunch of garbage in one of these holes and set it on fire, hoping to burn the garbage, and then it caught the coal on fire, which is pretty damn stupid.
Because if you've ever been up in this area and you get over to Carbondale or Scranton, there's nothing but coal slag all over the ground. That's all the shit that they used to bring out of the mines, and when they washed the coal, this slag stuff was left, and they threw it in big piles. And then
I don't know why they can't they use that as coal or make coal briquettes out of that shit or something?
What's that?
Can't they take that slag and like you do with the wood chips and the sawdust and just compress it into pellets and make it use like for wood stoves or some shit? Since it burns so good, can't even put the shit out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
that has too much rock in it, but it will burn, but not very well, But if it gets into a vein of coal that comes to the surface, and it goes right back down under the ground and keeps burning.
I don't know. Somebody's making money off of this stuff, and they cleared out a whole town because of their inaction and their stupidity.
Oh yeah.
And there's no end to it, and that's why all of this government crap. I don't need the government to do nothing for me. They come and get my garbage and my recycle once a week. And I don't need them to do that. I can do that shit myself. What the fuck do I need you for?
I wouldn't trust them with my garbage.
They might go looking through this shit trying to find your bank statements. Either you tore up.
Yeah, they go through my wood stove. I don't go anywhere where they're going to find them.
That goes right to the wood stove. We don't put that kind of stuff in the trash.
Well, all my plastic and cans, I take that back to recycle, and the garbage goes with the garbage. But it's just the idea that these people are not trustworthy of anything, as far as I'm concerned.
Let alone a kid.
Yeah, right.
And look at how much the federal government just wastes.
Yeah,
they don't even know where the goddamn money goes. Everybody's got their hands in the till.
Yeah, when Rumsfeld got up there and said we lost $2 trillion, which is really $20 trillion, the day before 9/11. Then they collapsed the towers because they stole the gold out of the trade towers because they had underneath that. I worked in that building 15 years. I know what I'm talking about. I ain't bullshitting me. Yeah, there was gold in the bottom of those trade centers, more gold than Fort Knox ever had. And they stole the gold out of there and they collapsed the building to cover up the heist. And then they're trying to say, well, the fires burned so hot that it collapsed the steel. Bullshit. The fires burned very badly because of the black smoke that came out of it, and jet fuel is the same thing as kerosene. The only difference between kerosene And jet fuel is filtered down to half a micron, so it doesn't clog the fuel injectors on a jet. Right. And it's the same shit you light your barbecue with. In fact, I had some guy call me up in 2006 because of a article I had on my website, and he was a complete libtard. And I said, John, where's the planes? Where's the planes that hit the tower? Where's the planes that crashed in Pennsylvania? Where's the video footage of the most surveilled building on the planet that showed a plane crashing into the side of the Pentagon? Where is it, John? Where is it? You can't tell me.
There was nothing.
And and jet fuel doesn't melt steel. It's the same shit you lit your barbecue with. So when was the last time, John, that you lit your barbecue and the barbecue melted?
Yep.
Yeah, you can't answer that question. And this bullshit has been going on for years, since Kennedy, what's his name, Arlen Specter invented the magic bullet, where the bullets crisscross and goes through his shoulder, goes through his arm, goes through his leg, goes through his wrist, and ends up in his knee and drops out on a gurney, where it looks like it's never been fired.
Well,
I mean, whose ass are you blowing smoke up?
I don't know about Arlen Specter, but I do know that Arlen Specter helped a lot of the unfortunates up in this area.
Oh.
Yes, he did. He was there to help me with mine. I even had a letter from him stating that I have to sue Wayne County.
Well, he was corrupt as the day is long, as far as I'm concerned. And whatever good he did, he probably did it out of necessity to cover his ass, because that guy was as crooked as the day is long.
Dave, after our inspector came up here on my behalf, he wound up flipping, going over to the demon rat side.
Well, you know what? Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders. There was a case I worked on in Groveland Correctional Facility. They had the Canandaigua, New York VA come onto prison property. A nurse from the Canandaigua VA came onto prison property impersonating a psychiatrist treating veterans for PTSD, and he was getting $20,000 per head times 80 guys from 1988 until 2000, until we blew up the spot on him. And they wrote to everybody. The prisoners wrote to everybody. And then an anonymous letter to the Judicial Process Commission got published in December of 2000 that blew up the spot on these people. And Bernie Sanders was the guy who called the Department of Veterans Affairs Inspector General and got the investigation going, got the program closed down, got a guy that was suffering from hepatitis C released from prison because they wouldn't treat him unless he took a drug course. And the drug course was 18 months, and it was longer than he had to live. So the corruption is in everything. There is not one rock that you can turn over, city, state, federal, county government, that you can turn over that there's not a snake under. There's not one. I defy anybody listening to this video to show me one instance of any kind of government in this country at all where you can do an investigation and you won't find anything corrupt about it. Name me one. I'll eat my hat. Been doing this shit for 25 years. That's why I didn't re-up in the service, because I saw what was going on. I saw the C-130s dip off the fucking radar approach control over Cambodia and then reappear 45 minutes later in the same goddamn spot they were in before. How does that happen? Does the C-130 hover in midair for 45 minutes? No, they were landing in the jungle. They were being loaded up with drugs and human trafficking and whatever the fuck else they had, and they were taken off from portable runways that the villagers were putting together in like 20 minutes from corrugated 4x8 runway plates. And then when they disassembled the damn thing, they'd use it as sidewalks in their village. I wrote it in my book. Got pictures of it. So and this goes back years and years. And we were over in Afghanistan 18 years. Why? Because of the poppy fields, the drugs, and all of the shit that they're taken out of there. If that place, if their main export was broccoli, we'd never be anywhere near that place. Yeah. Never be anywhere near there. How come we're not down in South America or down in Cuba? You know what I'm saying? It's incredible. Follow the money. That's where it is. And the best thing that the president could do is change the money. Change it from dollar bills to quatloos. You got 30 days to turn whatever you got stuffed in your pillow, all your bank accounts, your Social Security, your pension funds, they're safe. All you have to do is get used to how the new money looks, and everybody is fucked. All these people has got all these offshore accounts. All these people that got pallets of cash that Obama sent them. All these people in North Korea that are printing $20 and $100 bills that show up in the ATMs and the banks over here and looks just like our money. They're screwed. They're screwed. And you make it so that you can't counterfeit it. Gold standard never worked. The gold standard is a myth. The way you change the money and get it to people so they can't counterfeit it is you put RFID chips embedded in the paper with 4 random numbers on the chip, and they match another number, a different number on the front of the bill. And they will be stored in the U.S. Treasury Registry. When you go to put that in the bank, those 4 numbers and the one on the face of the bill have to be in the registry, otherwise it's counterfeit and you can't deposit it. In fact, if you try to put more than $1,000 in the bank, we'll lock your ass up.
Well, that's kind of
That shit would change everything. That would screw all of these people: the Rothschilds, the Soroses, the pursuers, the Rockefellers, all of these robber barons that have been stealing money from us for 100, 200 years since the country was founded. Because the Illuminati started in this country before we signed the Declaration. That's the facts. And whether people want to believe it or not doesn't change it. Doesn't change it just because you believe the moon is made out of green cheese. May cause you to believe it in enough to send a rocket up to get your Roku and your Gorgonzola. But when you get there, you find it's not there.
Mm-mm.
So anyway,
Oh, no.
But anyway, yours. Well, I tell you what, yours is not the first case that we did, Elizabeth. You're not the first. In fact, you're the second caller that I got on this phone call that I'm going to make a video out of, and the video is going to be 3 hours long. It's going to probably take me all night to process the video to get it ready to upload. But hopefully, this reaches enough people.
Those names, huh? I'm not ready to die yet.
Well. These people are going to have to answer for this, because there's.
Dead, you're going to know why.
You're not going to wind up dead.
Hey,
because the way you wind up dead is you have information that you didn't release yet. That's why all these cops ended up dead that saw the Hillary Hoover snuff tape, because they knew about it and didn't say nothing. And when they know about it and don't say nothing. Now, once the tape got released, and once the tape came onto the dark web, and the CIA sent that guy after Peter Douglas, all of that shit stopped, because they know they couldn't contain it anymore. They can't contain it anymore. They have no reason. And in fact, if you end up dead, it only validates what we're saying. That's only another point there in their for the guilt in their direction. And like you say, these people have jailhouse mentality. They're lifers doing life in prison without parole, and they have no qualms about killing somebody, because you can't put them to death twice. You can't hang them twice. So that's why they killed Seth Rich, because he knew something beyond that USB drive that he gave to WikiLeaks. He had other shit that he was hiding.
At first 7.
I guarantee you. He had more information than he handed over to WikiLeaks. That WikiLeaks dump was only the tip of the iceberg. But these people, their big mistake is sending shit over the internet. Nothing you do on the internet is ever gone. And I give you an example. If you go to Google and type in Phaser Dome, one word, Phaser Dome Key Punch software. There's some shit there that me and a friend of mine did. We wrote games for Commodore 64. This was 1985, before the internet was even available to the public. What's it doing there? That game hasn't made money for 40 years. But it's still there. Nothing goes away. And if you know how to do it, if you have the hacking skills, you can retrieve all of those 650,000 emails that she sent, because it had to go through her server, through her proxy server, through the all the other servers between her and the transatlantic line, and then back on the proxy servers on Benghazi side, and over to the Libyan embassy. It's there. It's still there. Nothing goes away. It's archived forever somewhere. Trust me. That's their big mistake.
Well, you see, they have a way of getting rid of the archives because they already did that.
Yeah, you can. I guarantee you, if you take a sledgehammer to your phone right now and beat it into dust, I mean, beat it so that it looks like fucking talcum powder. If I have your phone number, I could retrieve every text and every phone call and every video you ever posted. I guarantee it.
Doesn't matter. I did that to my granddaughter. I couldn't get her off her damn phone. I said, "Give me that damn phone." I took it outside. And
now, if you have a phone, if you have a phone that's, have an extension phone or another number that's on your account, you don't even need police warrants or probable cause to go get that phone number's text. You can go to your carrier and say, "I want the text that came off this number. It's under my account."
Huh. Well,
yeah.
I don't have anything but a Wi-Fi thing. I only use it like for your site.
And you can use Wi-Fi, and you can use a VPN, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. In fact, one guy about 8 months ago called me up and threatened me.
What?
But he called me up and threatened me. He said, "I'm going to come down and kill you," some shit like that. So I reported it to the cops. And when I reported it to the cops, I gave him his IMEI number, because I have a little utility that was written by a friend of mine that whenever somebody calls me, even if they're calling me on a on a VoIP over a VPN, it goes and fetches their IMEI number from their phone. And with that number, I can go and get your and with a warrant, you have to have a warrant. You go and get the IMEI. You get the IMEI number from the phone. You take it to the police department. And say, "I want to know who the fuck this phone call belongs to." And I had a recording of this asshole threatening me. I said, "I want this motherfucker arrested for terrorist threats." So when they went to arrest him, they found him in Columbus, Ohio. And when they went to arrest him, they took his phone and they took his computer. And guess what they found?
Your number. No,
cheese pizza on his computer. And they called me and they said, you don't have to. He says, "You can come down and testify." He says, "But it's a waste of time, because what we got him on is 100 times worse than terroristic threats." I says, "Have at it, my friend."
I would have said that.
Have at it. It's your collar. It's your collar. Yep. More power to you.
Have at it. You got him. Good. Bye.
So fuck with me and see what happens to you.
And late at nights, one of my best buddies is a lieutenant out here for the sheriff's office. Been out here for 32 years. And so when it gets 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm still up, and I know he's working. I give him a call, and we got to talking the other night when I was still in law enforcement. And he tells me, he was telling me, different stories where you got people that are riding down the road and they got a headlight out, okay, or they don't have their registration on their car, and most of the time, I don't ever remember writing somebody with a headlight out unless there was something else involved, driving on suspended license or, something really major. And, so you got this person ride down with headlight out. One of his deputies walks over and gets talking to the guy, and lo and behold, he's got some drugs sitting there in the console. Gets him out the car. Come to find out, he had like 5 pounds of drugs in the trunk. So the thing of it is, when you're out here doing stupid stuff, you shouldn't, like, for example, this guy threatening Dave. That's just the tip of the iceberg when they got in there and they found when they found the kiddie porn on his computer. Well, just on the last lady we talked to, Ramona, and I had talked about the 145,000 indictments in the federal courts. And the reason why they keep going up and up and up is because they start out with the headlight type scenario, and they find themselves running into, hey, from a headlight, we got drugs, we got guns in the car. It's a stolen car. The person's got a warrant on there for arrest, all kinds of stuff. So one little thing can lead to a whole lot.
Right.
In your case, I was just sitting here trying to put everything together. In your case, the officer who assaulted you,
That was Sharon Palmer.
That's an assault. And if me personally,
need to curse him because they know I have a mouth. The whole fucking county knows I got a mouth.
Me personally, I was out. If a law enforcement officer did not want to arrest,
they wanted to stop me from getting Isaac is what they wanted to do, and that's
Well, you know what? If you file a complaint and they refuse to take it, it's your constitutional right to file a complaint. If they file a complaint, you can sue the person you're trying to file a complaint with. You can sue them in their personal. You can sue them in their personal and professional capacity. You can.
Who is going to do it, Dave? Who can we get to do it? We need some big shot from out of D.C. to come up and do it.
Well, you need a big shot with a pair of balls. You need a big shot with a pair of balls like Rudy Giuliani. That's who you need. Yep. Somebody who's not entangled with all of this corruption.
Oh, I love Giuliani. I fucking love that man. What he did for New York was totally awesome.
He's my fucking Goomba. He's my Goomba, and why they switched from him to that dipshit they got now is fucking beyond me.
Freak out of me, Baba. I'll tell you what, Mayor Giuliani, he put fucking New York back on the map, and it was awesome. Now you don't want to even step foot there.
One of my podcasts, I talked about Giuliani. I think it was when I was talking about Joe Biden about going over and doing the corruption.
Yeah, he did.
Rudy Giuliani put some of the most nastiest murderers and rapists and child molesters and kidnappers. And I mean, he's done over 100 cases. The people Rudy Giuliani has prosecuted and put in jail for corruption and alike would take Joe Biden and his son and keep him for a pet monkey. No, I'm serious.
I just downloaded his third podcast. I'm going to mirror it as soon as I get done with this.
I watched his podcast because when he said he was coming out with a podcast, I grabbed the first one. I watch him. I listen to him. He's a totally awesome dude, man. I just love that man.
He's my Goomba.
Yeah, he's really good, and I learn a lot from him too by listening to him, and from my case, and although my case is different from what he's doing for President Trump, but and that's another thing. These people up here, they're vile because my uncle was a friend of President Trump, and this is before President Trump was ever President Trump. And he told me that if I ever needed help, that I was to seek Donald Trump. And I went to him, I go, what? You know Donald Trump? It was like, whoa. To me, that was like a statue of gold there. What the hell? How do you know him?
Well, maybe if he knows him, he could get Trump. He can get Ivanka to watch this video because the video that we're doing right now, it puts everything out on Front Street. I mean, there's a lot of people who have done similar things, but I don't think anybody who's ever done anything like this before. I mean, I put myself out there on Front Street so many times. I got a visit from the Secret Service 2 years ago and try to intimidate me, And I told him, I says, you got something, but put the fucking cuffs on me because I ain't did shit wrong. I says, because I'm telling the truth about the Hildebeest. I says, I told him straight up. I said, if you're standing between that bitch and a patriot and the shit hits the fan, I'd learn how to duck.
Damn right.
Because you ain't never. Anybody can be gotten to, and they proved it. How many times? How many times did they? I don't care how many people you got around you. If somebody wants to get to you so bad, they'll get to you. They can put that son bitch in Attica in the shoe, and they got people that go sign in just to get in the cell next to him. So if you want to take a shower, you can stab him with a freaking toothbrush. You want to get to somebody that bad, you can get to them. Trust me.
I know.
Unless you got one of them Star Trek force fields that you can switch on it deflects bullets, or you're that guy from Matrix that you can stop the bullets in midair. I mean, you're gonna do a 2.5 mile perimeter around some motherfucker? No, shit. Somebody's standing in the window shooting from cover with a 50 cal. Like they did in that movie, Sniper Behind the Crosshairs, will take you out before you even know it. And shit, by the time they figure out what the hell happened, you'd be gone like a fart in the wind.
Well, they tried that with me like 5 times.
And they got bullets now that you paint the target with a laser, and this fucking bullet's got like fins on it, like steer it, and it'll steer it, and it'll chase you around a corner.
Okay. That's
okay. They got, and if they want to take you out bad enough, they know where you are. Like that guy over in Afghanistan, they can make a rocket 12 inches long and put it up your asshole.
You got to admit, though, Donald Trump does things a whole lot better than Obama did.
Yeah, Obama says, "Oh, justice has been served." Listen, man, that $1 billion. Osama bin Laden died 10 years before he got up there and said that bullshit. He was on a dialysis machine talking to the CIA in a fucking hospital room 10 years before that shit happened. That's bullshit. Osama bin Laden, his family was big buddies with the Bushes. In fact, 9/11, the day after 9/11, the bin Laden family who was here visiting, eating breakfast and dinner with the president, with Bill Clinton, got flown out of the country. The only airliner that was left out that was allowed to fly that day. So don't blow smoke up my ass. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. I can put 2 and 2 together. I'm no dummy. I don't listen to this bullshit on the media.
Yep. And I'll tell you another friend that Donald Trump had. I don't even know if the man's still alive. His name is Joseph Russell.
Who was that?
And yeah, it was my uncle's friend. And they were my uncle, whose name is John Paul Komispaski, and his friend Joseph Russell were the financiers of Tanglewood, right down the road.
Huh.
That's right on the lake, Wallenpaupack.
Donald Trump's got a golf course here in Pine Hill, 2 miles from here.
Oh, well, that's cool.
So if he ever comes here, I'm gonna definitely go and see him. I can walk to that place from here.
Oh wow. Well, we got a little mediocre rural area here, and it's like you got to go a long way to get anywhere.
But I tell you, he surprised the hell out of me because
2 miles down the road.
he surprised the hell out of me, and to this day, I never watched one episode of The Apprentice. It's just not what I was into. The same way I didn't watch anything when Boston Legal was on the air because I couldn't imagine William Shatner as a lawyer. But then when I watched the first episode, I got hooked on that shit. Me and Tony binge-watched that thing in like 4 days. All 9 episodes, 9 seasons of it, however long it ran. We binge-watched that shit. And man, I tell you, the stuff that went on in a courtroom, when these guys, I mean, this guy, the assistant attorney for the firm, the second guy in line after Shatner, he got up and did a speech about 9/11 and about corruption in the government, and oh my God, unbelievable, unbelievable. Put it right to him, and that's why they took. That's probably why they took the show off the air because he tore them a new asshole with that one.
Yep. Guarantee that.
But
All
anyway,
I know is the government has their hands in the family life, and it should not be there.
no, it's not. It's none of their damn business. We gotta do a complete reset on this whole government. And
damn
that,
skippy we do.
you know, there's just too much corruption, and there's too much stuff that they're doing for us that we should be doing for ourselves.
Look how
And
many
you know,
times I talked to you, Dave, and I was like a basket case.
I know, and like I said, your situation is a continuing injury, and they're covering it up and destroying the lives of your children and grandchildren is a continuing injury. There's no basis for the initial action. It's fruit of the poisonous tree, and they're covering up their corruption is obstruction of justice. And you know, once somebody makes a precedent case, that's you know, that's done. It's a precedent case. Everybody, especially if it's in a federal court.
Yeah, well, my uncle left me something. Well, actually, a couple of things, lots of things. But the members.
I mean, they go so far as listen.
They took it, and what I have to give to my president, Donald J. Trump, my president, when I voted for, is I got information for him, and I can only tell him, because if I tell the world, you're not going to be prepared for this.
Unreal. I mean, they go so far as to intimidate witnesses, and they do it right there in the court. I'll give you a case.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'll give you a case.
I
don't have the what do you call it, so let me see if I can find it. The case is called Mace versus Amestoy, Amestoi. Let me see if I can find the case citation. Hold on, I got it written down here somewhere. If I can find it. Hold on a second. Mace versus Amestoy, 765 Federal Supplement 847, District of Vermont, 1991. Okay, this girl they got somebody on abusing this little girl. They got her on the stand, and she testified that shit never happened.
Right, like my granddaughter.
And the prosecutor called her a liar on the stand in front of the jury.
Yeah. What's her name there? Blacksmith. Blackledge. Marianne Blackledge called Ivory a liar to her face right here in the house.
And not only that, check this out.
Threw her the fuck out of the house.
In 2000, up in Boston, Massachusetts, there was a case of a kid that the court was trying to force this kid to take Ritalin. The hell is it? It's called the case. What's the name of that case? I can't think of it. Oh Jesus Christ! I can't even think of it. My freaking head's a blank.
Scenario.
Yeah. I can't think of it right now. Let Will throw us 2 cents in while I think about this. Go ahead, Will.
You still there, Will? Mr. Will?
Yeah, I'm still here. I had put you on mute for just a second.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. Going back to your situation, as far as this officer assaulting you, there's two recourses that I can see that you had to take. You could have gone to the magistrate and swore a warrant out for yourself. Okay, number one.
I was already in jail. I couldn't do anything.
No, it doesn't matter. That's considered to be a simple assault. And in most states, Pennsylvania being a commonwealth, I would assume their laws are the same as Virginia. You have 1 year and a day to charge somebody for a misdemeanor.
They put me on probation.
So what?
They put me on probation for cursing at her.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're. Look, listen to me. It doesn't matter if you're in jail. It doesn't matter if you're on probation. It doesn't matter if you're a convicted felon. It doesn't matter if you're on home. If somebody assaults you, regardless of who it is, you have the right as a citizen to go down and take a warrant out for that person's arrest, period. That had no, your status of being in jail for 9 days has nothing to do with it. You could have turned, me personally, I would have turned right around, and as soon as I got out, gone and swore a warrant out for them, said, look.
That's what we tried to tell the attorney, okay? That was Peters, Bill Peters.
Yeah, you need, well, the attorney gave you bad, I'm going to tell you now, your attorney gave you bad advice. Then the second thing I would have done was I would have taken a copy of the criminal complaint and the arrest warrant that was issued by the magistrate and put a letter to it and send it to Internal Affairs to the Pennsylvania State Police to have them investigate the situation. Because let me tell you something. If she did that to you, that's not the only time she's done something like that.
No, she's a bought-off cop. We already know that.
And you never know. It doesn't matter. You never know. Eventually, you never know what's going to happen. I'll give you an example. When I used to run as an emergency medical technician out here for the East Hanover Volunteer Rescue Squad out here in Hanover County, Mechanicsville. Okay, and my very first call, I was out on an accident, and I realized we were going to end up taking the guy to the hospital. Well, I hadn't even gone through my EMT class yet. It was my very first call, so my learning curve is way behind. I said, well, I'm not going to stand around here with my thumb up my ass, and I'm going to do something. So I go pull the gurney out of the meat wagon there, and as I'm pulling the gurney, it hits a rock and it spins around. It bumps up against this deputy's car, and I'll say her name. Her name was Stuart Goodman, and she turns around and looks at me. Now, up until this point, my buddy that I had mentioned, that's a lieutenant now, I used to ride with him from time to time as a ride-along, and I had met her on numerous occasions. She knew who I was. I'd sit and had conversations with her and everything else. She turns around and looks at me, and she says, you hit my police car. I said, well, hey, it was a mistake, and if there's any damage or anything, the rescue squad will cover it, which, it just bumped up against. No, you hit my goddamn police car. Don't you ever hit my police car again. Do you understand?
Next time it'll just be you.
So no, listen. So 2 days later, we were on the call. 2 days later, I'm back at the rescue squad, and she was standing in our dispatch office talking to one of the other members. And so I stepped in and said, hey, Stuart, just wanted to say about your police car, I didn't appreciate the way you talked to me the other day, but, it was an honest mistake, and I just want to know if there was any damage done to your car. I'll sign anything I have to sign, to get your car fixed. You hit my goddamn police car. If you ever hit my police car again, I will slap the shit right out of you.
And you'll get slapped back. Don't worry about it.
No, I got on the phone. I left the dispatch office and went down the hall, went into the bunk room and got on the phone in there, and I called the sheriff's office. And I'm not going to say his name, but a captain answered. I got in touch with a captain that happened to have been on working that night, who used to be my football coach when I was playing Little League football.
Oh, my God.
And I told him, and now this same, and just so you know the type of rapport I had with this particular captain, in between the neighborhood I grew up in, and the high school, which was a half a mile from where I grew up, there was a field, and there was a bunch of us one night out in the field. I was 16 years old, and all of a sudden these two undercover deputies show up, investigators show up, and started. One of them, who was the sheriff of the county today, started grilling one of the other kids, and the other deputy who before he became captain was this other investigator, says, oh, you ain't got to worry about talking to these kids. Wil Kinesche with them. If Wil Kinesche with them, they're fine. They're not up to no good. Okay. So that's the kind of rapport that I had with this particular individual. And he says to me, I said, well, I got a complaint on Stuart Goodman. He says, what the hell did she do now? And I said, well, and I told the story, and he pretty much gave me two alternatives. He said, if are telling me for my information, I'm going to take her off the road. If you're giving me a formal complaint, I'm going to fire the bitch right now. So I didn't want to be the demise of somebody's career. Because she was a good police officer. She just didn't know how to talk to people. She was a very good police officer. Just didn't know how to talk to people. I said, well, look, I've been riding around with, my buddy, and I've watched her, and she's a very good police officer, very thorough, and she does a very good job for us. The law enforcement end is concerned. She needs to go to class to learn how to talk to people. I'm just going to give you for your information. They pulled her off the road, and she hung around for about another 6 months, and then finally they called her in. For the story that I got, they called her in the sheriff's office, and they had her resignation papers filled out. All she had to do was sign them.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
So I'm just telling you that now in this particular situation, it's a small town. Back then, there was probably maybe 10,000 people in the entire county. And this particular captain knew me, and and I had a very good reputation even back when I was a kid. But the point I want to make to you is, you never know until you try. And don't take this the wrong way, but there's been a couple suggestions I've made. You said, oh, well, they're corrupt. It's not going to do any good. You never know until you try. You don't know who's going to hear your complaint. You don't know who's going to talk. And you see, here's the thing. When you go out, if you go out and you file this complaint to the state police, and you go over here and you file this paperwork, and you file this paperwork, trying to let the powers to be know what's happening and what's going on. If they dismiss you, and it's a continuous ongoing thing, if it ever comes around to a lawsuit, okay, a civil lawsuit, then you got all this documentation that you tried to let the powers to be know what was going on, and you feel like you've been wronged, and you got a good attorney that's going to stand up for you in court. And I can tell you that if you can establish that you're having your rights violated, you don't have to take it to a state court. You can take it to federal court. And a federal court, I can tell you right now, as it stands, Trump has put in close to 190 judges. Okay, that was the one thing Obama did. So you stand a very good chance of having a constitutional judge hear your case at this point in time, if it ever get to that. But until you give it a shot, until you try, don't say, well, there's corruption and this person's this and this person's that. Go do it anyway. I don't care. Because somewhere along the line, somebody's going over here, somebody's going to read something, somebody's going to know somebody that's going to know somebody, and the word's will get out, and eventually, you never know, you just might get that phone call one day, hey, you filed this complaint, you're doing this, you had this happen to you. What the hell is going on? I'm such and so with this agency or this department, and I want to know what's going on. I want to hear your story. Just like Dave and I are sitting here listening to your story and trying to get it out on the internet and let people hear of things that happen and go on a daily basis and right around in the backyard. And you never know who's going to hear what and who's going to be in the position and the situation that they pick the ball up and run with it.
That's right.
If you sit back, so never ever pigeonhole yourself. And just getting back to a civil case, that's a civil tort. Well, you don't have beyond a reasonable doubt. That's preponderance of the evidence. And when you go into a civil court and you do a preponderance of the evidence, you only have to prove 51% of your case. 49% of your case could be bullshit, but if you prove 51% of your case, you win your case, period. Done.
That's right. And you never know what little piece of information that somebody might hear or that you might hear that says, you know what, I never thought of that. And I just found a case about that kid that was ordered by the court to take Ritalin. And it's the story of Kyle Carroll. That's KYLE CARROLL. He was forcibly medicated on Ritalin, they were threatening to take the kid out of the house if they didn't give him Ritalin. Okay, and that was in the Buffalo, New York News on November 10th, 2000, on page A12. And I'll leave a link in the description for anybody who wants to read that story. If there's any drugs involved that they're giving to these kids, that's another avenue that you could take them on, because they can't medicate your kids without the parents or legal guardian's permission.
My boys didn't need to be on drugs. My boys didn't need to be removed from home. My boys are just being boys.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, in that issue right there, in that issue right there, and you can't say, okay, you can't, in your case with your two grandsons, just because your daughter is where she is now, jammed up on this case that she's got, has nothing to do with your two grandsons as far as the case that exists. It's totally different. A lot of times when you start getting into a story, okay, and you tell a story, you think that entire story is all one big package. Whereas when you start breaking it down as far as the law is concerned, there might be 5 or 6 or 7 different issues within that one story that are standalone issues on their own by themselves. So just like, for example, this state trooper assaulting you, regardless of what happened before that, regardless of what happened after that, that's a standalone issue all by itself. Your boys being taken out and you being falsely accused of burning them when their dad did it, Dusty did it, that's another total different case. There's another different case here as far as you getting custody of your boys. Each one is a separable case. And sitting here talking and listening to you, you got 4, maybe 5. I mean, this issue where these social service people went into another state and brought those kids across state lines, that's a federal offense.
Yeah, they put in their paperwork they did that.
Yeah, that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Mann Act.
That I forget what it's called. It could be. It slips my mind, but I can tell you it is against the law for anybody to transport someone else's child without a court order or without parental permission across state lines. If I go right now up to Maryland, where I have relatives up there, and one of my relatives has a young niece that's not 18, and if I pick her up and bring her over here, back here to, hang out for a few days or a week like they used to do me when I was a kid, I used to go up to Maryland and stay at my aunt's house with my cousins up there. And I don't have their permission. They can call the FBI and have me arrested, even though she's my niece.
And even when I ran the scout troop, okay, we used to go from Brooklyn down to the Jersey Pine Barrens to go camping. And that was transporting minors across state lines, technically, not for any illicit purpose, just the fact that you've done it, okay? But what we had to do is when we planned a trip like that, we had papers sent out with the kids who were going on the trip for the parents to give us permission not only to take them where we're going to take them, but to also give us permission that in case of an emergency, say a kid fell down and hit his head on a rock and he's got a brain injury and his head's filling up with blood and they got to operate, but they don't have anybody to give him permission to do what they got to do, to give us temporary power of attorney to act ad litem for the kid to sign a paper if we can't get a hold of you. It's a life-threatening situation. We got to do this now or the kid's going to die. What are you going to do? You're going to call the parents. We can't get a hold of them. Well, we can't do anything. Well, now I've got power of attorney. I'm a guardian ad litem for the kid in that situation, and I can sign the paper.
Right. Every time my youngest one would go on field trips with the school always sent home those papers before they would even go. She was in cheerleading, so she went all over.
Right, but before the school would take her out of the state.
Right, I had to sign papers giving information. If they couldn't get a hold of me, they had the right to sign the paper for medical emergency.
Right.
Yep. No,
right.
Yep, I had to do that.
They called it a permission form. That permission form wasn't signed, the kid wasn't going.
Right. And not only that, the fact that they took the kids without probable cause and with no evidence of any wrongdoing on your part, that makes the crime of them taking them across state lines even worse. It's kidnapping.
No, they came right here to the house.
And I tell you what, there's no statute of limitations on kidnapping or murder or treason. No statute of limitations. So if 50 years ago, it's called a recognition of injury.
Right.
You don't even recognize that your rights have been violated, and that stops the toll of the statute of limitations as well.
Right.
A minor child who's been molested doesn't know he's been molested. He or she is think that's normal because of the way the kid was brought up. It's normal for them to have been going through this crap. And now when they turn 18, and now when they get all their senses and they realize what the hell happened to them, they can go back 10, 20 years and say, hey, look, this shit happened to me. There's no statute of limitations on it. Now, you have to be able to prove it. The burden of proof is on you. But in this kind of case, the burden of proof is on the defendant to prove his innocence. So you've got a two-edged sword here. You can't make a ruling and say, well, you got to provide this and you got to provide that, because who knows? Who knows the truth? There's no way to get to the truth. There's no evidence. So when there's no evidence, there's no case. Period. Right. End of discussion. There's no case. And when the prosecution makes up evidence and coaches a witness and forges papers and withholds exculpatory information, that person should be sued in his personal and in his professional capacity. He should be disbarred. His pension should be taken away, and he should be made to serve 3 times the sentence that the defendant would have served had he been convicted. That would be justice in this country, but that does not, at this point, exist, because the flags in the courtroom got that yellow fringe around them, and that means only one thing to somebody who knows. This is the British Court of Admiralty law that is it's a facade. It's a joke. It's a legal fiction from start to finish.
So
that's what we are under. I mean, come on, Dave. My husband and I were driving 4-wheeler and I went over a bank, okay, and I got caught up in prickers. All right? I thought, and I couldn't move, I had knocked my shoulder out, it was a mess. And he went to work, and I thought he came home. I heard the ladder and everything. What the hell he did? Did he forget his ladder? But I was so sore, and I couldn't move. I couldn't even get up and look out the window to find out who the hell was here. All right. They dumped wax down my chimney.
Wax?
Wax down my chimney so that when we burned our wood stove, we would have a chimney fire, which they were trying to burn my house down. But, you see, my husband's a lot smarter than these retards. He knew exactly what to do. We did not need the fire department. We took care of it ourselves, or I would not have a house left. Okay, so my husband is triply smarter than they are. And I love my husband. And although we fight like cats and dogs, I still love my husband.
and like I said, you never know who's going to hear what. When I was a financial advisor for Prudential, I was also a law enforcement officer. I had 3 financial licenses through the state and through the federal government. I was a certified emergency medical technician. I was a licensed private investigator, and I was a certified law enforcement officer. All at the same, I had all those designations at one time, and the insurance office where I was working out of in Innsbruck, out in Hanover County, the next county over from me, down 295. At the end of the office complex out there was like a strip mall, and it had a restaurant and bar in it. And sometimes I'd go in there and get something to eat. So I'm in there eating, and I had taken a insurance class. And there was this one fellow in there I got along with real well, and I happened to see him in there one night. And we get to talking. And while I was eating, and there was these 3 guys over at the bar, and these 3 guys, I'd seen them in there before, and they were buddies. And they kept, they were just the life of the party. And they were buying drinks for everybody, and the guy turns around and looks at me. He says, "Do you come up here often?" I said, once in a while. I said, I come up here. He said, "Those guys come in here all the time. They'll walk out of here with a $300, sometimes $400 bar tab. And they come up here 2-3 times a week." He says, they were out of the same insurance company, out of the same office, which was right down the street. There's probably 20 insurance companies right there in that office complex. He says, and I don't understand it because I see their sales reports that come out every month. Those guys don't make $40,000 a year. He said, I don't know how they're able to pay $200 and $300 and $400 bar tabs. So, what I ended up, I knew there was this. It had been mentioned to me by a law enforcement department. I'll just kind of leave it at that. That there was this B&E rings that was going on through, and back then the computers and the internet, because it was back in the 90s, you didn't have the internet yet. Police departments were just starting to share information to a certain degree. And so I asked the guy, I says, as far as the files in your office, how is there any way that you can get permission to get a hold of their files? He says, yeah, the files that we have in the office, they're not kept in an individual's desk. They're kept in a communal desk, communal file cabinet, because if somebody were to call in and ask for some information and an agent's not there, whoever the agent of the day is can run over to that communal desk file and pull that file out. I said, so you have access to all their people? He says, yeah. He says, and they're, the files are set up in the file cabinet under the agent's name, and then it's alphabetical. I said, look, tonight, could we go over to your office and I make some copies of some files? He goes, sure. I said, now you have to make the copies and give them to me because I can't legally do that. He goes, no problem. So we go in there for about an hour, and he made some copies of these people's clients list. And I didn't care about their, financial issues or what the insurance that they had bought or anything like that. I was looking for names, addresses, and phone numbers. And I took some of those names, addresses, and phone numbers and compared it to a list of where there were B&Es that had been taking place. And lo and behold, about 1 out of every 4 people that was prior to these 3 guys were on that B&E list. Come to find out, to make a long story short, these guys were going in doing financial analysis for these folks. When you do a financial analysis, you find out where people work and what their work, where they work, what their hours are, so you know when it's a good time to get in touch with them. I mean, you got all their information. And basically what these 3 guys would do was one guy would watch the husband at work, the other one would watch the wife, and the third guy would break into the house. Well, because they knew where they were at, see, and they ended up getting arrested. But it was just because that guy just mentioned the fact that I don't know how they pay, this bar tab and so forth. And come to find out, they were some pretty serious B&E, and they were breaking into houses all over the place, and they had inside information. So once again, you just never know when you start talking and you go out and you start filing paperwork and you start making phone calls and you talk to anybody in an authoritative position that can do something for you, that will listen, you don't never know who you're going to be talking to. You never know who's going to be on the other end of the phone, or you never know, you might say something to somebody and they may act like they can't help you out. And 2 weeks later, they'll be sitting around with a bunch of people telling your story. This lady called me up. She was telling me this, that, and so forth. Next thing you know, somebody at that table might go, who's that lady's name? And you might get a phone call. You don't never know. You never know. There's a thing that they taught us in insurance. It's called 6 degrees of separation. Have you ever heard of that?
I heard of it. I don't know what it's about.
Okay, what 6 degrees of separation basically meant, and it was this works more. It still works today, but it worked more back before the internet, because now you can get on the internet on social media and you can contact a movie star like Morgan Freeman, or a rock band, or a country music singer, or
Right.
you see what I'm saying. But back in the day, you didn't have that. So the 6 degrees of separation kind of works like this, and I'll give you this as my example. My oldest boy was chasing this little girl, trying to take her out. So he's talking to her on the phone, and I won't say her name, but I'll just call her D. And so he had mentioned to me about a week prior that D's dad worked at the White House. Now, being that he was only 14 at the time, or 15, he didn't associate. It didn't click on him that the president lives at the White House, right? So I was explaining to him the 6 degrees of separation. I said, you got to be careful about what you tell people, because somebody will tell somebody, and will tell somebody, and you never know how you might get yourself jammed up. And I said, because I know you, I have other avenues, but because I know you, I'm only 3 people away from knowing the President of the United States. He says, I said, yeah. I said, you got to understand, I know you. That's 1. You know this girl D, that's 2. D's daddy works where? In the White House. That's 3. Between 3 people, just through this one route of one of my kids.
I'm going to lose battery here.
So the point I'm trying to make to you is, you don't never know who knows who. You could throw it out there. Hey, do you know this person? Or I need to get in touch with this person. And somebody who went to school, somebody who lives next door to somebody that's related to somebody that works for somebody knows that person.
Oh, I'm sure.
So
that's the way it works.
So that's the way it goes.
Let them know.
I'm running out of battery juice here, guys.
Okay.
Dave, I want to thank you so much for giving me your time. And Mr. Will, you too.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you. It was a pleasure talking to you. You have 3 or 4 serious issues that you could be addressing right now.
Well, I got to get somebody that's willing to take a look at it.
So
now I'm just like holding my hand on my backside and seeing it, making sure it don't fill up.
Well, I also hope that Dave and I can get this out on the internet, and somebody will be listening. And you just never know. Like I said, you just never know who's going to hear the story, and the right person hears the right story. Me or Dave might get contacted and say, hey, we need to get in touch with those folks. We can help them out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, I thank you so much, because I really want my boys to come home. There's no need for them to be where they're at. There never was a need for them to be where they're at.
Right.
They're my girls, but they're still my boys. All right, gentlemen, I'm got my 3rd toot here.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Dave, I'll be talking with you again.
Take care, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure talking to you, and hopefully this does some good for you and get you some justice.
Just careful of them courthouse names and statey names.
Well, I'm not going to go through and edit it all out. It doesn't mean anything to anybody anyway, except to give you more credibility. So,
okay.
All right.
Because they're trying to make me out to be a bullshit bag anyway.
Well, you know what? The truth is on your side, and the truth eventually wins. It might take years, but I found that the truth is on your side. And what's going to happen, with all of this stuff, with all this corruption being exposed, you never know. You never know. Somebody else's case with these people might come back on yours, and they'll overturn that case and find corruption in that case. And guess what? They'll go right back to your case and say, "Hey, look, we're going to investigate this shit and see what's going on and see who's behind this." So.
Yeah, somebody's getting paid big bucks.
We gave it a shot. We're throwing the shit against the wall. Hopefully something sticks.
I hope so too. Because I got to stick around to save them boys. That's all I know.
All right, my friend. You take care.
You too, Dave. And thank you, Mr. Rowe.
You're most certainly welcome, Elizabeth.
God bless you.
Okay, have a good night, you guys.
God bless you. God bless you.
God bless you
Bye-bye.
guys, too.
Be good.
Yep.
At this point, Elizabeth is off the call, but Wil and I continue the conversation, covering what we feel are related issues. The connections between these seemingly unrelated topics may not be immediately apparent, but the tapestry of corruption consists of many complex interwoven fabrics that only spiritual discernment can reveal to someone who diligently seeks the truth, no matter where it leads, and is not afraid to throw previously held paradigms and his honestly acquired assumptions to the wind when the evidence steers him in another direction. In my quest for truth, I rely primarily on two axioms that have proven to be reliable guides toward getting to empirical facts. The first comes from a court case. Quote, "The danger with the use of circumstantial evidence is that of logical gaps, subjective inferential links of low probability or insufficient degree." People versus Klieg, 22 New York, 2nd District, 363, 1968. The second axiom comes from Scientology. It is known as logic number 19. Quote, "The workability of a postulate is established by the degree to which it explains existing phenomena which is already known, by the degree that it predicts new phenomena which when looked for will be found to exist, and by the degree that it does not require that phenomena which do not exist in fact be called into existence for its explanation."
Wow.
Wow, that was
Unbelievable.
she's got part of her story, starting out about her daughter being in getting put in prison. That's a sad story right there. The only thing I can say on that is there's probably more to that story than she either knows or she's telling. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, there's lawyers in divorce cases that are telling their female clients to just allege that the husband is touching the kids inappropriately, and that allegation alone, without any evidence or proof or just the allegation, just like what happened with Kavanaugh. If Kavanaugh didn't have the millions of dollars he had, he would have been in jail.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because eventually they'll run you out of money, and then you go to a legal aid attorney, and they're just plea bargain hunters. They'll just plea bargain. They'll engage in risk management.
Right.
And you say, well, if you lose the case, you'll do 18 to 25, and if you take a plea, you'll do 1 to 4. What are you going to do? I mean, at that point, guilt or innocence has no bearing on the decision. Do I roll the dice knowing what I'm dealing with?
Now,
and knowing that 12 people on the jury would rather be home watching Jerry Springer?
Right. So you got that situation, but the one thing that I picked up on is, I can understand her having contentment for the system, okay? Because it sounds like she's gotten screwed 2 or 3 ways. However, it sounds like to me, and I'm just being subjective as I can from the information that I got, that she's either approaching these things the wrong way, or she's getting bad advice from the wrong people. And I made comments a couple times, and that's why I kind of told my story and kind of encouraged her to go ahead and get the ball rolling in some of these things. Well, no, there's so much corruption out here, it ain't gonna do no good. Hey, that is a, I'm not saying that there's not corruption out there, because it sounds like there's some, because that turd Dusty, whatever the fuck his name is, should have been taken behind the tool shed and the shit fucking kicked out of him for burning that kid with a cigarette. The fucker should have been in jail regardless of, look, I had informants up to wazoo at one time. And yeah, I've ended up putting my own informants in jail because of shit that they did just like that. hey, if they went out there and got caught with a little bit of cocaine on them, or little shit like that, something that they were doing themselves, but all of a sudden, I get this call that he didn't beat the shit out of his wife or smacked his kid around to the point where the kid got put in the hospital. Hey, well, informer, no informant, all the fucking bets are off at that point, pal.
Right.
Your ass is gone. Don't fuck it. I don't want to hear no more of your information. I don't give a fuck who you know. I got you. I'll go get somebody else. I don't fucking need you that bad. I'm not getting in bed with you and selling my reputation and my credibility because of you.
Absolutely.
And so with that being said, what I can't understand, now look, I can understand that they took the kids from the daughter.
Right.
And I'll tell you the reason why. Because the daughter allowed this guy to be in the kid's life and didn't do anything about allow abuse to continuously go on. And didn't sound like to me she had done anything.
Instead of putting him in foster care, they should have they should have placed the kids with the next of kin.
That's the whole. That was the next thing, and to get those kids in the system, they come up with some bullshit on her.
Right.
So therefore, she was not eligible to have the kids, so they could get the kids in the system. And once again, there's 2 kids. Well, there's $12,000 right there a month. And those kids have been in the system now for what it sounds like to be 3 years. So we're looking at $144,000 times 3. So those 2 children to the state have brought in close to $400,000, $144,000 a year. That's close to $400,000. Oh, actually over $400,000 just those 2 kids. So there's some money motivation behind that to a certain degree. I can see that. However, and this is just between me and the fence post, with this lady here, I think there's her side of the story, then I think there's what really happened. I don't think she's telling us everything. So, and I'm not saying that state trooper didn't assault her, okay? But the point of the matter is, he said it stuck her in the neck with a pin. I know exactly what the state trooper was trying to do. You know what the phrenic nerve is?
Yeah.
She's trying to hit the phrenic nerve to disable her to get her on the ground. Right. Because your phrenic nerve is in your neck and it's attached to the kneecaps on that side of the body. And if you access the phrenic nerve deep enough, it throws a shock system through your body, and that side of your body just completely collapses. And it sounds like, but what I, and I'm just being subjective here, trying to be as objective as I can. She didn't really say what kind of demeanor that she had up to that point. She could have been out there in that parking lot cussing and raising hell and everything else. And if that had been the case, okay, then that state trooper had the right to do what she did. So I brought it up 2 or 3 times about the state trooper, and she backed off on it. So it tells, I've done this for a long time. It just tells me there's more to that story. Okay. Because I kept, if you notice, I kept mentioning it and kept pushing it.
Yeah.
And the more I mentioned it and pushing it, did you notice how less excited she got about talking about it and how her voice lowered?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm not sitting in front of her to be able to watch her eyes or her body language, but I'm just listening to that, and that's kind of telling me that maybe there's more to this than what she's telling us on that state trooper. It also, to a certain degree, when you know as well as I do, when you are in the right, I don't give a fuck what you think might be happening or going on. You're going to hit that son of a bitch with everything you got until it gets fixed, right?
Yeah.
So when I told her, hey, why don't you do this? Well, they're all corrupt. I got that excuse from her 2 or 3 times.
Well, I can tell you that's not an uncommon feeling, because if you really know what you're dealing with, you kind of get that paranoid feeling like these motherfuckers are all corrupt. These fuckers will lie, they'll cheat, they'll steal, they'll murder motherfuckers to cover their own ass, because what they've done is they committed crimes, and in order to get away from from being caught committing what they've done, they got to put the shit on you, the same way that Hillary Clinton does. They do the same the Democratic Party does. They accuse you of what they did, take the heat off of you, and put it on them. It's like killing somebody and burying his body in the wall, and then 2 weeks later your house starts stinking, and you call the fucking cops and you say, my house is stinking. I don't know where the fuck the stink is coming from. It smells like some dead motherfucker in here. Meanwhile, you killed the guy, and when the cops find a dead body in the wall, you don't know how it got there. That's the mentality of these people.
Right.
And 99% of the time it works, because the people who are making the allegations are coming from a position of authority. People don't see the motives behind it, and don't see the underlying corruption and all the different scenarios that play that make the machine work. So I can understand her feeling that, hey, I'm not going to get anywhere because these motherfuckers are all corrupt. I wouldn't take that chance either.
Well, here's my take on that. It sounds like to me, from some of the things she was telling me, that there is some corruption going around here, but there's got to be some good police officers, and and there's got to be some good people in the court system and the social service system. Not everybody is corrupt. Okay, you can't. And the point is that when you go out and you start telling your story, 10 corrupt, let's just say the majority of people are corrupt. 10 corrupt people will hear the story, but that 11th one is the one that's going to hear the story, and they're going to do something about it. And, I didn't say this, I'll tell you, my buddy out here, he's been out here 32 years, and sometimes he has the cop mentality. All right, they're worthless. They're no good. They're scumbags. They're not worthy of my time. All right, that's kind of the mentality he has, and some of the other guys that I know out here have, and that's a lot of law enforcement people that I know have that mentality. Oh, they're worthless and they're no good. They're scumbags. They got themselves thrown in jail once. And they did this and they did that. Just because issues have taken place in the past doesn't mean what they're bringing forth to the table right now doesn't mean that it doesn't want an investigation, doesn't mean that there's not merit to it.
Right. Yeah.
And a couple times, I never said anything to him, but he was talking about this one guy who was a dirtbag. I mean, really, the guy was constantly getting arrested, constantly getting in trouble. But somewhere along the line, and I kind of forget the entire story, but the guy brought up a lawsuit against the county. And he said, yeah, he's a scumbag, and, he brought up a lawsuit against the county and this, that, and so forth. Yeah, well, guess what? That scumbag is now sitting back on almost $2 million on the lawsuit that he won against the county.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
there's a lot of people like that. And in fact, there was a guy, they violated his First Amendment rights. He went to jail for, his name was John Fortune. I think his name was John Fortune, but the case was Fortune versus New Jersey. They put him in jail for marijuana, and when he got out of his jail, he put up a website advocating the legalization of marijuana. And his parole officer said, you can't do that, and forced him to take his website down. Well, he filed a lawsuit, and now he's got his own pot store.
That's right.
He's got his own pot store now.
Because when they told him to do that, he violated his First Amendment rights to free speech.
That's right.
Because it says nothing in the Constitution that just because you've been arrested or put in jail doesn't mean you can't go out and speak your mind.
Yep. Now they tried that shit and they lost. You can Google a case, Fortune versus New Jersey. He's got a website, njweedman.com. He's a funny motherfucker, boy. This guy's hilarious.
And the other thing about these kids being taken across state lines, if she's telling the whole truth on that, then that not only is that a criminal charge there, but then they can turn around and sue them for that.
Yeah, personally. They can sue them in their personally, and sue them in their personal, in their official and personal capacity.
That's right.
Same thing with a cop who arrests you under color of law with no probable cause, and then forges your name on a piece of paper saying that you wrote the shit or you signed it, and you didn't sign it. You didn't, or he confessed, and he confessed because here is the paper with his signature on it. Meanwhile, you forged it. That's obstruction of justice. That's withholding exculpatory evidence. That's forgery. That's all type of shit, and it's fruit of the poisonous tree.
Correct.
I never knew shit about the law until 25 years ago, but now I think I can navigate this shit.
So, and it also sounds like to me she has maybe one or two civil lawsuits that she could go file. And once again, I can't find anybody that will take it. There's plenty of lawyers out there that
maybe somebody will listen to that video, that conversation after I put this video up, that or call and say, I need to get a hold of this. We want to take a case pro bono. That would be.
You never know. Or there are law firms out there. They charge a little bit more money, okay, but they'll take your case. They're good lawyers, and they say if we don't win, you don't owe us nothing.
Yeah, but the only thing you can't get back and you can't sue for is the time you would have spent with your kids and all of the shit that they went through. You can't undo that. You can't get that back.
You can't get that back, but you can sue for that. That is when you do a civil lawsuit. There's two things in a civil lawsuit: it's punitive damage and compensatory damage.
Right.
And everything that you were financially, all your financial losses, as long as you can prove them, you got documentation. They can rule on that, and then you go. That's compensatory damages. Then the pain and suffering and the mental anguish is the punitive damages. And that can be up into the tens of millions of dollars.
Right. Yep.
And see, not only can she sue for herself, the husband can sue, and then she could sue on the behalf of each one of the kids. There's four lawsuits right there.
Yep. And not only that, if she wins any one of them, she opens up a big can of whoop ass on them, because now everybody else who's dealt with these same people can go back and say, he did the same shit to me. Me too.
That's right.
Me
That's
too.
Right. And set of precedents. And next thing you know, and you see, this is what you have to do. You got to hit the fuckers in their pocket, and they start stroking $5 and $10 million checks for their actions of their employees, whether it be the law enforcement, whether it be social services, and or some of them end up getting arrested and put in jail. And then people start fucking coming out the woodwork, and the courts are slammed full of all this shit. Somebody's going to have to get in there and fix it, because it's going to get somebody's attention.
Yep.
Okay. It's going to get somebody's attention. It's going to get a state. I didn't even mention she needs to go to her state representative of her district and let that state representative know what's going on. But then, I didn't mention it because it's possibility that she would have said, well, they're all corrupt. They're all in together. I'm wasting my time. If that's the mentality she's got, she's going to just keep jumping out of the frying pan into the fire, and it's just going to be
it's all the conditioning that they put you through. I mean, when you see as much of it as I have in the last 25 years, you get to thinking about who the hell can I can't go to the FBI. Look at what the fuck they did. They're corrupt. Shit, if they're willing to spend $25 million on a bullshit case to impeach the president, what are they going to do to me?
Well,
you know what I'm saying? You're fighting a fucking Goliath that he's towering over you, and you got a fucking slingshot.
The thing about that is, most of that bullshit with Trump was on the 7th floor at the FBI department. Mm-hmm. The normal rank and file agent out there would be foaming at the bits to take, or out there foaming at the bits taking the case. I mean, that's who's. I mean, where do you think all these indictments are coming from? The normal rank and file agents are out there busting their asses, because I know a couple of them, And I know one guy, I'm not going to say his name. I know one guy, he's been working 6 days a week, 12 and 14 hours a day, putting out indictments on people. He won't tell me who or what or why, and I understand, but he's working his ass off, and he told me, he said, I can tell you there's over 2,000 agents that I know of that's working just as hard as I'm working.
I believe the majority of law enforcement, no matter where it is, they're all good people. I know all the cops in this town. I know every fucking single one of them. I know them by name. Okay, but if the guy over them is in the pocket, what's to prevent the higher up to say, "No, drop this shit"? And that's what that's the apparency of what's happening. You got slam dunk case against Joe Biden, slam dunk. A lawyer couldn't pray for a better case. The guy admits he strong-armed the president of Ukraine to drop the prosecution on the company his son was working for. How much more evidence do you need? When do you rest in the sufficiency of the evidence and go arrest this motherfucker?
The thing that I can tell you about Joe Biden is it's gotten people talking about it, okay? So when the rest of the shit comes out, when they start talking about Whitey Bulger's nephew, and they start talking about John Kerry's stepson doing the same thing, and it not only took place in Ukraine, they also did it in Romania, which is 10 times corrupt than Ukraine, okay? Romania is a total different story, and they're using this as what you have to do with the American people. And I say this all the time. The American people, it's harder to convince them that they were screwed and duped over than duping them.
Right.
And
yep.
So the American people have been duped over for years. So basically what they're having to do is they're having to slow roll all this shit out, get people talking about it, get people questioning about it. It's just like when I got
they don't want to give up their beliefs. It's called cognitive dissonance. It's like everything you've been taught since you were a kid is bullshit. All the history that they taught you in school, all the shit about the pyramids is all bullshit. It's bullshit. Oh, no, it's not bullshit. I studied that in school. Well, as many hours as you spent studying this bullshit, it's still bullshit.
Just like, when I was on Facebook, I was, just chatting back and forth to people that I knew, and I was using Facebook for what Facebook was, quote unquote, supposed to be used for. They didn't realize that when they put Facebook out, we get turned against them. Same thing on Twitter. Okay. And Facebook and Twitter has opened up so many people's eyes in YouTube that is unreal. And the reason why they try to promote YouTube, and the reason why they will take and monetize somebody's channel that runs around and does dumb and stupid shit, because they want to fill YouTube up with as much of that stuff as they can to keep people like you and me suppressed, because there's only a handful of us out there.
Right. Have you ever looked at the trending tab? What's trending on YouTube? The stupidest fucking mindless shit you could think of.
I got the links where you can put it in, and it tells you the top video of the day and the top video of the week and the top video of the month. And you got to scroll down probably sometimes 10, 15, 20 videos before you get to one political video that's telling the truth. So in a sense, YouTube is setting the standard of trying to keep us quiet by promoting all that bullshit, but still it's getting out. And, I was sitting back and I kept, this one lady, and I don't know where she went to or whatnot, she kept talking bad about Obama. And, at the time I was like, I don't really care for him too much, but, my attitude, my mentality at the time was, why, every time I turn around and slamming Obama, it's just because he's a worthless piece of shit. Well, right after that, I kept seeing people put up stuff about Benghazi. What the fuck is Benghazi? So I got to checking into that and found out that, they had the 13 hours. I was like, well, wait a minute. I know for a fact that there's an expeditionary force in southern Italy that their job there is that if any U.S. Embassy gets overrun, it's their job to cover the North Africa and all your countries in the northern part of the Mediterranean. So where the fuck happened to them? Well, next thing you know, you got the one guy that was running all this, who was begging for the help out there, and they
Ambassador Stevens. Now he was one of two things: either he was a clueless dupe that was being used by the Hildebeest to trade arms with ISIS, or he was in on it. One or the other. Either way, he's fucked, because now he knows more than he should know, and God forbid he should come back to the States and say, "Hey, I emailed the State Department 600 times, and here's the emails, and they just ignored me, and we got overrun and damn near killed." No, they had to blame it on some bullshit video that I have a copy of somewhere. And
that was the thing. And when I started checking this Benghazi stuff out, here's the scunt and the worthless piece of shit stand up there saying, "Oh, we had this big terrorist attack on one of our embassies over some video that some guy out in California stuck out on YouTube." Bullshit. Those people out there didn't even know that the fucking video existed, number one. And number two, it was in English, so they'd have to translate the fucking thing to begin. Nobody thought about that. That video was not put in Arabic. It was put out in English. Yep. So,
and you know what? Let me tell you something else. My last channel, Net for Truth USA, got taken down because I tried to upload a copy of that New Zealand video that was totally fake, and I got screen video showing them doing it. As soon as it finished uploading and that processing stopped, the whole fucking site went down on video, and then I appealed it. And then 10 minutes later, I got the thing back. Says, "Oh, we looked at it and we decided to abide by our original decision." Nobody looked at that thing. They have the parameters of what to look for in the video. They banned it because it was fake, and they knew it was fake, and it was badly done. The guy who was shooting up all these people without any blood in the mosque goes back out to his car and shoots the front windshield of his car from the inside with the same shotgun he used to blow some guy's head off, and the windshield doesn't even break. So he's telling us that, hey, this is bullshit. It was a first-person shooter overlaid onto a video game, and it's obvious because the shells being ejected from the weapons disappear in midair.
Right.
I mean, it's obviously a fake, and then they made it illegal. Oh, if you possess this video in New Zealand, you can go 10 years in jail. Oh, really? It must be true then. Must be. And we know that John Podesta was over there a week before, paying people to pay for their relatives' funerals that died in a hospital or died in a car accident or some shit. We'll pay for the funeral. Just say he died in the shooting in the mosque. We know that for a fact. We put two and two together. We know what happened.
So the point I'm trying to was making was, after that, then I saw Fast and Furious. I was like, well, what the fuck is this? So I got to check into Fast and Furious. Wait a minute. Here we got this Benghazi bullshit over here. We got this Fast and Furious. Whatever the fuck what else the fuck is going on? And then that's when I started waking up myself and getting into the political realm and seeing what's happening going on. And that's when I started posting shit out on Facebook. And, and then more and more people started coming. And, I where I'm at today. And then Facebook's, every time I turn around, kept fucking put me in Facebook jail. I was like, okay, I'll sidestep them fuckers and do my own YouTube channel and try to, keep it to the point where, they don't boot me off. So far I've stayed in graces with them because I just kind of watch what I say and how I say it. And, so far they've left me the fuck alone.
They left me the fuck alone after I sent them a notice that I'm going to sue them, and I put those notices on every one of my videos. They left me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And they know it's coming at them. They don't know when. But as soon as I get into a red state, I'm looking to move to Pennsylvania up in the Scott Run area. They're looking at it. I'm suing them for $1.5 billion, and I'm not settling out of court. I'm going pro se. That means I'm the prosecutor, motherfucker. You're going to answer my questions.
Well, you see, it also goes to this lady Elizabeth we just talked to. She doesn't realize that on when you go into a federal court and you take a civil tort in a federal court, that federal judge has the right to, whatever you're suing for, if he feels like you've been grossly screwed, he can give you as much as 9 times of what you're asking for.
Right.
Most people don't know that. Until you get out there and you actually start doing it, you never know who you're going to run across. You never know who's going to run across you. You never know what's going to happen. I understand that she wants her grandkids, but she just needs to keep on going and hitting the courts, because it sounded like to me she got a bad ruling on the lower court. Well, Pennsylvania is a Commonwealth state, just like Massachusetts and Kentucky and Virginia and Pennsylvania. You got 4 Commonwealth states. And on Commonwealth states, that they definitely run like the British government. Those 4 states will always run kind of like take their structure behind the British government. And you have, like I said, in New York, out where you're at, you have a superior court, and that's it. And if you don't like your ruling, you got to go to the Court of Appeals, the state, period. But that's not that way in Virginia and Pennsylvania and these Commonwealth states. There's a lot of other states out there like that. Whereas if you don't like your ruling in your lower courts, then you can go to the circuit court, and in the circuit court, you can appeal it. And then if you don't like it, then you take it to the state's a Court of Appeals, and move on up the chain. But it sounds like to me that she's been getting some bad advice legally from people, or these attorneys have taken the case knowing that it wasn't going to go anywhere, because there might be more to it than what we're being told. And then after the lower courts ruled, it was like, well, there's no way to even consider taking this up to the next.
There's always two sides of it. There's always 2 sides of a story. But I tend to believe somebody whose kids was taken from them rather than believe these people who were taking them, because I've run into the same exact story. I can't tell you how many times. I can't tell you how many times.
I will agree with you on that. But once again, it doesn't matter, because look, I had a friend of mine that was going to VCU, same college I went to. His name's Phil Childress. And Phil always did shit backwards. I always thought he was dyslexic. But Phil was a very smart guy. And when you taught him something, if you scratched your ass, this is at the rescue squad, if you scratched your ass before you put the BP cuff on somebody, when you were teaching him how to do that, I promise you that before he ever put a BP cuff on somebody, he'd reach around and scratch his ass first. Seriously. I mean, he would do it he would do it exactly the way you did. If you cleared your throat before you did something, he'd clear his throat before. I mean, that's just the way. I mean, he was programmable or beyond programmable. So he goes into VCU, and he was getting his master's degree. It was his last semester, and this prick professor comes along and says that he had committed plagiarism, because when he wrote up a paper, he put when you write papers in college, because trust me, I've done my share of them. When you write papers in college, as long as you give reference of some sort, even if it's in the wrong format, you're not committing plagiarism.
Right, you commit plagiarism when you claim that something is yours that belongs to somebody else. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he puts in his source, he didn't follow the MLA format. He put it in the wrong. This professor come back and says, well, you put your formatted wrong when you were putting your references down. I'm charging you with plagiarism. No, I'm dead serious. He takes it to state court, and the state court ruled in VCU's favor. because he was found guilty.
You know, that reminds me of a thing that George Collins says. He says you're up on the stand, and he says, and the attorney asks you, tell us in your own words. And he says,
Right.
I can't tell. I don't have my own words. I'm using the words everybody else is using.
Yep, all my shit's been stolen from somebody else. Right? Exactly right. So Phil goes and he puts his case into federal court. I said, Phil, fuck the state court. You're suing a state college. Go to federal court. So he got it into federal court. And I said, I'll write up a letter. And I wrote up a letter for him. And I put in there, I know Phil from the East Hanover Volunteer Rescue Squad, and he's an excellent EMT and paramedic or cardiac tech. We got there's a out here in Virginia, we got between an EMT and a paramedic is a cardiac tech, and he was a cardiac tech. And I said, the one thing about Phil is, number one, and I used a different scenario, but basically scratch your ass before you do this. Phil's going to scratch his ass first. And I said, and I said, and also put in there, I said, look, one time Phil asked me to borrow money. It was $168.32. I still remember. And I said, he told me, he says, look, I'm tight on a bill. I get paid on Friday. First thing I do Friday is I'll come give you the money. And I said, what Phil did was, I said, look, I don't need the $168 that fast. Just next time you see me, get it to me. So hang on for just 1 second. My other half's calling.
Okay.
So I'm back, and I told him, I says, when you tell Phil, so whatever you tell him and however you tell him to do it, he's going to do it. And he's not going to ask any questions. I said, now, he and I have had some disagreements on how we've treated patients. And we've had words. We've gotten into arguments. We've gotten into knockdown, drag-out arguments. But we've always made up at the end, and we always agreed that there's more than one way to skin a cat. And there's no way you can convince me that Phil Childress, I said, oh, yeah, about as far as the money. So when Phil Childress got his paycheck at work at 10 o'clock, at 10:30, he didn't wait to see me at the rescue squad. He took off work, went to the bank, cashed his check, got the $168.32, and was standing at my front door, knocking on the door, waking me up because I had to pay me back the money that fast. I said, now, when you're dealing with somebody of that integrity and of that caliber and of that trainable, impressionable individual, and that does, and also put in there, I said, look, he is a Class A cardiac tech, and everything that Phil does is to the top. He doesn't cut corners. He doesn't try to, and if he does something wrong, he takes responsibility for it. But there's no way you can convince me that Phil Childress intentionally went out and tried to commit plagiarism. They found in his favor. The federal court did. So let me tell you what the federal judge did. Phil was suing him for his last semester in school, which back at the time was $5,000 and some dollars. However, he also put in there, he said, since my college transcript now has a plagiarism ding on it, I'm going to have a harder time getting a job. And if I get a job, I'm not going to get it. And he actually went in there and said, the job that I can get right now that I should be able to get with this master's degree in this field is $42,000 a year, but I'm lucky if I'm going to get a $30,000 a year job with it because of that ding on my record. So he says $12,000 for the next 20 years. So he put basically, and he threw some others, he had a $250,000 lawsuit on there. You know what the judge did? He got the fucking calculator out. And when he got done, they stroked Phil for a check for a little over $1 million.
Wow.
And they sent the message back. The judge did. He sent a message to all the to all the colleges in the universities in the state of Virginia. I'm just letting you know now, this is what you didn't expect if one of your students comes in and been wrongly accused of plagiarism. And I can tell you one thing, the plagiarism bullshit cut down to hardly nothing in the colleges because I had some other friends out there. Now, I'll tell you, I was just telling David, I was talking to him the other night, and I had even forgot to tell him the story. There's this fucking prick from Russia. I decided I was trying to get my degrees as quick as I could because I had it set out that I was going to get 4 degrees in 5 years. I have 147 IQ. I'm just 1 point away from being in Mensa. I got my 2-year degree in 10 months.
Nice.
So, and then 2 years later, because they wouldn't allow me as a freshman to take more classes than I was taking, and in VCU they wouldn't allow you to take more than 6 classes a semester until your junior year. So, until your senior year. So, my first year in VCU, which I was a junior, I couldn't take more than 18 or 20 credits at a time. Well, trying to get my degree as quick as I could because my goal was get that business degree, transfer to VCU, get an information systems degree. Then from there, go get VCU had a dual Master's of Information Systems and a dual Master's degree of Business Administration. So I would have had a computer / college degree, computer. I would have had a master's degree in computers and a master's degree in business when I stepped out after 5 years of school, and I would have been able to go out and get a $80,000 a year job.
Mm.
Well, yeah, easy. Been able to get $80,000 a year job, but I had never told you the story. But as I was telling my story about the social service lady, I went from the college classroom to shuffling diapers and bedpans, so I never got through all that. But anyway, this fucking prick from Russia, I was taking classes over the summer. And there were this one class, they couldn't justify keeping the class unless they had 7 people in the class. Well, if it dropped below 7, they would stop the class and give us our money back. Well, ultimately, I went around and recruited 2 more people and got 9 people in the class just to make sure if 1 or 2 people dropped, I was going to get my class done and get that credit, get my 3 credits for that class so I could move on and get my degrees quick fast. So as soon as we got into the class, it was one of those computer classes where you do a lot of projects. And the project consisted of the computer program that we were using, a Excel report, and a Excel spreadsheet with your numbers on it, and that you got off of from the computer program. Then you had to write out an explanation in a Microsoft Word explanation. So there was 3 parts of this project. And he says, I want everybody to, y'all are going to have to work together in teams. And he put 3 different, since it was 9 people, he put 3 people on each team. So as soon as class was over with, I went to him and I said, look, I'm going to object. He goes, object to what? I said, I don't want to work on a team with someone else.
Why not?
I said, I want to do my own work. I don't want my grade to rely on somebody else's work. Period. Well, that's the standards of the class, and that's what you got to do. Well, the previous semester, the spring semester, my programming professor of my programming class was head of the IT department for VCU. And I went to him and I said, look, I got some objection here on this class. Now, he really liked me, all right? And where I picked up some creds in his class with him and a lot of people was we got talking about something, and I started talking about when I had a hot tub and was having hot tub parties twice a night. And I said, yeah, I was having hot tub parties twice a night at 7 and 11. I said, hell, I even had two sororities from VCU come over here, and all of a sudden I caught wind that one of those squeezes caught herpes, and I said, I shut the shit right down, man. I told them, I said, oh, hot tub's busted. Don't come back. And they were laughing their asses off. You know, that was I was telling the story, man. They were laughing their ass. He used to stand there. He wore glasses. He was right funny. He had his wiring glass. He just standing with his mouth hanging open, his eyes bugged out. Me talking about bagging these chicks in the hot tub. So, so as soon as I walked in, he looked at me and started smiling. And I said, look, I got this problem with this professor over here. He wants us to do this group work on this project, and I don't want to do it. I said, I come to college to get my degree, and I don't want my shit to rely on somebody else. He goes, well, go ahead and do it, and if there's any problems, let me know. All right. So we do the project, and we turn it in. Next thing I know, the fucker calls us in, calls the three of us up after class. He says, I'm charging all three of y'all with plagiarism.
Oh, shit.
I said, excuse me? He goes, yeah, because the spreadsheet that y'all used, somebody else had made that spreadsheet, and y'all just took the spreadsheet and used the same format and put
your own data in it.
Put your own data in it.
So how's that plagiarism? Spreadsheets got templates. They got boilerplates for Excel that comes out of your asshole. I got boilerplates for everything. All you got to do is punch in your own stuff. How's that plagiarism?
Well, the first thing I told him was I went and got the original, and I showed him the original to our sheet, and we had changed some of the. I said, look, this is not plagiarism because we changed some of the columns around. This is just because the guy's name was on the back of what we started out with. That's not what we ended up with. And then the guy that did it, I didn't like him anyway. He was always. I had him in another class. He was always a corner cutter anyway. His name was Mike. Then I had this little fucking muzzrat from Israel. His name was Saeed. I'll tell you what I did to that little prick in a minute. So he goes, well, I don't care. His name is on that, and I said, look, it's not the same format. And it's not his figures. It's our figures, and we changed the format. We just didn't think to take his name out. I'm still charging all the Russian fucker. I was like, all right. So I go in and start talking to the professor. And the professor says, look, he says, shut the door. I shut the door. He said, we've been looking for a reason to get rid of his ass to start with. I said, oh, really? He says, yeah. And now, and I already had a reputation for sticking it to professors, and I'll tell you what I did. I hadn't been to VCU a week. I got a professor fired, but so he knew I wasn't somebody to be fucked with. But we had a good relationship. He says, why don't the three of y'all drop that class? And it brings you below the threshold of 7, and then we just do away with the class, and it's like it never existed, and we don't even get your money back. So, okay. That's fine with me, I said, because I'm going to tell you flat out now, I don't want to sit in front of that fucker for the next 5 weeks. That's who will sit there and try to charge me for plagiarism. Fuck him. And he started laughing. So I went and dropped a class, and this other guy, Mike, dropped a class. So I kept watching on the internet, and Saeed had dropped a class. So he was actually up in the Eastern Shore. It was on a Sunday. He was up on the Eastern Shore. And I got him on the cell phone. I said, Saeed, I says, you ain't dropped the class yet. I'm not going to drop the class. I said, excuse me? He goes, I'm not going to drop the class. I said, look, you need to drop this class so all this shit goes away. Because I said, it's all bullshit to start with. And I said, you don't even want your name mentioned in front of an honor council and all that shit. Because guess what? I was serving on the fucking honor council. I was hearing plagiarism cases on the honor council. I'm on the fucking honor council getting accused of plagiarism. Okay, so I just told him, I says, you need to drop the class. He goes, I'm not dropping the class. I said, all right, Saeed, I've stopped. I'm tired of being nice. I said, I told you I used to work for the government, didn't I? He said, yeah. I said, let me tell you how it's going to fucking go down, Mr. Israeli man that's over here on a student visa. I said, you got 2 fucking hours to sign out and cancel this class. I said, because this is Sunday, and if you don't come tomorrow morning, I'm going to make a phone call, and by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, your visa is going to fucking get revoked, and by tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, your shit's going to be on a fucking airplane back over to Israel. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Don't fuck with me. Man, I was watching the computer 15 minutes later, man, that fucking thing says, Saeed dropped out of class. That motherfucker knew I was serious. Because I told him, I'm tired of being Mr. Nice Guy. Let me tell you how it's going to go down. So, I hadn't been to VCU my first weekend. And it was the first day, it was my second day at school. First day I had this professor, we had 2 Jeffs. One was Jeff Babb, who was a really cool guy, and this other prick named Jeff, and I can't remember his last name. And he was one of they were both IT professors there getting their PhD. Well, this asshole Jeff, we go into the class, and I always took video, tape recorder to record. So if I'm going back through my notes, and if I miss something, I can always go back, pick it back up, because I was an avid note taker. And the government taught me how to study. And the best way to study is when you hear it, you write it down as fast as you can, and then go back within a 12-hour period and rewrite the same notes. Then after you do that, the next day you read the notes, then do your notebook again. And the next day you read both sets of notes and you do the book again. When it comes down time for the test, if you do this, and if you have read the notes and you're familiar with them, you're not memorizing the material, you're learning it. And you get it all done 3 days, 72 hours before your test. Because this thing about cramming the night before, it don't work. And people couldn't understand why I would walk in, here I'm 40 years old. I got these little snot noses in there. I walk in and I take a test. It takes me 20 minutes and it takes them 45. Man, you do that test so fast. Yeah. So anyway, I got the tape recorder going, and this little girl sitting over in the corner, cute little thing, raised her hand, and I forget what question it was, but raised and asked him a question. He goes, I can't believe you asked me that dumbass question. You're a junior in high school and you don't college, and you don't know that question. Don't be coming in my classroom and be asking dumbass questions. I mean, just for like 2 minutes. Just blasted this little girl. When he got done, she's over there crying. She had tears rolling down her eyes. I raised my hand. I said, I got a question. He goes, what question you got? I said, who the hell do you think you are to stand there and talk to that young girl like that? We're paying $7,000 a semester to come to this school, this learning institution to learn, and the only dumb question that you can ask is the one that you don't ask. And who do you think you are to stand there and berate that young little girl? I said, you need to apologize to her right now. And I mean, you hear how my voice, I got a voice, when I get pissed, I got a voice. And he looked at me, he goes, who do you think you are? You're a student in this college. You're not going to talk to me that way. Get your stuff and get your ass out of my class and do not come back. I said, let me tell you something. As I was walking out, I said, this will be the last day you will teach in this university. I promise you. And I went to, it wasn't my other guy. I went to Griggs, who was head of the business department. I didn't go to the IT guy. I went to Griggs business department. I walked in and Mr. Griggs was he was probably close to 70 years old and one of the nicest guys you'd ever want to meet. And I walked in and I said, Professor Griggs, I got a problem. I need you to listen to something. I shut the door and I turned the tape recorder on. And I shut the tape recorder off. I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to run the school, but I'm going to tell you this. This is Tuesday. Come Thursday, if he's not fired, I said, if I walk back in that classroom Thursday and he's still teaching the class, I'm going to walk out and I'm going to get on my phone and I'm going to have Channel 12 on your side and I'm going to have them out here with the reporters and I'm going to turn the tape recorder on and I'm going to let them do the report. And then you and all the powers to be in this school can explain to the millions of people out there, that's going to be the million people out there in this state that's going to see this broadcast, and explain to them why you allow a professor to talk to a 20-year-old girl that asks a question in class that's paying $7,000 a semester to get yelled at.
Oh.
And so when I got up to walk out, he gets up and walks out behind me. And needless to say, the class is still going on. And all of a sudden, here the dean of School of Business pops his head in, and he put it into the class and pulled him out of the class, and that was the last day he taught at VCU. They let him stay to finish up his PhD that semester because that was in the fall. But they told him, when you're finished your last class in December, you need to pack your shit and go because your money's no longer any good here. So no, I'm serious. So,
oh, shit.
So then he goes up to James Madison, which is up in the valley out on the other side of around Roanoke and Stanton. If you're, I don't know how familiar you are with Virginia, but it's out in the valley, one side of the valley, other side of the mountains. James Madison's a very elite school in Virginia. It's right along in there with UVA. Okay, and so that prick goes after James Madison, and he gets the same setup, finishing up his PhD and teaching classes. He taught for about 2 weeks and had so many complaints on him. Hey, listen to me. They had so many complaints on him that not only did they stop him from teaching, they gave him his money back and showed him the fucking door. They wouldn't even let him stay a student there. So where he went after that, I don't know. Now, this Russian prick, they booted his ass out, and I didn't know where he had gone, okay, because that was in the summertime. Well, in the fall, they had a type of social meeting type thing of people who had either professors who had taught at VCU or had graduated. Well, this Russian professor had actually taken some classes from VCU, so he was quote unquote a alumni of VCU, and he shows up. And so I'm sitting there, so I was still talking, I was still nice to him, even though I thought he was a prick. I was talking to him. Well, he, come to find out, he's over at Virginia Union University, which is quote unquote the black college in the city of Richmond, one of them. And he's teaching over there. Well, when I was 16 years old, I used to work in a local little family restaurant out here in Mechanicsville. And the prep cook, his name was Frank Roan. And Frank Roan's brother, one of his brothers, was a police officer for the City of Richmond Police Department, Arthur. And when Arthur became a captain, they eventually offered him the job as chief of police at Virginia Union, which he took. So after our little thing was done and over with, I got in the car and I took me a ride over to Virginia Union and found Arthur. And Arthur goes, "Will, hey, you doing, man?" I said, "Yeah." He comes up, gives me a hug and everything. And I told him, I says, "Look, I got something I got to fill you in on." I said, his name was Sergey something. He goes, "Oh, Jesus Christ, what do you got to tell me?" He said, "I've been getting complaints up the wazoo about him." I said, "Well, let me tell you what some bitch tried to do to me." And I told him a story. And I said, over in VCU, they were more than happy to walk his ass out the door. He goes, "That's all I need to know, Will." He says, "These students are, putting these complaints in and so forth, he said, you know, we don't know if they're all just ganging up and just don't like the guy because he's Russian and so forth, were there legitimate complaints. He said, but hearing it from you, yep. They had to find somebody else to teach his classes because he was done as of that day. Yep, he was done that day. And I think he started to figure it out that I don't think it's a good idea for you to be telling Wil Kinesche where you're working next. But I found out later that he packed his shit and went back to Russia, and that's where the fuck he should have stayed. Because what I didn't know, and I found out later because they kind of was keeping it quiet, and I got, like you said, you never know who hears. I was telling the story about him. They go, you know what? He did the same thing to 3 other guys a couple semesters ago. As a matter of fact, you're the 4th person, 3rd or 4th person that he's tried to do that plagiarism bullshit on. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, he does it every semester. He's doing it every semester.
Unbelievable.
So, you know, when you got these people that are in power or have some type of authority, they think that they are the shit. And, you know, hey, I'm going to tell you something. You know, if you're in the right, I'll back you 100%. But if you ain't, and especially if you're fucking with me or my family, I'm going to stick it to you.
Yep, that's how I feel. I mean, you've been pushed me so far, and when I go off the edge, when I go off the deep end, forget about it, bro. You're dealing with something you ain't gonna be able to handle, bro.
And the judge that made the ruling and put my daughter in juvenile detention, the J&D judge out here.
Yeah.
I don't know where she's at now, but she's not sitting on the J&D bench here in Hanover County anymore.
Shit.
Yep. Look, I'm, you know, I don't, you would like to think that you don't have to go to those extremes. I mean, I've had 2 people from social services fired. I pretty much had a deputy sheriff fired out here. That's not the only law enforcement officer I've had fired, but by the way, I've had several fired, or demoted. And, I've even had one brought up on charges, criminal charges, fucker. But that's a story for another time. But I have been instrumental in either having appointed or elected officials taken out of position and or put in jail. And when you take your authority, whatever it is, as long as you know, and I got the spirit of the law. You know, you step out in the gray area a little bit, I could care less. But man, when you get over the edge, I will jerk your ass and I will snap your ass in a heartbeat. And like I said, you know, even if you go over the edge on somebody that I don't like, that's beside the point. I can hate that person, but what they did was wrong, and they need to be held accountable for it. It's just like my daughter one time was accusing and I don't know if she was trying to get back at my ex-wife or the shit my ex-wife was trying to pull on me. She accused her stepdad or my ex-wife's ex-husband, current husband, ex-husband, now current husband. His name's David too, of making sexual advances towards her. Well, I'd been around Dave enough and known him enough that if somebody came to me and told me that he got drunk and got in a bar fight or blasted a window or got arrested for drunk driving, I'd believe that all day and twice on Sunday, all week long and twice on Sunday. But even my daughter making these accusations, it's not in his character. Okay. And the thing of it was, my daughter, so I taught my kids, you don't lie, cheat, steal, or do drugs. There's a bad things and bad things lead to worse things. I grilled that in their fucking heads. And my daughter literally sat in front of me one day and she said, I lie all the time. I lie whatever I got to lie about to get what I want. And I had caught her in so many lies that, you know, she cried wolf so much. She may have been telling the truth. I don't know, but I couldn't believe her. So they were getting ready to charge him out in next county over where they live in King William County. I called the prosecutor. And I told him, I says, hey, this is Wil Kinesche. Wil Kinesche. I said, yeah, I'm calling you about David Wilson and my daughter Miranda. I said, let me tell you something. David Wilson's been charged and or convicted on 32 different criminal charges. I know his criminal history like the back of my hand. He goes, yeah, you're exactly right. I'm sitting here looking at it. And I said, and if you told me David Wilson went out and got in a bar fight or got caught drunk driving or, got drunk and did this or got drunk and did that, I'd believe you all day long. I said, but it's not in his character to make advances on a young girl. And I said, and my daughter has lied to me numerous times and I can't believe her. And I said, let me tell you something. I said, you see those charges on that sheet that you're looking at? He says, yeah. I said, all right. You see the two where I convicted him? I actually went down and swore a criminal complaint and convicted him in court twice myself. All right. And I said, he kicked open my front door one night, pissed off about something. And the only reason why I didn't shoot him is because I knew him. I said, well, I'll stand on the other end of the door and I had my 9mm and I was getting ready to drill his ass. And if he would have stepped in the door because my other half and two of my kids was there, I would have shot him. And I said, in the time before that, when he showed up to my front door, pissed off, and pulled a knife on me, the only thing that saved his ass that night was when he knocked on the door and he staggered back down because he was drunk on the sidewalk and had the knife in his hand. I says, now, I'm an ex-law enforcement. If you're 21 feet away from somebody, they can be on top of you and stab you twice before you shoot them. I know that. I said, I actually got the tape measure out, and with the exceptions of coming up 4 steps on my stoop, he was 11.5 feet away from me. I said, I'd had every right to I said, I drew my weapon, and I had it trained right on his forehead. I was getting ready to blast him a brand new asshole right in his forehead. And I said, when he staggered backwards. And his brother was in the truck with him, and his brother jumped out and came out and got him and drug him back in the truck because he knew I was getting ready to fucking shoot him. And I said, so I'm going to tell you, I have no use for David Wilson. I said, not only on that sheet, I said, do you see where, I said, I work for the City of Richmond Police Department. And I says, you see on there where their weight is on there? It's W-A. I said, his name is spelled W-A-I-T-T-E. He goes, yeah. I said, okay, he's a buddy of mine. I said, you see where Barry Bland got him for drunk driving out here in Hanover County? He said, yeah. I said, he's a friend of mine. I said, you see where Brannigan got him for drunk driving? Brannigan's a friend of mine. I said, you see where his probation was violated and he ended up having to go to jail for 30 days? I said, I wrote up the sheet and went to the Commonwealth Attorney of Hanover County, and they're the ones who violated his probation and put his ass back in jail. I said, I've either arrested him or had his ass arrested and thrown in jail 6 times. I have no love for that guy. I have no use for him, and I would step over top of you to put his ass in jail. But I said, let me tell you something. If you bring charges against him, you do what you got to do. But I'm going to tell you flat out, I'm coming to court and I'm going to testify for his behalf. Huh. He goes, he says, you're serious? He said, I was getting ready to fill out the paperwork on you tomorrow. I said, well, you can do what you want. I said, I'm not, you're the elected official, you're the prosecutor out there, and you can go ahead and do your paperwork. But I'm just telling you now. So as soon as I got off the phone with him, I called the ex-wife. And she goes, well, you're not supposed to get the kids this week. I said, well, I'm not calling you about the kids. I'm just calling to let you know. You can tell Dave he don't have to worry about getting any criminal charges from the Commonwealth Attorney out in King William. She said, well, why? Because I called the Commonwealth Attorney and told him that I didn't believe that Dave did those things towards Miranda. And I gave him very good explanations, and I said, and if you haven't already figured it out, I said, I've had David put in jail 6 times. She said, you what? I said, well, I personally put him in jail twice. And then I said, those 2 DUIs that he got in Hanover County, those are buddies of mine. I said, that charge he got up in the city of Richmond, he's a buddy of mine. I said, when the Commonwealth Attorney out here in Hanover County violated his probation, I was behind the whole thing. When you had to go take him and drop him off to jail and let him spend weekends for damn near 6 months. I didn't know you knew about that. I said, I'm the one who had it done. I said, damn right I knew about it. I said, but I'm going to tell you something. I don't believe he made these sexual accusations towards Miranda. I think she's looking for attention. And I just got off the phone with the Commonwealth attorney out there in King William and told him that you do what you want. If you go ahead and charge him, you go ahead and charge him. But when the court date comes up, I'm going to be in court to testify on David's behalf. She says, you what? I said, you heard what I said. I'm going to be in court. I'm not going to be in there testifying for Miranda. I'm going to be testifying for David. They're vouching for his character as far as I don't believe he would make sexual accusations towards a teenage girl. I never saw it. I said, I've spent a lot of time with the guy. When she and I was married, he used to come around the house all the time and you know, getting his daughter and so forth. And we'd ridden in the car together. Hell, we went to the racetrack and did the fair together one time. Sometimes he'd come over and we'd have him over for dinner, you know. And I said, not one time did he ever even look at a young girl or make any comments about 14 or 15 or 16-year-old girl. Wow, look at the cute little ass on that thing. Not once, ever. I said, it just ain't in his makeup. It's not in his DNA.
Man.
I said, so I just thought I'd call and let you know. And I hung the phone up. So, I've been through some shit myself, haven't I?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's Roy. Wait till you hear about this abandoned farmhouse shit. I'm about to drop that fucking thing. I'm waiting for one more thing to drop about NXIVM because that happened up in in Catskill near the old game farm. And that was before this NXIVM shit even started, but they had a little hunting ground up there in the Catskills that I know about.
Where they would turn them loose and hunt them down?
Yep.
I had heard about that, but I couldn't verify that. And yeah. See, when you kept talking about the farmhouse, I wasn't sure if that was what you were talking about or if you were talking about the farmhouse up here in Northern Virginia.
No, that's what I call it because when I ran across the evidence, which was, you know, with pentagrams and fucking bones that look, you know, I'm not a coroner that can tell one bone from the other, but it looked a little fucking strange to me. So I wrote it down as abandoned farm field in a camping book that I wrote that was the first GPS trail guide. It was based on handheld GPS. You know, you want to go to a campsite or you want to go to a historic site, and I got the GPS coordinates, so it'll take you at that time within 200 feet because they still had selective availability running on the GPS satellites.
Right.
And I wrote a book that's got, you know, from the Adirondacks to the Jersey Pine Barrens with like thousands of coordinates that you could punch in to take you right to the site.
Right.
And when I ran across this thing, I says, I better record this shit somewhere. Well, you know, and I had a PDA, and I was typing this shit in there, and I would transfer that to I had a little 386 laptop. It was a PC World laptop. It was one of the first laptops that had a fucking gorgeous keyboard. The keys had the tactile feeling, none of this dead shit. And I typed it in and wrote the first book on that. And I wrote it down as abandoned farm field. And that turned into another thing that they tried to get me on because I turned that shit into the FBI, and then that trouble started with me. So instead of telling an abandoned farm field, I called it the abandoned farmhouse because there was I'll send you the coordinates. You can punch them into Google Maps, and you can see there's a bunch of foundations that have been filled in with cement. And I thought that was a little fucking weird. And I said, holy shit, what the fuck is this? What the fuck did I run into? And then one thing led to the other, and all of a sudden I'm in deep shit now.
You stumbled into something there.
Yeah, I definitely did. And they thought I discovered it, but I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at.
Right. You were looking for somewhere to go hunting or, you know, some place to go, and you just happened to stumble across it. And and that's how shit happens. Sometimes you don't know what you're looking for.
You don't even know what the fuck you're looking at. I didn't put it together until a couple of years ago. I just, oh fuck, Nexium. This is right up in the fucking in that area, right the old Catskill Game Farm.
Well, there's a farm complex up in Loudoun County, which is Northern Virginia, and that's where the demon rats would leave Washington D.C. and go out there. And I know of one story where a woman, they paid her $50,000 to bring her 6-year-old or 7-year-old, her 10-year-old, and her 12 or 13-year-old to that farmhouse for them to have sex with for the night.
Man, how the hell can people do this shit? How the fucking even? I mean, how the fuck these people sleep at night?
I got picked somewhere.
What
in my
kind
computer.
of fucking what kind of fucking demon do you have to be to hurt a kid?
Who the fuck knows? I even got pictures of the girls. I got pictures of the 3 girls. I got pictures of the 3 girls on my computer somewhere. I'm looking for it now. Because when I get down further into Pizzagate, I'm going to talk about that. And I think the post is still on my Facebook. I need to go back and see if I can find it. It'll probably take me a while to see if I can. If it's still out there, they might have taken it down, and they might have scrubbed the internet off of it after all this Jeffrey Epstein shit. So who knows? But yeah.
Oh, but talking about Jeffrey Epstein, did you see the video I did when we found that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in North Vietnam?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, talk about how many fucking people do these fuckers have their hooks in?
Look, let me tell you something. Jeffrey Epstein is just one of about 1,000. There's 1,000 more Jeffrey Epsteins out there. That's just one. Look, let me tell you something. Jeffrey Epstein can't be at over 1,000 military bases at one time. Think about that for a minute. There are, I shouldn't say 1,000, there are hundreds of Jeffrey Epsteins out there that are transporting kids with classified military tail numbers on their airplanes back and forth from these military complexes throughout the world, hauling young kids.
See, that's another thing I don't understand. That fucking military is supposed to be protecting us from this shit. And nobody in the military that sees this shit is reporting it. I mean, I can see a pilot, a co-pilot, and some other people being involved in this shit. But hey, a couple of people that service the plane and put fucking fuel in the thing don't say nothing when they see this shit.
Let me tell you,
if I'm fucking servicing a C-130 and I see 20 kids get off, I want to say, what the fuck are these kids doing on the military? I'd report it to somebody.
Well, here's the thing. Trump had been in office about a year, and not too many people reported it, but I picked up on it. Did you know he fired 66 admirals and over 100 military upper echelons?
Trump
about
did?
A year after. Trump did, yeah. You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, and the reason why they were all military people that were doing business or stations over in the South Pacific, because what they were doing, see what country it was. I want to say it's Indonesia. Don't hold me to that, but it was the country over there where they found a mine. It wasn't gold. Well, they found some gold, but they also found another precious metal, and they were taking and kidnapping kids and or having slave labor to work these mines, and they were taking the money and putting it in their pockets. Oh yeah,
unreal.
He fired. It was 6. Remember the number very It was 66 admirals that he fired for that shit. And
didn't bring charges. He just fired them.
Well, it never got into the report that I saw. Never got.
You would think that there'd be some UCMJ charges on at least Article 15s or some shit, dishonorable discharge and stuff like that. I mean, at the very minimum.
They charged the only thing I saw was where they had charged one of the admirals for sex trafficking and for some type of financial crime. But that was all that was reported. However, I caught wind later, about 3 or 4 months after that there was quite a few ended up in front of a military tribunal, but it never said, but I never could get confirmation on who was put up in the military tribunal. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wow.
So, yeah. So, oh yeah. It took him about a year, and he knew all about that shit, and put their hammer on their asses. Good time. And that sent a message out, and that's another reason why they've been after him so hard, because he went through and cleaned out the militaries, and that was just one case, one instance that he had done, and he did a lot. From the information that I got, he's done a lot of them. I mean, he went through the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. There were Coast Guard people that were on the take, allowing shit to come into the United States, looking the other way. Most of the Coast Guard people were letting drugs come in, and they were letting sex trafficking, letting kids come in. The guards were. There's Coast Guard, but there's a lot that's happened and taken place behind the scenes in these military tribunals that we are not hearing about yet. We may never hear them, but there's people going to jail. There's people in there. The ones that the ones that I've heard of, they're all in Fort Leavenworth right now. They're not putting too many of those in Gitmo because they're saving Gitmo for the swamp rats up here. I mean, Trump spent $220 million refurbishing Gitmo and building an extra 500, listen to me now, an extra 500 military barracks out there, and they had shut down. Gitmo is broken up into camps, and it's either Camp 7 or Camp 9 is the maximum security portion, and they have it set up. There's 15, and that entire camp is set up for only 15 prisoners. Okay? And there's nobody in it yet. So what does that tell you?
It tells you he's getting ready for something.
Damn right. You're not going to take $220 million and refurbish a terrorist camp where you ain't planning on putting people in it, and you got a camp within the camp where it's going to be your highest value targets, and that holds only 15 people, and there ain't nobody in there, not even these muzzrat terrorists that they done caught up. That's been sitting waiting for 20 years to go through trial and all that shit. Not even for them. So,
man, unbelievable.
Oh yeah. And you see that military barge, that prison barge that was up in Brooklyn Harbor, right around the time when George Bush Sr. died, and guess where that barge was? Sitting in South Carolina, sitting in his port in South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina. What's right across? Once you hit shore, what's across the shore? Charleston, South Carolina, with military base.
I don't know off the top of my head.
You got Fort Bragg in North Carolina, and you got Camp Lejeune in South Carolina, Marine base.
Hot shit.
Yep, and the military tribunals that are going on right now are going on in Fort Leavenworth. They're going on in Camp Lejeune down in South Carolina, and in Gitmo. And then I've heard it's a possibility they might be having some out in San Diego. But I'm not sure about San Diego, but I am sure about the other three. Now, you know, there's also a military barge out in California.
Really?
Now, I had some people say it's both of those barges now parked in Gitmo, but I don't know. I haven't seen any pictures or reports or anything.
That's hot shit.
But you know they're doing something serious to bring 2 fucking prison barges down to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. If they wouldn't intend on filling the fuckers up.
Oh, I hope it happens soon. Maybe you'll say something at the State of the Union. Maybe you'll drop the bomb then.
Well, here's the game plan that's been kind of laid out to me now. This is kind of speculation. Some of it, a little bit I've verified, but most of it's still speculation. But here's how it goes. Like I said earlier today, we did the Me Too movement. Now we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein, about the sex trafficking, getting everybody warmed up on that. And the Democrats actually threw a bonus on the table because the goal was to get everybody talking about the Me Too movement and this child sex trafficking and get more and more people tuned up for that. And then when they dropped the satanic rituals from the sex trafficking, that's when they were going to drop the bomb and start pulling out these indictments. Okay. However, they figured it was going to take a while longer to get people warmed up to their satanic ritual part. So Jeffrey Epstein's the first shoe to fall. There's going to be another one coming soon. I don't know where or when, but there's going to be another big sex trafficking individual person or people that's going to get notarized in the near future. Unless they change their mind. That's why I'm doing Pizzagate now, because I'm getting ahead of it. Because when the shit hits the fan, my shit's going to be out there, and I don't know what type of views that I'll have up until that point, but I know my shit's going to go fucking crazy when it hits.
I know this video that we just did tonight is going to go fucking batshit. I know that's going to go fucking batshit because, you know, we had 3 calls within 12 hours on that first drop that we did. And this one the president should see.
Well, when people, even if not, when people start seeing that there's folks coming out telling their story, it's going to motivate them and give them the courage to come out and tell their story.
Right. Yep.
So I got a feeling there's going to be more people calling, and I'm getting ready to post another one out. I've been working on this one for the last 2 or 3 days about those 3 dead state senators. And after I do that, I'm going to do the one on the state of Arizona. And I think I'll be done with foster care for a while. They got so much else stuff to cover. I'm going to go ahead and move on. But when I get to sex trafficking in your backyard, and I start mentioning the people that's involved in that and how that's going, I got a feeling that's going to bring up some interest. And then right after that, I'm going to do the international sex trafficking. And after that, I'm going to do the cover-up.
Man, fucking unbelievable.
Then after I do the cover-up, I'm going to do Disney.
And this is, I tell you what, this is the whole, this is the nexus point around which all this corruption is revolving. If it wasn't for this shit and the way they're blackmailing these people,
that's right.
This shit would never have gotten out of hand as far as it got out of hand. They took over the whole fucking government because of this shit. And you know, whether they're drugging people to gain their trust or to drop their inhibitions. I mean, I don't know how many fucking drugs you could take, but I don't think I could take enough fucking drugs and drink enough whiskey to make me want to fucking rape a little 6-year-old girl.
You and me both. So once again, as I alluded to yesterday when we were talking, they do personality profiles on people, and they know which people to dangle the 6-year-old in front of versus the 12-year-old versus the 15-year-old. And they know exactly how to approach those people because they've dissected their personality and they know exactly how to work those people. And once they get them on that videotape, they got them. And as I said earlier today, there's 3 ways that they're making money. Way number 1 is offshore, taking our tax money, giving it as quote-unquote aid to countries which are going to corrupt companies, which they then have their straw men waiting for that money to come through, and then it comes back into the United States in their bank account. That's way number 1. And the only way Trump can justify not giving out the aid to foreign countries in the future is let this thing with Ukraine run. Hey, this is your tax money that went out. It's supposed to be helping a country, and it ended up into the pockets of Joe Biden and his cronies. And this is not. And then see when that happens, then I think that Romanian scandal is going to come out because you got the same thing in Romania. And when that hits, that's when the floodgates are going to open, and you're going to start hearing this country over here and this country over here and this country over there and so forth. And then the people in the United States, they're going to get pissed off because that's their money. And they're going to be saying, I can't believe these politicians are taking our money and doling it out. And then next thing you know, their bank account goes ding, ding. After it goes through everybody's hands and they all get their little piece of it. It all comes back in their bank accounts. That's why, I always alluded to Nancy Pelosi. She's worth $150 million. How the fuck she make $150 million, making $172,000? She
said her husband did it. Well, order her husband then.
Yeah.
Why don't they call the IRS and see what the fuck he's up to?
So,
I mean, I can remember as a 16-year-old kid talking to my friend. His name was Bob Steinis and Ray Steinis, 2 brothers. And we were talking about, what's his name, that Jewish guy that's supposed to be, it was the Secretary of State at one time. What the fuck is his name? Anyway, we were saying, what are these people? How do these people make their money? And this guy is still, he's still fucking around, doing shit. And he's not part of the government. He's not elected. He doesn't work for the government. And how the hell is he doing this?
That's right, because that's what I call the side money. They're making their $172,000 ain't a little bit of money, but compared to the money they got coming in, that's chump change. Man. They don't even, half of the, look, I'm going to tell you something. I talked to a guy one time, this was years back, and he was telling me, and he didn't mention any names, he said, there are congressmen, So I don't know what the hell is going on. You know, there are congressmen who hadn't cashed their paychecks for 6 and 8 months.
Oh, you must not need it then, huh?
Right. That's the whole point. I said, well, can you tell me who they are? I can't tell you who they are. Can you tell me what they did beforehand? You know, they might have been financially wealthy before they got into politics. They might have been doing pretty good, but they weren't that damn rich.
Yeah, well, look at Hillary Clinton. She stole the dishes out of the goddamn White House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a fucking kleptomaniac. She's a compulsive thief. I mean, what the fuck? They had to give it back. They took furniture, they took silverware, plates and shit with the White House logo. That doesn't belong to you.
Well, no, it belongs to the people of the United States.
I mean, even the little shit. I mean, you know, you do some shit like that, and you got to wonder, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
Well, the second
it's like a guy walks into a store with $1,000 in his pocket, and he pockets a $4 pair of sneakers and puts it in his fucking gym bag.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what? Well, you could have paid for it. It's not like we don't got 100 million fucking cameras in fucking Macy's to see what the fuck everybody's doing.
Right. So Trump is allowing that to come out, so people will warm up to that fact, and eventually it's going to have to get reported on about all these thousands and thousands of executives that are. Look, let me tell you, not only are they either resigning or being fired, but 2/3 of them have criminal charges against them. Most of them are money laundering and fraud charges. And money laundering and fraud charges. And basically, when their ill-gotten gains comes from that to sex trafficking, or comes from defrauding the Medicaid system, because that's a big one. That's the through the foster care system. They gotta launder that money somehow, and they got an executive up there that they got a video of him fucking a 6-year-old girl. He's gonna launder the money. He ain't gonna ask any questions.
Fucking unbelievable.
Yep.
All right. Well, hey, listen, it's getting late.
Right.
It's nice talking to you, and we hit it out of the ballpark twice in a row, bro.
You're not kidding.
We're gonna do some damage.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
So as soon as I post it, I'll send you the link. You can download it, mirror it on your channel. It's gonna be about 4 hours.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll put it out there.
All right, my friend.
All right, pal.
Take care, Bray. Take care.
You too, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Please subscribe to our backup channels, Net4Truth USA 2 Patriot Channel, bitshoot.com/net4Truth USA, and drop.space/@ Net4Truth USA. We fly so close to the target, we are on our 5th fighter jet. We will be relentless and persistent until the enemies of freedom are defeated. You can support this channel by using the links in the description, but for a $100 donation, I will personally send you a autographed hardcover special edition copy of Land of Childhood's Fears. Also, visit my bookstore at lulu.com/net4truth USA. If you are viewing this video on BitChute, you can use the links in the description to support us, or simply click the green $ dot on our video to support this channel. Thank you. Links are in the description section.